very distinct with the real world, you'll be in year one. And from that point, you'll have a 7 year or some interesting slam into the growth, and then it'll slow down. And of a lot of things, right? I mean, John D. Rockefeller got in the oil business in the 1860s, and the oil business became fairly mature, by the 1920s and 30s, and then it actually stayed that way.
Welcome, Michael.
It was like 7 years later and first forward. So,
how you living, Tim?
Not the best.
What's wrong? Sorry to hear that. May his memory be a blessing. That's right. Does Caspian see no? That was kind of you.
You got jump and cause bleeding on.
No way. Oh boy, that would have shocked. Are the police investigating?
Yeah. The police work as fast. And like a lot of people keep telling me that the police investigation, all that. But I'm an angry person. Makes it hard.
Well, I understand how you want to take vengeance on your own.
I'm not. And their father no longer has a car. Basically to the point your son is uncle.
Just know that you're certainly in my thoughts, and I
Educated chap.
When did it happen? Today? Oh wow, so recent. Wow, what a shock. How old was he? Oh, just a young man. Yeah, absolutely.
One of there's 4 or 5, and a 6-1 joins in. It's like, mate, you're not even a man about it. You're just fucking your children.
Did it happen in Australia? Wow. And you think you know who did it? Was your uncle like a wealthy person? Did they target him because of his wealth?
I mean, it's other shit. Um, he doesn't. He doesn't run around just showing off the fact that I'm assuming that that's what just anyone turn around and ask him, mate.
So you knew this. So you knew the person beforehand who might have done it.
I asked around, I found out what happened, and then probably the other day I got but the reason why I'm kind of pissed off is because everyone keeps telling me it's being alright, you know? Well, if the police were doing their job right, they would have been able to find it. Not even 48 hours. Fuck no. I'm sorry, Rabbi. No, I didn't. Like I told you, his father no longer has a part of it, no longer has a work. And that's basically a double hint of like, hand him over to the police and I won't have to come back. But if you don't hand him over to the police or you don't grow a conscience, I'm going to be coming back. And not just for arson. I'm going to be coming back with a car, no tail lights hooked up. Take your son. Because it's not going to be 6 of my mates, it's going to be me, myself, one.
Know that you're after them.
Yeah.
All right.
Father is what you and he got the heads up. Gonna happen if you don't try and understand your blood's blood, your kin's your kin. But you know, fucking you affiliated, you patched. I'm sorry. That's not how this works. You should have raised appreciate the yarn, brother. It's the calm, so I'll raise my camera on this keep myself in trouble.
I'm watching podcasts.
What you watching?
It's actually really good. It's on inflation. It's Lex Friedman and some MIT economist. So feel free to enjoy, my friend.
the S curve takes off. The 20 years early or 100 years early, Leonardo da Vinci, Michelangelo, they were designing flying machines hundreds and hundreds of years. So humility says you're not quite sure when it's really hit that commercial viability, and it also dictates you don't know when it ends. Like when will the party stop? When will wars stop? And we'll get their exponentially diminishing returns on silicon performance. And when you, just like we got exponentially diminishing returns on chips, and it just takes an exponential increase in effort to make it 10% better. But while you're in the middle of it, then you know you can do things. So the reason the digital revolution is so important is the underlying platform's bandwidth of the performance of the components. I said the components are the radio protocols, mobile protocols, the batteries, the CPUs, and the displays, right? Those four components are critical. They're all critical in the creation of an iPhone. I wrote about it on Mobile Wave, and they analyzed the entire mobile revolution because they have advanced and continue to advance. They created a very fertile environment for all these digital transformations, and the digital transformations themselves, right? They call for creativity in their own, right? Like I think the interesting thing about say digital map, right? When you conceptualize something as a dematerialized map, right? It becomes a map because I can put it on a display like an iPad, or I can put it in a car like a Tesla. But if you really want to figure it out, you can't think like an engineer. You need to think like a fantasy. Like this is where it's useful when you studied read Dungeons and Dragons, you read Lord of the Rings, you studied all the fantasy literature. Because when I dematerialize the map, first I put 10 million pages of satellite imagery into the map, right? That's a simple transform. But then I start to put telemetry in the map, and I keep track of the traffic rates on the road, and I tell you whether you're getting traffic jam if you drive that way. I tell you which way to drive. And then I start to get feedback on where you're going, and I tell you the restaurant's closed, you don't like it anyway. And then I put an AI on top of it, and I have it drive your car for you. And eventually, the implication of digital transformation of maps is self-driving car, and I say, where I could eat. And how did you get to that last step, right? It wasn't simple engineering. There's a bit of fantasy in there, a bit of magic.
Design, art, whatever the heck you call it. Whatever, yeah, fantasy, magic process, like imagination, like prestige, great engineering. Like imagining more like what you can do, how will interaction. That's what Google Glass augmented reality, virtual reality, sci-fi, imagination.
They call it a moonshot. They tried. Didn't work, but to their credit, they stopped trying.
And then there's they keep dreaming. Dreamers all around us. Those dreamers, most of them fail. Some of them win Nobel Prizes, but become billionaires.
But what I would say is, if half the civilization dropped what they were doing tomorrow and eagerly started working on launching a rocket, it might not be the best use of our resources because it's kind of like if half of Athens in the year 500 BC eagerly started working on flying machines. If you went back and you said, what advice would you give them? You would say, it's not going to work till you get to aluminum, and you're not going to get to aluminum till you work out the steel and certain other things. And you're not going to get to that until you work out the calculus of variation, metallurgy, it won't come along for quite a while. He's going to get the calculus to do it, and until then, it's hopeless. So you might be better off to work on the aqueduct or to focus on sales or something. So if I look at it today, I say there's massive, profound environment, civilization advances made through digital transformation of information. The story of today, this is not the story of today, right? It's 10 years old, what we've been seeing.
We're living that story. So, like, so, yeah, that the effects of that is very because ideas spread about velocity of money, velocity by increase.
Yeah.
So, like, Wikipedia is passive or store of knowledge. Twitter is like a water hose or something, spraying with knowledge whether you want it or not. Social media is just like explosion of ideas. Pick them up, try to understand ourselves because trauma also plays with our human psyche. Sometimes there's more ability for misinformation from propaganda to cold. So we get to learn about ourselves. We get to learn about the technology, right? The propaganda, for example, all that kind of stuff. But like reality is, I feel like living.
Pardon me? I think they're talking about both.
Sort of point most social media platforms have the same hand. Look at trying to be a mental as well as if he was serious in what he wanted to do, the collective individual ideas of man are outplayed by the physicality of the world and how you play that out and actually interesting.
I don't disagree on. Just listening what they have to say.
We're gonna have to look at it. How bad for interrupting?
No. Feel free to interrupt whenever you have a thought. I think maybe they'll explain more what they mean. But please interrupt whenever you have a thought.
And you're not great understanding exactly how successful our lives.
This is where money is useful as a metaphor for significance. If money is the economic energy of civilization, then something that's extraordinarily lucrative is going to generate a monetary or wealth increase is the way to increase civilization. And ultimately, if we had 10 times as much of everything, we'd have a lot more free resources to pursue all of our advanced scientific and mathematical endeavors. Let's take Twitter. Right? Twitter's something that could be 10 times more valuable than it is. Right? Twitter could be made 10 times better.
No, by the way, I should say that people should follow you on Twitter. Is awesome. Giving me sometimes, but
Yeah, Twitter can be made 10 times better. If we take YouTube or take education, it could generate a billion PhDs. And the question is, do you need any profound breakthrough in materials or technology? The answer is not really. Right? So you could make Apple, Amazon, Facebook, Google, Twitter, all these things better. The United States government, if they took 1% of the money they spend on the Department of Education and they simply poured it into digital education and they gave degrees to people that actually met those requirements, they could provide 100x as much education for 1/100th of the cost, and they could do it with no new technology. That's a marketing and political challenge. So I don't think every objective is equally practical. And I think the benefit of being an engineer or thinking about practical achievement is when the government pursues an impractical objective, or when anybody, entrepreneurs, not so bad with entrepreneurs because they don't have that much money to waste. When a government pursues an impractical objective, hundred trillions of dollars, nothing. Whereas if they pursue a practical objective, or if they simply get out of the way and do nothing, and they allow the free market to pursue the practical objectives, then I think it can have profound impact on the human civilization. And if I look at the world we're in today, I think that there are multi-trillion, 10, 20, $50 trillion worth of opportunities in the digital information realm, um, but there's hundreds of trillions of dollars of opportunities in the digital energy realm that not only are they not obtained, the majority of people don't even know what digital energy is. Most of them are just the concept, not looking for it, they're not expecting to find it. It's inconceivable because it's a paradigm shift. But in fact, it's completely practical. Right under our nose, it's staring at us, and it could make the entire civilization work dramatically better in every.
You mentioned digital world, digital information is one, digital possible impact on the world, opportunity is great. So how do you think energy?
So I'll start with Tesla. The very famous quote that if you want to understand the universe, think in terms of energy, vibration, frequency. And it gets you thinking about what is the universe. And of course, the universe is all energy. And then what is matter? Matter is low frequency energy. What are we? We're vibrating from, ashes to ashes, dust to dust. I can turn a tree into light. I can turn light back into a tree. If I consider the entire universe, it's very important because we don't really think this way. Let's take the New York disco model. If I walk into a nightclub and there's loud music blaring in New York City, what's really going on there, right? It blast out 14 billion years ago, the universe is formed. Okay, that's a low frequency state. The universe, 4.5 billion years ago, the sun, maybe the earth are formed. The continents are 400 million years old. The shifts that New York City is on is some hundreds of millions of years. But the Hudson River is only 20,000 years. There's a building that's probably 50 years old. There's a company operating that disco or that club, which is 5 to 10 years old. There's a person, a customer, walking in there for an experience for a few hours. There's music that's oscillating at some kilohertz, and then there's light, and you have all forms of energy, all frequency, right? All layered, all moving through different media, and how you perceive the world is a question of at what frequency do you want to perceive the world. And I think that once you start to think that way, you're catalyzed to think about what would digital energy look like, and why would I want it, and what is it? So let me just start right there. What is it? The most famous manifestation of digital energy is Bitcoin. Bitcoin's a crypto asset. Crypto asset that has monetary value.
Can we speak on that? Bitcoin, the digital asset has monetary value. What is the digital asset? What is monetary value in terms versus currency? There's something interesting in that different terms.
I call it a crypto asset network. The goal is to create $1 billion block of pure energy cyberspace, one that I could no friction at the speed of light, right? It's equivalent to putting a million pounds of orbit. How do I actually launch something into orbit, right? How do I launch something into cyberspace that's such that it moves friction free? And the solution is a decentralized network, right? I'm going to establish a protocol running on a distributed set of computers that will maintain a constant supply of never more than 21 million Bitcoin dividable by 100 million each, transferable by transferring private keys. Now, the innovation is to create that in a ethical, durable fashion. The ethical innovation is I want it to be property and not a security. A bushel of corn, an acre of land, a stack of lumber, a bar of gold, and a Bitcoin are all property. And that means they're all commonly occurring elements in the world. You could call them commodities, but commodity is a little bit misleading, and I'll tell you why in a second. But they're all distinguished by the fact that no one entity or person or government controls them. If you have a barrel of oil and you're in Ukraine versus Russia versus Saudi Arabia versus the U.S., you have a barrel of oil, right? And it doesn't matter what the premier in Japan or the mayor of Miami Beach think about your barrel. They cannot wave their hand and make it not a barrel of oil or sort of wood, right? And so property is just a naturally occurring element in the universe, right? And
why use ethical? I may interrupt. Why ethical assign property?
because if it's security, security would be an example of a stock or a crypto token controlled by a small team. And in the event that something is security because some small group or some identifiable group can control its nature, character, supply, then it really only becomes ethical to promote it or sell it pursuant to fair disclosures. So I'll give you maybe a practical example. I'm the mayor of Chicago. I give a speech. My speech, I say, I think everybody in Chicago should own their own farm and have a chicken in the backyard and their own horse and an automobile. Ethical. I give the same speech and I say, I think everybody in Chicago should buy Twitter stock, sell their house, or sell their cash and buy Twitter stock. Is that ethical? Not really. At that point, you've entered into a conflict of interest because what you're doing is you're promoting an asset which is substantially controlled by a small group of people, the directors or the CEO of the company. So how would you feel if the President of the United States said, I really think Americans should all buy Apple stock? Especially if you went to Google. But he worked anywhere. Like, why isn't he saying buy mine? Right? A security is a proprietary asset in some way, shape, or form. And the whole nature of securities law, it starts from this ancient idea, thou shalt not lie, cheat, or steal. Okay? So if I'm going to sell you security, or I'm going to promote security as a public figure or as an influencer or anybody else, if I create my own yo-yo coin or Mikey coin, and then there's a million of them, and I tell you that I think that it's a really good thing and Mikey coin will go up forever, right? Everybody buys Mikey coin, and then I give 10 million to you and don't tell the public, right? I've cheated them. Maybe if I have Mikey coin and I think there's only 2 million Mikey coin, and I swear to you it's only 2 million, and then I get married and I have 3 kids, and my third kid is in the hospital, and my kid's going to die, and I have this ethical reason to print 500,000 more Mikey coin, or else people are going to die, and everybody tells me it's fine. I've still abused, the investor, right? It's an ethical challenge. If you look at ethics laws everywhere in the world, they all boil down to having a clause which says that if you're a public figure, you can't endorse any security. You can't endorse something that would cause you to have a conflict. So if you're a mayor, a governor, a country, public figure, an influencer, and you want to promote or promulgate or support something using any public influence or fund or resources you may have, it needs to be proper. It can't be security. So it goes beyond that, right? I mean, like what the Chinese want to support American companies, right? As soon as you look at what the interest of the race, the civilization, you realize that if you want an ethical path forward, it needs to be based on common property, fair, and the way you get to a common property is through an open, permissionless protocol. If it's not open, right, if it's proprietary, and I know what the code says and you don't know what the code says, that makes it security. If it's permission, if you're not allowed on my network, or if you can be censored or booted off my network, it also makes it secure. So when I talk about property, I mean, the challenge here is how do I create something that can a barrel of oil in cyberspace? And that means it has to be a non-sovereign bearer instrument, open, permissionless, not censorable, right? If I could do that, then I could deliver you 10,000 dematerialized barrels of oil, and you would take settlement, and you would know that you have possession of that property, irregardless of the opinion of any politician or any company, world. That's a really critical character. And it actually it's probably one of the fundamental things that makes Bitcoin special. Bitcoin isn't just a network, it's easy to create a network. It's very hard to create an ethical crypto asset because you have to create one without any government, corporation, or investor exercising influence to make an investment.
Open, non-censorable. Basically, no way for you without things about somebody else. Have full control. Barrel of oil, barrel of oil, going you. What is because you kind of mentioned that both property, kind of and government can probably confiscate what the assets they want less than after.
A barrel of oil is a bucket of property, liquid property, and Bitcoin is a digital property.
Barrel of oil.
It's easier to confiscate things in the real world than cyber. Much easier.
So that's not universally true. Just are actually confiscated. The nature of how they
I think in the Bitcoin world, what we would say is that Bitcoin is the most difficult property the human race possesses or has yet invented. And that's by virtue of the fact that if you've got your 12 phrases in your head, then that will be the highest property right because I literally have to crack your head open and take it. It doesn't mean I couldn't extract it from you for rest, but it means that it's harder than every other thing you might do. In fact, it's exponentially harder. If you consider every other thing you own, a car, a house, a property rights, intellectual property rights, movie rights, music rights, anything imaginable. It would all be here by orders and orders of magnitude. So intellectual property in the form of a set of private keys is by far the property of the case. In terms of ethics, I'll take one more point. I say Lex. I think Bitcoin is the best, most secure, most durable crypto asset network in the world. Is going to go up forever, and there's nothing better in the world. I might be right. I might be wrong. But the point is, because it's property, it's ethical for me to say that. If I were to turn around and say, Lex, I think the same about MicroStrategy stuff, that's a security. If I'm wrong about that, I have liability or other liability. A board meeting when I could actually propose we issue 1 million more shares. Whereas the thing that makes Bitcoin ethical for me to even vote is the knowledge that I can't achieve. If I knew that I could make it 42 million instead of 21 and I had the back here, right, then I have a different degree of ethical ability. Now, I can tell you your life will be better if you buy Bitcoin, and it might not. You might go buy Bitcoin, be bankrupt, and your life ends and not better. But it wouldn't be my ethical liability if I were to say, Lex, I think you ought to get a farm. You should be a farmer. Economic talk, you should be a person. These are all opinions expressed about property. May or may not be right, that you may or may not agree with. But in a legal sense, if you read the law, you understand securities law. And I would say most people in the crypto they didn't take companies public, and so it's not really the securities law. It's securities law. If you focus on the securities law, that would say you just can't legally sell stuff to the general public or promote it without a full set of signed off by a regulator. There's a very great line there. When you get to the secondary issue, how do you actually build a world based on digital property if a public figure can't embrace it? So you're not going to build a better world based on Twitter stuff. That's your idea of property. Stock, security, and stock is never going to be a non-software instrument right? Or in China. Or legal in China. It's not a global permission open. It will never be trusted by the rest of the world. Legally, it's impractical. If you really want to put $100 billion worth of economic value on Twitter, CEO, they could no. Better based on digital energy, you need to start with constructing a digital property. And I'm using property here in open permission legal sense. But I would also go to the next step and say property is low frequency money. So if I give you $1 million and you want to hold it for a decade, you might go buy a house. Right? And the house is low frequency money. You converted $1 million of economic
Welcome.
energy into a structured house. Maybe in a decade,
How are you?
Right. I had it in Discord, but $10
for me to you, and you turn around and you buy another, right? We're vibrating on a frequency of every 2 hours, right?
All right, tell me about it.
But it's not
no.
right. The frequency of
So I booked learning about psychology, thinking about psychology, and trying to figure out why people are motivated to behave. And I'm just with a couple of years now. Server after server, and I'm in a home group too, and making friends. We just end up being like the nastiest people. Everyone's being so mean to each other, and like ways that like, I don't even know if they would do it in real life. I think it's just so bizarre. And like it's like getting to a point where like is there any like real decent like servers out there like decent happy nice people like
Well, I try to be big dog.
And so transferring a bearer instrument final settlement in the internet domain or in cyberspace, that's a critical thing. And anybody in the crypto will do that. Cryptos can do that. But what they can't do,
Right.
what 99% of them fail to do, is be covered for security.
And I'm also which is this hire people who mean to each other. Why do you not have like a just like train?
That could be.
I also think that I mean,
If you think about the layer one, the layer one is settlement
That could be. Yeah, I've never been a huge fan of the name. We're just watching podcasts.
I need the money in from the so big trick $1 million from here. Big trick $1 million from here
Yeah, I
to the
mean,
year 2140.
go outside, touch,
And that's what we want to
touch
start
grass.
What you want
That's true.
Oh my God.
and how fast you want it to move. The single thing that's most important is not like if it you a foot in 100 years, too much. If it's like an inch, which it can a trillion, how much on the bedrock of Manhattan. Think about 100-story buildings. The real key here is the foundation asset needs to be protected. The fact that you can create $100 trillion layer one that would stand for 100 years, that is evolutionary breakthrough. First time. The fact that common property, global extremely likely to would happens.
Um,
People tried
yeah.
many times before and they all
I
failed.
have intense emotions. That's another part about me. I don't understand why am I so different than the other dudes. Like, but cool, man. How you day?
Oh, I've just been chilling, my friend, watching podcasts and going viral.
Money. Value. Large enough transaction. I have frequency. I don't know how basic base point buys because transfer money.
Yeah. So layer one is the foundation for the entire cyber economy. And we don't want it to move fast. What we want is immortality,
What'd you say?
incorruptible industry.
I don't want one, big dog. I appreciate that, but I'm comfortable. Absolutely. Yeah, I've had desks and computer chairs. I don't use them. I like being in bed. What's unhealthy about it? I like lying down on my back. Oh, I'm fine. I like lying down on my back, really. I don't I think it's important as well. I'm in agreement with you.
But thing is example like over 50,000 transactions a day, 350 million transactions. So on that layer two, you can move Bitcoin in seconds for fractions of seconds. Now, that's not the end all be all because there are a lot of open protocols. Lightning probably won't be the one because there's a open market competition of other permitted open source protocols to do this work. And in theory, any other crypto network that was deemed to be property, deemed to be non-security, would all be thought of as there's a debate about are there any and what are they, and we can leave that
Yeah, I
for a
just
later
finished
time.
watching all the Kill Tonys. Oh yeah, I watch it. Come back tomorrow night at 6 p.m. Yeah, Pacific, and I'm not sure who the guest is going to be. It's kind of always a surprise. Oh, I love it too, man.
So if you Bitcoin less than free, it would be finance.
I'm in agreement with you on that, my friend.
Obviously, think about it. Free, maybe
Dog, I know what you're talking about. That guy was fucking so funny. Dude, Doug, I forget his name, but he might be the funniest bucket pull they've ever had. He he's the guy who's hauling horses and causing not that guy. That was somebody that was different than who I'm thinking of. I like the guy I like the guy who says, "I'm hauling horses and causing divorces." That guy's hilarious. Yeah, he absolutely did. Very, very funny. Yeah, but I'm a big kill. I've watched them all. It took me like 3 months to watch all 700 and whatever episodes, but it was fun. It was worth it. Yeah, nobody does. I don't like the stadium shows. I don't like. Um, I don't think David Lucas is very funny. I don't think that. Yeah, you're not alone. There are a lot of people who don't. Yeah, no, I know who you're talking about. Rick. Yeah, he. I, I think that. I think that guy. So I don't think he's that good. No. It could just be personal preference, but um, I don't think he's funny. I think that guy from Houston, the newest bucket pull, or I don't maybe second newest bucket pull after that guy from Japan. Yeah, he has been on like yeah. I think he's pretty funny. Um, I think that Cam can be funny, but he also can he can be hit and miss. Um, yeah, William Montgomery. I mean, I'm not saying I don't think he's like completely funny. Like they did that thing at that poke restaurant or whatever, that sushi restaurant, like a couple weeks ago, and that was okay. Um, I think that I I think William Montgomery is fucking hilarious. He's the highlight of the show. Yeah, I think that I think that Artie Matty is pretty funny. I think that who else do I think is funny? Um, I think he's not funny at all. He sucks. Dog, I'm in his okay, so I'm in his subreddit just to see people rip on his ass. He sucks. Dude, he lost. He lost that stadium thing. and it's rigged because if you, I mean, I'm sure you're aware, like whenever they do any of those, like, do you think number one won? And then people cheer, or number two. It's always number two. It's like that for the. It's like that for if you've ever seen the drum offs, exactly. And did you watch the ones when they did it in LA? No, 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 no. I mean, like, when did you start watching? Like, just when they've been in Austin? Yeah, did you watch? Have you seen the ones like in LA? Yeah, exactly. Um, it was a different kind of show then. And when I first saw the ones, like, I only had seen the ones that were like more recent, but then I saw the ones where they did at when the band would do things, and then I actually thought they were really funny. And did you ever see, like, these are real old, where they had not Iron Maiden, the Iron Patriot? Yeah, exactly. Those ones are fucking deep cuts, but they're hilarious. And the Iron Patriot actually came on stage, like he rushed the stage at episode like 200 something, and it like freaked Tony out like crazy. It was just really funny. And yeah, so he rushes this yeah, he rushes the stage and then just does this little wave, and Tony is literally like, I just saw my life flash before my eyes. Like he thought he was like gonna have a gun or something, and he pretty easily could have. Um, I I very much enjoyed, believe it or not, the Iron Patriot because he gave a little background on the guests. So he'd be like he would read their Wikipedias and then ask them really awkward things about their Wikipedias, which I kind of thought was funny, like because nobody else is gonna press you on your Wikipedia, but this guy did, and he was really creepy too. I'm not saying he wasn't creepy, but there was just something about him that like I just thought was really interesting that he would um he would just yeah, and he promotes Kill Tony even though they want nothing to do with him. And like he promoted the most recent Nashville show. I don't know, I'd like him to come back actually. He's weird though. He's weird. And if you okay, so the lore of him was this. He was at the first episode. And if you've ever seen the first episode, it's like really bare bones. And he said like, "Hey, I've got this suit that I'd like to wear that cost $6,000. I imported it from Norway. Would you let me come on?" And they're like, "Okay, well, we guess you could be like security or something like that, like whatever." And so he was on the first like 50 episodes or something, and he would read he really was like a third part of the show. He was the band before the band, and he would read the people's Wikipedias and then ask them about like weird things on their Wikipedias. And sometimes if people didn't want to answer or whatever, um, it was kind of funny. So he couldn't. He had this suit that was like $6,000 that would like smell because he couldn't like wash it. It was like a plastic Iron Man suit, and it couldn't be the Iron Man suit because if it was the Iron Man suit, it was um it was a copyright infringement. So basically he had to like be the Iron Patriot instead of Iron Man. And what the reason why he lost his job was he was annoying. Like he would annoy people and he would chime in when he shouldn't have chimed in or whatever. But that's fine. He was just kind of feeling out. Right. So they brought him on another podcast. Have you ever seen Getting Doug with High with Doug Benson? So they were on that show, and um the Iron Patriot didn't smoke pot, or like he did at one time, but he didn't anymore. And then they like got him high, or like it was just like, I don't know if they got him high purposefully. If I recall, it was like just secondhand, but he just kept talking and like interrupting the show. And then after the show, he went up to Doug and he was like, "Hey, I could drop Kill Tony and just be a full time sidekick to you." And Doug was like, "Yeah, no, like thanks, but no thanks." And then Doug, of course, told Tony about that. And then Tony was like, "Wait a second. You mean to tell me that you felt that you told Doug that we were holding you back and that you could be a lot bigger than you currently were? You're like basically I don't want you on the show if you think we're holding you back." So then he booted him, and that's kind of the end of that. Yeah, definitely. He was. Um right, and he could have been really, really big. He could be like a multimillionaire like Red Band or Tony if he would have just played along with. I don't know if they would have let I don't know if they Yeah, do you see it now? Exactly. Um I don't know if necessarily he'd be a millionaire, but he'd be probably quite a wealthy individual if they would have let him if they would have let him if they would have let him continue. Because there's the question, like, they fired kind of a lot of people, um or got, I don't know if they fired him, but like they got rid of the old band. They just said that it wasn't working out, and they didn't take him to Austin with them, although they've allowed some people to come, like Jet Ski, um Johnson. Yeah, I think she's pretty cool. um she had a she had a really big she had a really big episode, like where she said a bunch of funny stuff, like 3 episodes ago or something. Like, she just is knocking it out of the park. um I think it's cool that she plays an instrument, and she's a girl, and girls are just rare in comedy, so I get why they're they they basically bring her on. um I think that the old band, I think, had to get really creative because they would wear like different costumes every episode, which cost some money and time and everything. And they were doing other things too. I mean, like, nobody made Kill Tony like their full time job. They all had other stuff going, and like now they can, but um, and then they had, well, in the really early days, they had, this is what I thought, they had regulars, but they were only women, and they had um, Congdon. They had this other girl, I forget her name. Um, her last name starts with an M, I think. Um, Mikhailsky or something. And then um, they had this other girl on who just never could get comedy right. She was just really scared and just couldn't do it. And then they had this one girl. You can look her up on Instagram. This girl's hot as fuck. Her name's Violet Jones on Instagram, and she actually got too big for Kill Tony and started working full time at HBO. So she kind of was like, she got big time, and a very attractive woman. Even like Joe Rogan, who normally wouldn't make comments about like chicks like that. I don't think he was already pretty big and like he didn't want to get B2'd or whatever. He was like, "You are hot as fuck." um, and she's a very pretty woman. So her name was Vanessa Johnston or something like that, and but she goes by Violet Jones on Instagram. Anyway, um, and then then they had this other guy, this this guy from North Carolina, who was maybe the funniest person they've ever had on the show. Unfortunately, what happened, and they never talk about him anymore, but what happened with him was he moved from North Carolina and he was living in his car. And it was really sad because this all his guys' stories were about being homeless basically. But he was very, very, very funny. I mean, I'm like you watch his old stuff, he comes through and he's very, very funny. And they loved him. He was the male um first male regular, and he started doing tours with Tony a little bit and like opening up for people. And he actually got in a video game. He was starting to become big. But the saddest thing happened. He was living in his car, and he was like living in a gym parking lot and always having to dodge cops and stuff. And one night he was out and about and he got jumped, and they did they got him good to the point where he had like brain damage, and he was never the same. He was never as funny as he was. And then he went back to being homeless, and apparently like he moved out of LA. I mean, it was just like a really sad story. And there was yeah, it's like not talked about a lot, but he was on like maybe he was on I maybe like 50 episodes or so. He was on like episodes 100 through 150. But he was so funny that I remember Red Band saying, we've had a lot of people on here, and no one aside from you has ever come up and killed every single time. He's like, you've not never not killed. I remember it was like 25 in a row. He just killed, and he was really really funny. He was before William Montgomery even. Dude, the goat, man. So funny. So funny. What a tragic story. But his memory lives on. It is really sad. Yeah. She's pretty hot. She's pretty hot and pretty funny, and it yeah, it's sad. Um it is sad. No doubt about that. Michael Lair was right. When I watched, I think I just it was just the way that it came on where it was like a bunch of people with like brain injuries or autism or MS. And I thought the show was like, hey, let's bring people on here who have developmental disabilities and make fun of them. And I was like, this is terrible. Like, I can't believe that this is allowed. But then I pretty quickly saw, like, oh no, he's giving people who normally wouldn't get an opportunity to be funny. And that's pretty cool. And Michael Lair,
Sometimes when he's a little too mean,
yeah, exactly. And I understand that. But at least with Michael Lair, I don't know a lot of other people who would have given him such an opportunity, and he just would tear the place apart. The only issue is you couldn't understand what he was saying sometimes, but if you understood what he was saying, his jokes were so funny. I mean, I'll never forget his first joke, which is, what the fuck happened to all that ice bucket challenge money? That is just a killer joke. And like he he's just a very funny individual. And if you've ever seen, they showed it one time. They showed a clip of him before MS, and it was like, oh, dude, this guy was not only really funny in improv and stand up, he's a good looking dude too, and just like it makes you think like this could happen to anybody. Yeah. So I watched all of them from episode 1 through episode 700 or whatever. And now now let's talk about guests. Who your favorite guests are. Um for the longest time, Tony wouldn't always be able to fill the guest spot, so they would have Dom Irera on, who was quite funny. But he's got yeah. They also had Doug Benson on a lot. Dude, somebody who I didn't some oh yeah. Yeah. Um are you talking about the episode where that guy rushes the stage on mushrooms?
He was just doing a minute, but I like Jeremiah's reaction to him. Tried to pull Jeremiah's cord out of his mic and tried starting to fight Jeremiah. Big J took over.
That's right. That's what happened. That's right. Um that's right. And could sense something was going to happen. Um there was um Brody Stevens, who I actually appreciated a lot more after his death, all his positivity and all that. And just like,
I just, he was just a wild guy. I've seen a video of him freaking out at Tony at the comedy store.
and yeah, he's from LA, and living in LA, he a lot of his humor was like LA based. So if you're here, you like he he had all kinds of issues. He wasn't that though. He just had like severe depression, and he was just like one of those guys who could never like he played baseball at Arizona State and like wasn't good enough to make the major leagues and was always trying to make these teams and like um he got into you know stand up and then started doing he was the opening comic for he was like the warm up guy for Chelsea Lately. He was in The Hangover and he was just a funny person and he had a lot of catchphrases. The biggest one is 818 till I die, which is the area code for the valley, and kind of sad that he did die. Um, and he's just a he was just a really funny person. I think not really funny, but there were aspects of him that I thought were funny. Um, now,
One of those for me is Greg Giraldo.
yeah, definitely, who was a lawyer and then became a stand-up comedian. Yeah, definitely, definitely, he would be so big today. He would be big today, and um, and what's his name? Oh,
Describing the letters between the men who were in war back in Civil War time and the letters between nowadays. My dearest Janae, as I fight the forces of tyranny out in sweet Molasses. Ready, it is hot out here in the desert.
that's very funny. Patrice O'Neill would be huge today too. They even say, I mean, I've even heard them say Patrice O'Neill, if he was alive today, he'd have the biggest podcast in the world. And I don't know if that's true. I don't know if it'd be bigger than the Joe Rogan Experience, but I think it would be very big. And I also think that it would be he would have had other roles as well. He was on The Office as a warehouse worker. He was on Chappelle's Show. Um, Gone too soon. Another guy who's gone too soon.
I got a question about Dave Chappelle thing. Um, so just may have not thought about this, but consider Dave Chappelle and his stand-ups when his show was out and you know, or after leave, and the Dave Chappelle coming back after Africa, and
It's like it's a different person. Yeah, dog. I've thought the same thing. So I've looked into this one pretty deeply, and allegedly, didn't he say that they killed him? Exactly. Yeah. And I've heard they killed his and I heard they killed his wife and kids as well, and did the same. Whether that's true or not, it would be the perfect person to test out that kind of technology, because he does not look this right. Exactly. Like, this is deep on the iceberg chart.
supposedly Nazis uh, especially figured out human cloning with World War II taking over. They're pumping out a bunch of clones. They were supposedly Nazis made contact with the powerful extraterrestrials or anyone else. They traded human bodies for technology.
Yeah, dog, that's the 1954 Edwards Air Force Base and Holloman Air Force Base uh, alien treaties, basically allowing for alien abductions in exchange for advanced technology.
It was an Admiral Byrd.
Fuck yeah. Oh, no, no. No, I thought you were talking about when he was in Australia or Antarctica.
Yeah,
The German name for it, yeah. So, yeah, he made it over the North Pole, and then all of a sudden, like, some crafts like basically guided him downwardly, and it started to be green and lush, and they. But, all right, tell me about it.
um, they're getting word from Navy spies that are making their ways into these deep underground ice caves that are coming back with straight up reports to the highest heads of naval intelligence saying that there are Nazis down in those caves, cloning people, making anti-gravity, working with lizard people. Um, and so, you know, they're like, okay, what's that saying? But just in case, send a naval fleet to go. That's what Admiral Byrd's first whole reason for going to, and why he brought an entire naval fleet with him. His naval fleet was decimated within 15 minutes. Not got to there because about 2 or 3 multiple saucers came out of the waters and plasma weaponry decimated ships and many people very quickly. What happened to Admiral Byrd after he described seeing after was after that.
Okay.
Those people described to him the whole of their lands and everything.
Jim Brewer. If you've ever seen Jim Brewer talk about it, he's kind of make he's kind of
He's trying to open the truth. I've seen like so Jim Brewer is another one that I think maybe it was the original comedian when he grew up, but I don't think it's the same.
half baked, yeah. Um, I'm gonna look at this Jim Brewer. Jim Brewer, Dave Chappelle. Comedian Jim Brewer has questioned whether the Dave Chappelle, who returned from Africa, is the real one or a clone. The speculation began after Chappelle's trip to Africa, which Brewer believes might have changed Chappelle significantly. There's no doubt about that. Brewer's comments were made in a YouTube video published April 29, 2024, so just like a year ago. Some people think that suggests that Chappelle had a crisis of conscience and wanted to preserve his integrity. Okay, so I'm just gonna go to that April 29th video and see what he has to say. Jim Brewer. What happened to Dave Chappelle? Here it is. Yeah. So I mean, he says that he has doubts that they're the same person. So does Roseanne. And I'm not sure. All I know is that he came back jacked, and nobody talked about it. And it was like, why don't people? Oh, this is baller. Yeah, that's some weird shit, man. He talks about it, and then he had pictures of him, allegedly, whatever.
Going, I am going, but basically every practice speaking, it becomes too costly to memorize the
Yeah,
practice.
you did. Yeah, you said.
That also makes sense of why there's reptilian Nazis. You know what I mean?
Especially when you get tests. And with the test of it, there's almost like a layer 4, by the way. If you want to, a layer 4 would be I've got Bitcoin on an application, but I can't withdraw it. So I've got an application that's backed by Bitcoin. But Bitcoin is
investigative. Like, so, give them a video and be like, what can you find out?
and so I own a security. You could own MS if you own a security or you own
Yeah.
benefits of Bitcoin, but you don't have the withdraw the asset.
Yeah, the security market definitely is
I don't know if I would anything that's a proprietary product based upon Bitcoin embedded in it, where you can't withdraw the Bitcoin, is another application. So if you think about different ways, you can either stay completely on the layer one and use the base chain for your transaction, or you can limit yourself to layer one, layer two, lightning. And the purists say we stay there, get your Bitcoin off the exchange. But you can also go to the layer three. When Cash App supported Bitcoin, they made it very easy to buy it, and then they gave you the ability to withdraw. PayPal or I think Robinhood let you buy it. They wouldn't withdraw it. There was a big community up there, and people want these layer threes to make it possible to withdraw the Bitcoin. They could be private wallet, get it off the exchange. I think the answer to the question is corruption possible? Corruption is possible in all human institutions, all governments, everywhere. The difference between digital property and physical property is you own a building in Los Angeles and the city politics turn against you, you can't move the building. And when you own a share of a security, like a U.S. traded security, and you wish to move to some other country, take the security with you either. And when you own a bunch of gold and you try to get through the airport, they might not let you take it. So Bitcoin is advantageous to all those. You actually have the option to withdraw your assets from the Bitcoin. You know, Bitcoin with Fidelity, stock with Fidelity, you had bonds, sovereign debt with Fidelity. If you own some mutual funds and some other random limited partnerships with Fidelity. None of those things can be removed from the custodian, but the Bitcoin you can take off the exchange, you can remove from the custodian. So
it's still possible.
there's a deterrent. There's an anti-corrupting element, and the phrase is an armed society is a polite society. Right? Because you have the optionality to withdraw all your assets from the crypto exchange, force fairness, and at the point where you disagree with their policy, you can within an hour move your assets to another counterparty or take personal custody of those assets. You don't have that option with most other forms of property. You don't have as much optionality with any other form of property owner. So what makes digital property distinct is the fact that it has the most optionality for custody. Now coming back to the energy issue, the real point is the energy moves milliseconds for free on layer 3. It moves in seconds or less than seconds on layer 2. It moves in minutes on the layer 1. And I don't think it makes any sense to even think about trying to solve all three problems on the layer 1 because it's possible to achieve the security and the incorruptibility and immortality if you try to build at that much speed and that functionality and performance. In fact, if you come back to the New York model, you really wanted a block of granite, a building, and a company. That's what makes the economy, right? If I said to you, you're going to build a building, you only have one company in the life of the building, it would be very fragile, very brittle. What company is still relevant today? You want all three layers because they all oscillate at different frequencies. And there's a tendency to think, well, it's got to be this L1 or that L1. Not really. And sometimes people think, well, I don't really want any L3. But companies, it's not an even war. Companies are better than crypto asset networks at certain things. If you want complexity, you want to implement complexity, or you want to implement compliance, couldn't decentralize Apple or Netflix or even YouTube. The performance wouldn't be there, and the subtlety wouldn't be there. And you can't really legally centralize certain forms of banking and insurance because they become illegal in the jurisdiction they're in. Unless you're a crypto anarchist and you believe no companies and no nations, this is not very practical, not anytime soon. Once you allow that nation states will continue and companies have a role, then the layered architecture follows, and the free market determines who wins. For example, there are layer threes that let you acquire Bitcoin and withdraw Bitcoin. There are other applications that let you acquire but not withdraw it, and they don't get the same market share, but they might give you some other advantage. There are certain layer threes, Cash App, where they just incorporated an implementation of it. So that makes it advantageous versus an application that doesn't incorporate like that. If you think about the big picture is 8 billion people with mobile phones by 100 million companies, billions of transactions an hour, and the companies are settling with each other on the base layer in blocks of 80 million times, and then companies are trading with the consumers, right? Proprietary layers like layer 3, and then on occasion people are shuffling assets across custodians with lightning layer 2 because you don't want to pay $5 below $50. A 20th of a penny below $50. So all of these things create in the economy. Let's consider how much of $1 billion in 20 years, I couldn't find a way to trade with another company or counterparty in Nigeria. Like, no amount of money. Give me $10 billion. I couldn't, because you get shut down at the banking level. You can't link up a bank in Nigeria with a bank in the U.S. You get shut down at the credit card level because they don't have the credit card here. Shut down at the compliance FCPA level because wouldn't be able to implement with somebody else's system if it's not the right political jurisdiction. On the other hand, 3 entrepreneurs in Nigeria on the weekend could create a website that would trade and lighten the economy using open protocols without asking anybody's permission. You're talking about something that's like 1 million times cheaper, less friction, and faster. If you want to get money to move.
What do you think that looks like? So that now there's war going on in Ukraine, there's other women, and it's difficult faith which is war, civil war or war with nations. What's the role of Bitcoin in this context?
Bitcoin's a universal trust protocol, a universal energy protocol, if you will. English is one. Okay, what I see is a bunch of fragmentation of applications. For example, the Russian payment app, the Ukraine payment app is not going to work in Russia. The U.S. payment apps won't work either places, as far as I know. So, in Argentina, their payment app may not work in certain parts of Africa. So what you have is different local economies where people set up their own applications compliant with their own local laws, or in war zones not compliant, just spinning up.
So how do you do something that's not compliant? What is revolutionary here? You don't the government or what you want to free yourself. So here's the thing: when a nation is at war, especially if it's on their authoritarian regime going to try to control the public, lock everything down. Information break through that. And build an app essentially that allows you to flow money outside the legal constraints placed on you by the government. So basically break the law.
Metaphorically speaking, if you want to break out of the constraints of your culture, you want to speak English. But it's not illegal to speak English, or even if it is, it doesn't matter. But English works everywhere in the world if you can speak it, and then you can tap into a global and intelligent network. So Bitcoin is a language. You learn to speak Bitcoin, and you learn to speak Lightning, and then you tap into that network in whatever manner you can.
But the problem is it's still in Russia, Ukraine now, and there was a sense to me that the cryptocurrency in general, here for helping people, there's millions of refugees all around. It's very difficult to money around that space.
I think we're very early. Like we're very embryonic here. If you look at
we as a civilization are we operating in the cryptocurrency space.
I think the entire crypto economy is very embryonic, and the human race's adoption of it is embryonic. We're like 1-2% down that adoption curve. If you take Lightning, for example, the first real commercial applications of Lightning is 12 months. So we're like year 1. We might be approaching year 2 of commercial Lightning adoption. If you look at Lightning adoption, Lightning is not built into Coinbase, it's not built into Binance, it's not built into FTX. Cash App just implemented the implementation, but not all the features are built into it. A dozen Lightning wallets circulating out there. So I think that, we're probably getting 36 months of software development. At the point that every Android phone and every iPhone has a Bitcoin wallet or a crypto wallet, of course, that's a big deal. If Apple embraced Lightning, it's a big deal.
So the adoption, the Warzone adoption, people struggle more. People who are doing that before the war started, they don't have the technological education. The hackers and all those guys way. Regular people who are just struggling day by day. And so the adoption permeates the entire culture, then you can start to move money around. What if psychoanalyze Jack Dorsey? He's one of the early adopters, or one of the early adoption of 3 inside Cash App. The man, as a business owner, as somebody like what, why did you do it, and what does that mean for others at the scale that might be doing today? So incorporating Lightning Network, incorporating Bitcoin product.
I think he's been pretty clear about this. He feels that Bitcoin is an instrument of economic empowerment for billions of people that are unbanked and have no property rights. If you want to give an incorruptible bank to 8 billion people on the planet, that's the same as asking the question, how do you give a full education to PhD to 8 billion people on the planet? And the answer is a digital version of the 20th century thing running on a mobile phone. And Bitcoin is a bank in cyberspace, by incredible software, and it's everybody on Earth. So I think Jack looks at it very simple, everybody has to do. You look at us, right? Like you're going to give them banks, you're not going to put a bank branch on every corner. That's a waste of energy. You're not going to run copper wires across the continent. That's a machine waste of energy. You're not going to give them gold. So how are you going to provide people with a decent life. The metaphor, I think, is relevant here, biological metaphor. Type 1 diabetic.
What'd you say?
You're type 1 diabetic, more fat, and you get more
One more time?
excess energy. So that means
Take
that
care, Big Dog.
fat is the ultimate organic battery. You got some ghosts body. But if you can't generate insulin, form fat cells, and fat cells and store energy, die. So lack of property rights is like a type 1 diabetic. And so if you look at people everywhere in the world, they don't have property rights, they don't have an effective bank, and they don't have their currency. Like what are the two things that in theory would serve as of organic battery, an economic battery, the civilization? I have a currency which has value and I can store it in a bank. So a risk-free currency derivative. I pay you your money, take your life savings, put it in the bank, save up for your retirement, you'll happily ever after. That's the American dream, right? That's the idyllic situation. The real situation is there are no banks in the bank. So I give you your pay currency, and I double the supply, and I give it to my cousin, or I give it to whatever cause I want, or I use it to buy weapons, and you find the loaf of bread costs triple next month, and your life savings is worthless. So in that environment, everybody's ripped back to Stone Age barter. And the problem with that, even Stone Age barter, is you carry your life savings on your back, and what happens with a guy with a machine gun pointed at your head and takes your life savings? So I think from Jack's point of view, he thinks that life is, this is maybe too strong, but these are my words, life is hopeless for a lot of people. Bitcoin is hope because it gives everyone an engineered monetary asset that's a bearer instrument, and it gives them a bank on their mobile phone, and they don't have to trust their government or another counterparty with their life force. So there's a secondary thing I'm interested in. It's just the first thing is human rights. The second thing would be the friction to trade cross borders is so great, right? Like you like AI, so I'll give you a beautiful notion. Maybe one day there'll be an artificially intelligent creature in cyberspace that is self-sufficient, rich.
Like that when you have someone.
Can a robot own money or property? How about can a Tesla car? Can I actually put enough money in a car for it to drive itself and maintain itself forever? Or can I create an artificially intelligent creature in cyberspace that is endowed such that it would live 1,000 years and continue to do its job? Now, we have a word for that in the real world, institution. Harvard, Cambridge, Stanford, right? There are institutions with endowments that go on in perpetuity. But what if I wanted to perpetuate a software program? And with something like digital property, with Bitcoin and Lightning, and on the other hand, with banks, credit cards, you couldn't, right? Ever. So you can create things that are beautiful and lasting. What's the difference in speed? Well, I can either trade with everybody in the world at the speed of light, friction-free, in 24 hours, writing a Python script, or I can spend $100 billion to trade with a few million people in the world after some 6 months of application. The impedance is like a 10 million to 1 difference. right? And the metaphors are literally like launching something in orbit versus almost orbit, or vacuum sealing. Does it last forever, and does it orbit forever, or does it go up and come down and burn up? Right? And I think Jack is interested in, putting freedom in orbit. Putting freedom in orbit, and he said it one time. He said, "This is native currency, right? And no political construct or security is a native currency. Property, and you need property that can be moved a million times a second, can be oscillated at 10 kilohertz per 100 kilohertz. The answer is only if it's a pure digital construct, permissionless and open. And so I think that's enthusiastic as the technologist, enthusiastic as the humanitarian. What he's doing is support both those areas. He's supporting the Lightning Protocol by building the, but he's also building the application at the Cash App level in order to commercialize and deliver the functionality and compliance necessary. They're related.
And you also said fascinating person. Randomly, I didn't even explain. I tried. I met him. Did gave him a great big hug from nowhere. There's no explanation. He disappeared. Fascinating human. That relationship with the art, the world, and suffering. Technology is fascinating. I don't know what his path looks like, but it's interesting that people like that is. And in part, I'm sad that he no longer is involved with Twitter directly, because I was hoping something inside Twitter would also ideas of your own digital energy. This whole network, something I'm really passionate about. Maybe for educational purposes, what can you please explain to me what the market is? Did you see what happened? Sorry to have you analyze Twitter like it's Shakespeare, but can you please explain to me why there's any drama over this topic?
First of all, Web3 is a term that's used to refer to the economy is token finance. So if I'm launching an application, my idea is to create a token along with the application and issue the token to the community so as to finance the application and build support for it. I think that that's the most common interpretation of Web3. There are other interpretations too, so I'm just going to refer to that one. And I think the beat, in a nutshell, not articulated, but I'll articulate it, is whether or not you should focus all your energy creating applications on top of an ethical digital property like Bitcoin, or whether you should attempt to create a competitor which generally would be deemed as a security by the Bitcoin community. So I'm not putting my
Yeah.
all the tokens, if it's driven by a venture capitalist or security, there's a CEO and a CEO, it's securities. All these projects, they're companies, foundations, companies, right? If you call them a project or a foundation, it doesn't make it not a security. They're all an collection of individuals who are issuing equity in the form of a token. And if there's a pre-mine, an ICO, a foundation, or any kind of protocol where there's a group of engineers that have influence, then to a securities lawyer or Bitcoiners, and definitely to anybody that's deep in securities law, you can say, well, that passes the Howey. It looks like a security should be sold to the public pursuant to disclosures and regulations, and you're just ducking the IPO process, right? And so now we get back to the ethical issue. The ethical issue is if you're trading the commodity and representing it as a commodity while truthfully it's a security. Now, there's a violation of ethics. It's probably illegal.
Well, you keep on this pushback on that part. Yeah. Maybe you can educate me, but you keep leaning in this line of security laws with all due respect to lawyers, as if that line will define what it is ethical. I think there's a lot of correlation and discuss. I like to leave the line aside. If the law calls something security, it doesn't mean, in my eyes, that is unethical. There could be some technicalities and lawyers. The bigger point is that you know that the project will be permanently, well, that's permanently different than the structure of it.
It's not that creating securities is unethical. I create a security for the company public, right? That's not the unethical part. It's completely ethical to create security. Block is security. All companies. The unethical part is to represent it as property security and promote it or trade it as such.
So promotion, that's also a technical thing. What counts not as promotion, and you get in trouble for all these things, but that's the game that lawyers play. There's an ethical thing here, which is like what's right to promote or not. To me, propaganda is unethical, but usually not illegal.
If you clock back 20 years, right, all the boiler room pump and dump schemes were all about pitching a penny stock or selling swampland in Florida. And if you roll the clock back 20 years and I create my own company and I represent it, I don't make the disclosures, right? You're just one step removed from the boiler room, and that's what's distasteful about it. There are ways to sell securities to the public, but there are expectations. Maybe we could forget about whether the security laws are ethical or not, right? We've done a lot. We'll just start with the biblical definition of ethics. Don't lie, cheat, or steal. So if I'm going to sell something to you, I need to fully disclose what I'm selling, right? And that's a matter of great debate right now. So I think that's part of the debate. But the other part of the debate is whether or not we need more than one token. Like, we need at least one, right? We need at least one digital property because zero, there is no digital economy.
Yes.
And by the way, the conventional view of maximalists is they think there's one and everything else isn't. That's not the point I'm going to make. I would say we know there is at least one digital property that is Bitcoin. If you can create a truly decentralized, non-custodial, bearer instrument that is not under the control of any organization that is fairly distributed, then you might create another or multiple, and there may be others out there. But I think that the frustration of a lot of people in the Bitcoin community, and I share this with Jack, is we can create $100 trillion of value in the real world simply by building applications on top of Bitcoin as a foundation. And so continually trying to reinvent the wheel and create competitive things is a massive waste of time and a diversion of human creativity. It's like we have an ethical good thing, and now we're going to try to create a third or a fourth one. Why?
Let's talk about it. So, first of all, interesting. Talk about properties and securities. Let's talk about conflict. You said you could advertise public. You have a popular Twitter account. It's hilarious and insightful. You promote Bitcoin. I don't know if you say that, but do you think there's a conflict of interest in anyone who owns
know there's an interest. I think that you promote a property or an idea to the extent that you don't control it. I think that the point at which you start to have a conflict of interest is when you're promoting a proprietary product, proprietary security. A security in general is a proprietary asset. So, for example, if you look at my Twitter, you'll find that I make lots of statements about Bitcoin. You won't ever see me making a statement that we stop the ball forever. I'm not promoting a security MSTR because at the end of the day, MSTR is a security. It is proprietary. I have proprietary interest in it. I have a disproportionate amount of control influence on the direction. Whereas,
The control is the problem. Because you have interest in both. If Bitcoin is successful, as you were talking about, you are very possible to become the richest person on earth. How much you own in Bitcoin, right? I don't know.
I would benefit economically.
Now, you would benefit economically.
That's true.
That's not conflict of interest because word property, Bitcoin is an idea, and Bitcoin is open.
I don't control it. In essence, the ethical line here is, could I print myself 10 million more Bitcoin or not?
Or can anyone, right? It's not just you. Because can you promote somebody else's? Yeah. Like if you promote Apple.
It's like you can have a Twitter account where you promote camping, or you promote family values, or promote a carnivore diet, or promote the Iron Man, right?
You're not getting wealthier camping. You can't own a stake in. You own a lot of Bitcoin. What is that? You own a stake in.
Yeah, I would grant you.
But the lack of control is the fundamental ethical line that you don't have. All you are is you're a fan of the idea. You believe in the idea. You follow it.
Yeah, I think
you can't take that idea away from others.
Let's come back to some maybe easier examples. You were the head of the Marine Corps, right? And someone came to you and said, I created Marine Coin, and the twist on Marine Coin is I want you to tell every Marine they'll get an extra Marine Coin, when they get their next break. And then I'm going to give you, I'm going to let you buy Marine Coin now, and then after you buy Marine Coin, I want you to promote it to them, right? At some point, if you start to have a disproportionate influence on it, or if you're in a conversation with disproportionate influence, it would make you profoundly uncomfortable, I think, if the head of the Marine Corps started promoting anything that looked like a security. Now, if the Marine Corps started promoting, I think he's kind of wacky, maybe, like that's kind of a waste of time and distraction. So, but to the extent that considering is not a security, it's not a problem unless you. Ultimately, the issue of decentralization is really a critical
not having a
one.
Is it something in Bitcoin replicated? All the things you can get as property that you replicated.
It's possible to create other crypto property.
But having a head like of a project, a thing that limits ability to be property, if you try to replicate the project. The fundamental flaw.
I think the real fundamental issue is you just never want to. If you really want something decentralized, you want a genetic template that substantially is not going to change for 1,000 years. So, I think Satoshi said it, the nature of the software is by version 0.1, because of SET. If there was any development team that's continually changing it on a routine basis, it becomes harder and harder because now there's influence that changes. And what you really want is a very, very simple idea. Like the simplest idea, I'm going to keep track of who owns 21 million parts of energy. And when someone proposes big functional upgrades, you almost don't really want that development to go on the big layer. You want that development to go on the layer 3s because now Cash App has a proprietary set of functionality and it's a security. And if you're going to promote the use of this thing, you're not going to promote the layer 3 security because that's an given entity and you're trusting the counterparty. You're going to promote the layer 1 or at most layer 2.
Okay, so one of the fascinating things about Bitcoin, and sorry to romanticize the notion, but that the founders maybe that's useful, but also I just like the psychology of that. Imagine that really feeling one day would be great, something special, and walk away. So first, are you
Actually, I think the provenance is really important. If I were to look at the highlight points, I think having a founder that was anonymous is important. I think the founder disappearing is also important. I think that the fact that Satoshi coins never moved is also important. I think that the lack of an instant coin offering is also important. I think the lack of interest is important. I think the fact that it traded for 15 months with no commercial value is also important. I think that simplicity of the protocol and is very important. I think that the outcome of the block size wars is very important. And all of those things add up to common property. They're all indicators of a digital property as opposed to security. If there was a Satoshi sitting on top of $50 billion worth of Bitcoin, I don't think it would cripple Bitcoin as property, but I think it would undermine this digital property. And if I wanted to undermine a crypto asset network, I would do the opposite of this. I would launch one myself. I would sell 25% or 50% to the general public. I would keep some of the initial. I would print some stuff or early mine it, and I would keep an influence on it. Those are all what you would do in order to create common. I see the entire story as Satoshi giving a gift of digital property to the human race and disappearing.
one person? You have ideas?
Don't care to speculate.
So do you think it was one person? Like,
It was one. Maybe in conjunction with a bunch of others. I mean, it might have been a group of people that were working together, but certainly
it's so fascinating to me that one person so great, strong, or do you think a lot of it is actually like the block size wars, like the size, all of like set up the characteristics that make property. Do you think that's an actual was thought? Like how does it's almost like a history of science.
Well, credit for they tried 40 of them. I think it's the history of attempting to create something like this, and it was tried many times, and they failed for different reasons. And I think that like Prometheus tried to start a fire 47 times, and maybe the 48th time it starts. And that's how I see this. This is the first one that starts, and it sets a roadmap for it. And I think if you're looking for any one word, it's fair. Right? The point of the network is a fair law, a fair distribution. I have Bitcoin until I bought it. In fact, At this point, we've paid $4 billion of new cash to buy it. If I was sitting on the same position, I had it for free. There's always the question of, did I check out or I bought it for a nickel? The question was fair, and it's a very hard question to answer. Right? Did you acquire the Bitcoin that you own fairly? And if you roll the clock back, you could have bought it for a nickel or a dime. It was a million times more likely to fail. Right? When the risk was greater, the cost was lower, and over time, the risk became lower and the cost became greater. The real critical thing was to allow the marketplace, absent any powerful actor, right? It's almost like if Satoshi had held a million coins and stayed for 10 or years, switching things in the background, there'd still be that question. What we've got is really a beautiful thing. We've got a chain reaction in cyberspace or an ideology spreading virally in the world that has in a fair, ethical fashion. Sometimes it's a very violent, brutal with all the volatility, right? And there's been a lot of sound and fury along the way.
How do you analyze? How do you manage it from a human perspective of volatility? Where's the difference?
And we're 13 years in entire activity. I think the risk is lower. If you look at all the risks, right? The risks in the early years are is the engineering protocol proper, like 1 megabyte block size, 10-minute block frequency, cryptography is will it be or will it crash? 730,000 blocks as it crash. Will it be hacked? Been hacked. Saying right away for years will be hacked. But on the other hand, with $1 billion, it's not as interesting a target as it is with $100 billion. And when it gets to be $1 trillion, bigger target. So the risk has been bleeding off over time as the network monetized. I think the second question is banned. You couldn't know it. It literally could have been banned at any time early on, 2013. I thought it was banned. Like every I thought it was banned. In 2014, the IRS designated it as a property. They could have given it a tax treatment where you had to pay tax on unrealized capital gains every year, and if I touched it, right? So it could have been in any number of places banned by a government, but in fact it was legitimized property. And then the question is, would it be taxed or would it be copied? Would it be better than that? 1,000 times. You know the story of all of those. They either diverge to be something totally different and not possible, or someone trying to copy non-sovereign bearer instrument store of value found that their network's fast to be 1% of what Bitcoin is. So now we're sitting at a point where all those risks are out of the way. I would say that year one of institutional adoption is it started August 2020. That's when MicroStrategy bought $250 million worth of Bitcoin. It was set on the wire. We were the first company to actually buy. I don't think we found a $5 million company before we did that. So that was kind of like a gun going off. And then in the next 12 months, Tesla bought Bitcoin, Square bought Bitcoin. And I think now we're in year two of it. And 20 should be 24 publicly traded Bitcoin miners by the end of this quarter. You're looking at 36 publicly traded companies, and you've got in the range of $50 billion on the balance of Bitcoin on the balance sheet of publicly traded companies, hundreds of billions of dollars of market cap of Bitcoin exposed companies. So I would say the asset decade one was entrepreneurial, experimental. Decade two is a rotation from entrepreneurs to institutions becoming institutionalized. So maybe decade one you go from zero to a trillion, and decade two you go from 1 trillion to 100 trillion.
What about government institutional adoption? Government supporting these, some government incorporating it into the currency, the bank, all that kind of stuff. And when will it happen?
It's not essential for the success of the asset class, but I think it's inevitable in various degrees of time. But the most likely thing to happen is large acquisitions by institutional investors of Bitcoin as a digital gold, or swapping out gold for digital gold, and thinking of it like that. And the government entities most likely involved, and that would be sovereign wealth. If you look at all the sovereign wealth funds that are holding big tech stocks, the Norwegians, the Midwesterners, if you can hold big tech and holding digital gold would be not far removed from that. That's a non-controversial adoption. I think there are opportunities for government much more profound, right? If the government started to adopt Bitcoin as a treasury reserve asset, that's much bigger than just an asset investment. That's 100x bigger. And you can imagine that's like $1 trillion. Like any government that wanted to adopt it as a treasury reserve asset, probably $1 trillion or more. And then, the thing that people think about is, well, will oil ever be Bitcoin or any other export commodities? There's like $1.8 trillion or more of export commodities in the world, and right now they're all priced in dollars. I think but it's not really that relevant. Like you sell all that stuff in dollars. The relevant decision that any institution makes, whether they're a nonprofit, corporation, government, what's your treasury reserve asset? And if your treasury reserve asset is the peso is losing 20% or 30% of its value a year, then your balance sheet is collapsing within 5 years. And if the treasury reserve asset is dollars and currency derivatives and U.S. treasuries, and you're getting your 7, right now it's probably 15% or more monetary inflation. We're running double the historic average, even triple. So, do I think it will happen? I think that they're conservative, but they have to be shocked. The late Russian sanctions are a big shock. The West sees $300 billion worth of Russian gold and currency derivatives, I think. You got the famous quote by Putin is, we have to rethink our treasury strategy. And that pushes everybody toward a commodity strategy. What commodity do I hold? I think that's what a lot of people thinking. I think that's Chinese thinking. Everybody wants to preserve currency, right? So buy $50 billion worth of dollars every year. I buy 500 billion over a decade, and I probably pay $250 billion of inflation cost in a decade. So
inflation could be one of the wonder if there's which point paying or whether the shock.
I think that year 2022 is pretty catalytic for digital assets in general. The Canadian trucker crisis, I think, educated hundreds of millions of people, and they start questioning their property rights and saying, I think the Ukraine war was a second shock. I think that the Russian sanctions was a third shock. I think all three of them, and I think hyperinflation in the rest of the world is a fourth shock, and then persistent inflation in the U.S. is a fifth shock. So I think it's a perfect storm, and if you put all of these together, what do they signify? They signify the rational conclusion for any person thinking about this is, I'm not sure if I can trust my property. I don't know if I have property rights. I don't know if I can trust the bank. And if I'm politically at odds with the leader of my own country, I'm going to lose my property. And if I'm politically at odds with the owner of another country, I'm still going to lose my property. And then push comes to shove, the banks will freeze my assets and seize them. And I think that that is playing out in front of everybody in the world, such that your logical response would be, I'm going to convert my weak currency to a strong currency. Like I'll convert my peso lira to the. I'm going to convert my weak property to strong property. I'm going to sell my building downtown Moscow. I'd rather own a building in New York City. I'd rather own in a powerful nation than be stuck with a building in Nigeria or a building in Argentina, whatever. So I'm going to sell my weak properties by strong properties. I'm going to convert my digital assets to digital. I'd rather own a digital building than a physical building. Because if I had $1 billion building in Moscow, I'm going to rent that. But if I have $1 billion digital building, I can rent it to anybody in the world. Anybody with money, and the maintenance almost nothing, and I can hold it for 100 years. So it's an indestructible building. And then finally, I want to move from having my assets in the bank with a counterparty to self-custody assets. Right? So, and this is not just Ukraine, but this is like the story in Turkey, Lebanon area, Afghanistan, Iraq, South America. You don't really want to be sitting with $10 million in a bank in Istanbul. The bank's going to freeze your money, convert it to lira, devalue the lira, and then feed it back to you over 17 years. Right?
So self-custody assets is layer one.
Self-custody assets is big. If I got my own hardware wallet, and I've either got your highest form of self-custody would be Bitcoin on your own hardware wallet or Bitcoin in your own self-custody. And the other thing to think about is, how do I get crypto dollars, like Tether, some stable coin? Like I'd rather, you have a choice, I'd rather have your money in a bank in a war zone in dollars, or have your money in a stable coin, stable phone in dollars. Latter rather than the former. 5 billion in stable coins to 200 billion in the last 24 months. But I do think there's massive demand for crypto dollars in the form of a US dollar asset, and everybody in the world would say, yeah, I want that. Well, you're just an extreme patriot. Most people say I want that, and then a lesser group of people say, I think I want to be able to bring my property in the palm of my hand. So I have self-custody of it.
So Bitcoin price has gone quite a roller coaster. What do you think is the high point?
I never go forever. I think the Bitcoin is going to climb in a serpentine fashion, to advance back, and it's going to keep climbing. I think that the volatility attracts capital into the market, and so the volatility makes it the most interesting thing in the financial universe. It also generates massive yield and massive returns for traders, and that attracts capital. We're talking about the difference between 5% return and 500% return. So the fast money is attracted by the volatility. The volatility has been decreasing year by year by year. I think that it's stabilizing I don't think we'll see as much volatility in the future as we have in the past. I think that if we look at Bitcoin and model it as digital gold, the market cap goes to between 10 and 20 trillion. But gold is, remember, gold is effective property. Gold is dead money. You have $1 billion of gold that sits in a vault for a decade. It's very hard to mortgage the gold. It's also very hard to rent the gold. You can't loan the gold. No one's going to create a business with gold. So gold doesn't generate much of a yield. So for that reason, most people wouldn't store $1 billion for a decade in gold. They would buy $1 billion of commercial real estate property. And the reason why is because I can rent it and generate a yield on it in excess of the maintenance cost. So if you consider digital property, that's $100 to $200 trillion addressable market. So I would think it goes from 10 trillion to 100 trillion as people start to think of it as digital property.
What does that mean in terms of price per coin?
At 500,000, right? That's a $10 trillion asset. At 5 million, that's a $100 trillion asset.
It crosses a million.
Higher. Yeah, I think it's going up forever. I mean, it's already going to go to 10 billion, right? Because digital property isn't the highest form, right? Gold was that low frequency money. Property is mid frequency money, but when I start to program it faster, it starts to look like digital energy, and then it doesn't just replace property. Then you're starting to replace bonds, 100 trillion in bonds, 50 to 100 trillion in other currency derivatives, and these are all conventional use cases, right? I think that 350 trillion, 500 trillion dollars worth of currency derivatives, and when I say that, I mean things that are valued based upon fiat cash flows. Any commercial real estate, any bond, any sovereign debt, currency itself, any derivatives to those things, they're all derivatives, and they're all defective. And they're all defective because of this persistent 7 to 14% lapse, what we call inflation or monetary expansion. Can we talk about the energy side of it, like the innovative piece? Yeah. Let's just start with this idea that I've got a hotel worth $1 billion worth of 1,000. It becomes a dematerialized hotel.
I love that word so much, by the way.
We're across from the fountain flow here. Imagine the fountain flow is dematerialized. The problem with a physical hotel is you got to hire real people, moving subject to sound and physics laws and law. I can rent it to people in Miami Beach. But if it was a digital hotel, I could rent the room in London, New York every day, and I can run it with robots. And as soon as I do that, I can rent it by the room hour, and I can rent it by the room minute. And so I start to chop my hotel up into 100,000 room hours that I sell to the highest bidder anywhere in the world. And you can see all of a sudden the yield, the rent, and the income of the property is dramatically increased. I can also see the maintenance of the property fall. I get on Moore's Law. I'm operating in cyberspace. So I got rid of laws. I got rid of all the friction, all those problems. I tapped into the benefit of cyberspace. I created a global property. I started monetizing at different frequencies. And of course, now I can mortgage it to anybody in the world, right? I mean, you're not going to be able to get a mortgage on a Turkish building from someone, in South Africa. You have to find someone local to the culture you're in. When you start to move from analog property to digital property, it's not just a little bit better, it's a lot better. And what I just described, Lex, is like the DeFi vision, right? It's the beauty of DeFi, flash loans, money moving at high velocity. At some point, if the hotel is dematerialized, then what's the difference between renting a hotel room and owning a block of stock, right? I'm just finding the highest, best use of the thing.
It feels like the magic really emerges though when you build a market of layer to layer technology. Like, and maybe you can correct me now, but for all these hotels and all these kinds of things, it's always touching humans at some point. And consumers or the humans, business owners, and so on. So, create interfaces, create services, make all that super efficient, fun to use, pleasant, effective, all those kinds of the whole economy on top of that.
Yeah, I happen to think that won't be done by the crypto industry at all. I think that'll be done by centralized applications. I think it'll be the Citadels of the world, the high-speed traders of the world, and New Yorkers. I think it'll be Binance, FTX, and Coinbase, the layer three exchange that will give you the yield and will give you the loan at the best terms. Because ultimately, you have to jump these compliance. It comes like BlockFi can give you yield, but they have to do it in a compliant way with the United States jurisdiction. So ultimately, those applications use that digital property and either generate a loan, give you a loan on it, or give you yield on it, are going to come from companies. But the fundamental difference is it could be companies anywhere in the world. So a company in Singapore, federal, right? The capital blocks in LA.
Welcome to Theories of the Third Kind. My name is Aaron, and I am one of your hosts. Thirton,
What's up, guys?
and Anna.
Dober Dan.
So before we start today's episode, I just want to say, like always, everyone and ads on this show are taking money from corporations. If you'd like to help us out, there's a few ways that you can do that.
One of those ways is with Patreon. For only $5 a month or 16 cents a day, you could sign up for the Patreon and get an extra episode a week. Today's Patreon, we are releasing Bema. It's a super great episode. We also have others like Clinton Body Count, Dreams. Just make your way on over if you feel like you don't get your fix. We'd be happy to add some more episodes to you every week.
Another way to support the show is through merchandise. Just teleport on over to our website, theoriesofthethirdkind.com, and click on the shop button, or you can go to theoriesofthethirdkindshop.com to see all the merchandise we have for sale, t-shirts, hats, all that good stuff.
I just wanted to say that the money we get from Patreon and merchandise sales goes to bettering the show. Also, I know it's tough out there right now, so if you can't afford a shirt or a Patreon membership but you want to help us out, then you can leave us a written review on iTunes, and that helps us out a lot. If you don't want to leave one, though, that is fine. We just want you guys, girls, aliens, reptilians, Bigfoot, Sasquatches, Chupacabras, ghosts, Illuminati members, underground lizard people, space lizard people, whoever or whatever you want to enjoy the show. Also, one last thing. If any of you would like to reach out to us, then you can shoot us a message on Instagram, Twitter, or Facebook. Or you can go to our website, theoriesofthethirdkind.com, click on the contact button, and there you will find our email address. Also, on our site, you can click on the voicemail button and leave us a voicemail anonymously with your phone. We will play that on the show each week. Alright, so that's the announcement. So how today's episode will go is that we'll first cover the beginning of Project Serpo. Then we'll dive into the details of it, the entity that they found, then hop back into the Chosen 12, Planet Serpo, and what happened there, and then we'll go over strange facts and findings, and then wrap it all up with our own personal thoughts and theories. So, Dan, would you like to start us off with the beginning of how Project Serpo all got started?
I sure will, Aaron. What we are going to discuss today is supposedly the best hidden secret in the history of the human species. So this all starts with an individual named Victor Martinez. This Victor guy, he ran a private email group list. The list comprised of the world's top UFO researchers,
around a total of 150 of them. This group of individuals would send emails between one another and use it to look into articles of UFO sightings, aliens, all of it.
On November 2nd, 2005, an email sent out to the group got everyone's attention. This email was written by someone claiming to be a retired senior official in the DIA, which is the Defense Intelligence Agency.
I mean, I've heard of the CIA and FBI, but I've personally never heard of the DIA. Is this a real thing? Have you guys ever heard of that?
I did learn about the DIA while going through this Serpo. And what I found out is, like I said, it's an intelligence agency for the United States federal government. Its specialty is in defense and military intelligence. DIA informs national, civilian, and defense policymakers about the military intentions and capabilities of foreign governments and non-state actors.
That's interesting. I mean, I guess they're not as popular as the CIA, FBI, DEA. All right, back to the email, I guess. So this retired senior official claimed to be in possession of very, very sensitive information. But not only that, they claimed to be the spokesperson for a group of 6 DIA personnel. They called themselves Anonymous. It's not like the hacking group. It's like just straight up anonymous. Well, they call themselves Request Anonymous, to be exact.
This email would become quite the talk of the UFO research community. A lot of the people in the email group started arguing with one another, debating if it was even true or not. But everyone in the email group did agree on one thing. If this email was true, then it would change human history forever.
So let's hop into the email and start discussing what it is.
Right. So, the DIA group, known as Anonymous, that we just mentioned, started off the email saying this. First, let me introduce myself. My name is Request Anonymous. I am a retired employee of the U.S. government. I won't go into great details about my past, but I was involved in a special program. As for Roswell, it occurred, but not like the storybooks tell. There were 2 crash sites. One southwest of Corona, New Mexico, and the second site at Pelona Peak, south of Battelle, New Mexico. The crash involved 2 extraterrestrial aircrafts. The Corona site was found a day later by the archaeology team.
This team reported the crash site to the Lincoln County Sheriff's Department. A deputy arrived the next day and summoned a state police officer. One live entity, known as an EBE, which is an abbreviation for extraterrestrial biological entity, was found hiding behind a rock. The entity was given water, but declined food. The entity was later transferred to Los Alamos. The information eventually went to Roswell Army Airfield. The site was examined and all evidence was removed. The bodies were taken to Los Alamos National Laboratory because they had a freezing system that allowed the bodies to remain frozen for research. The craft was taken to Roswell and then on to Wright Field, Ohio.
The second site was not discovered until August 1949 by 2 ranchers. They reported their findings several days later to the sheriff of Catron County, New Mexico. Because of the remote location, it took the sheriff several days to make his way to the crash site. Once at the site, the sheriff took photographs and then drove back to Battelle. Sandia Army Base, Albuquerque, New Mexico, was then notified. A recovery team from Sandia took custody of all evidence, including 6 bodies. The bodies were taken to Sandia Base, but later transferred to Los Alamos. The live entity established communications with us and provided us with the location of this.
Now, before we read off the rest of the email, let's go over what happened with this alien entity.
So like the email said, in July 1947, 2 separate spaceships crashed that day. The famous one known as Roswell, and the other less famous. But out of these 2 crashes, there was only one survivor. Both the EBE and the craft's wreckage were taken to the secure Los Alamos military base. The being named EBE, which as we said earlier was an abbreviation for Extraterrestrial Biological Entity.
So the government was like, what do we do with this being? Well, they decided to build a special holding center for it deep inside the secure base of the Los Alamos Laboratory in New Mexico. So, guys, I was able to get the coordinates for this special underground secure base. You know what that means, right?
It's Montauk time.
Uh-oh. Is it Montauk time?
Oh, it's Montauk time. So everybody hop in your chairs because we're going on a trip. By the way, if this is your first time hearing what our Montauk chairs are, basically they're pretty much chairs that Daniel, son, and Bigfoot built. All praise Bigfoot. It allows us to travel back in time to visit anywhere. We use these chairs to help you listeners and us get a better understanding of our topic. Anyways, now that we got that covered, I need y'all to set your dates on your chairs to December 25th, 1949. On the location dial, it should have a knob that says Deep Underground Secret Base in Los Alamos Laboratory in New Mexico. That dial redirects to the actual coordinates that I found. Anyways, everyone ready?
Ready, Freddy.
Hold on, wait. Anna, who's this?
Oh, okay. I was gonna try to have it as a surprise, but alright, this is my friend Cody. I blindfolded him. I told him not to talk, but I kind of promised him a ride on the Montauk chair.
You kidnapped somebody?
Well, not really. He came willingly, but I told him that this is secret shit, so he can't really see what we do until we get there. So for now, I told him silence, because he can't mess up and create some sort of butterfly effect that didn't happen before. So he just has to sit in a chair. I know there's a dual seat feature. I pressed it, seat popped open, and it said ready for Cody. So
Oh,
there's even a section.
the seat is spoken.
It has. It's got his ball imprint ready for him to sit on.
I really customized these chairs. I'm just saying.
So yeah, he's just gonna hop in with us, travel real quick, and he won't say anything. I promise.
Okay. All right. Everybody ready?
All right, Cody, squeeze close.
All right, and go. All right. Is everyone okay?
Yeah, I'm good, but I can't lie. I feel a little bad. I don't have any presents for you guys now that it's officially Christmas.
Well, I don't really know what to say to that, but it's okay. I don't have any presents for you guys either.
I'm always prepared. I didn't come prepared.
Lucky for you guys, Bigfoot gave me pieces of his hair to give.
Oh,
Ooh,
nice.
I will cherish that.
All right, guys, you see that? That's right. We're standing at the end of this long-ass tunnel in a secret underground base in Los Alamos Laboratory. And in front of us is a completely metal, highly secure locked door. And as you can see, we're the only ones here. Why is that? Well, I figured the best day to come here would be on Christmas. Everyone is off and the aliens left alone in this underground room right in front of us.
So, do we knock or do we just go in?
Okay, are you just gonna put Cody in the corner while we do all this? While we open this door? Like, where's Cody going?
So I'm gonna put the shield up in the Montauk chair to protect him and also keep him in. He's not like being detained or anything. It's just for his safety. So we'll just go on our mission. He'll watch from afar.
But do either of you have a key?
I might. Let me see if I can find one. La 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 la. Did I hit the key?
Oh my god.
Dad joke.
Bad joke. I do not have a key. I don't think I installed a key set or lockpicking in the Montauk chair, unfortunately.
Okay, so how do we get in this room?
It's fun to start at the YMCA. That was the key.
Who puts that as the lock combination?
Someone who really likes men in uniform.
All right.
Think about it. CBE, the only people he's seen are people in uniform.
Ooh.
Yeah, true. Dang. This room is very small. The only thing in here is the padded white walls. There you guys see that? What the hell? All right. You guys say something.
Hey, it's okay, little guy. Come here.
Speak some language.
I love Bigfoot.
Ah, shit. I totally forgot to bring my alien translator. Did either of you bring yours?
No, normally I'm good at knowing the language, but I don't recognize this dialect.
You have yours?
I think so.
Translate what he just said.
He said, "You turd bag."
Okay, I don't think that's what he said. Your translator's broken. Your translator's broken.
Intruder alert. Intruder alert.
Oh shit. We need to go, guys. We need to head back to our chairs right now.
Oh shit! Dan, Aaron, what are we gonna do?
Alright guys, calm down. I got this. Occupy them for a second.
Whoa! What the? Where the hell did Bigfoot come from?
Yeehaw, Bigfoot, let's go. Let's go ride.
Holy shit. Dan is riding Bigfoot.
Alright guys, the way's clear. Let's get the hell out of here.
Oh, I mean, I don't even know what to say.
What an honor to meet you, Mr. Future President. What the? Where did he go?
Let's hurry up and get out of here before more guards come. Are you all ready to go, Anna? You got Cody, he's all tied back up?
Yeah, got a seatbelt in, he's good to go.
Alright.
How'd you add a ball gag to us?
He asked for it.
Seems a little unnecessary, but okay. You're prisoner or whatever he is.
You're fine.
He asked me to call him Daddy too.
Oh, okay. Well, and go. Whew. I'm always glad to be back in the studio. So let's talk about that alien we just encountered and discuss what happened to him.
So like we said in July 1947, he was taken to an underground secret base and held there by government officials. EBE never got upset or angry with his captivity, even though he wasn't able to communicate there for a little while because he had no vocal cords and he also spoke a tonal language. However, he was a very intelligent being and picked up English very quickly from all the military personnel talking to him and who were in charge of him. What I'm curious about is what the did those guards talk to this alien about?
What do you talk to an alien about? Hey, how's it going? Where you from?
You
like
know,
the village people?
yes. What is your planet's theme song? Oh, YMCA? Okay, got it.
Probably it.
So since he was able to establish communications with these government officials, he provided them with lots of information such as the location of his home planet and even helped many elite officials with their studies and their questions. He also explained to these officials that their vessels were able to travel to and from points in time with ease.
He said that their technology is thousands of years ahead of ours, which made the crashed vessels that were found super hard to decipher and reverse engineer. So the EBE decided to help them out with that also. He provided a full explanation of the items found inside the two crafts. One of the items was a communication device. The entity was allowed to make contact with his planet, but no one from his planet communicated back to him. You think his planet was like that big head there? Nobody contacted back. I just thought of that. That was funny.
Probably one of those things where you do get left behind. If you get caught by the humans, we can't save you because they can't know that we exist.
This one of the intergalactic councils agreements that you got to go by.
Yes, shall not be saved. You take your own risk to go to Earth, but you may die there because people are irrational.
We got the motto "No man left behind," but they got the motto "All aliens left behind."
Yes.
All right, so the entity remained alive until 1952 when he died.
So according to the email, following the death of the entity, the government continued to reverse engineer items that the entity had explained to them. So you guys remember that communications device that the entity used to try to get in contact with its home planet?
Yeah, one that they were like, nope, we ain't answering you.
Yep, got the busy tone when he called. Well, in true government fashion, they reverse engineered that device.
This is where it got complicated, supposedly. So the government had to figure out a way to communicate with these beings. They thought, so if these things are smart enough to space travel, they should be smart enough to decipher our language and send us a message back. So the government sent them a message, and sure enough, the entity sent one back. It was in broken English, but still understandable.
This started the communication between the United States officials and the entities on this other planet. Of course, like we mentioned, the beings on this planet were called the Evens. They said in their message they wished to retrieve their fallen pilots. The U.S. military agreed and said that they had kept their fallen comrades in biological storage, but have done some studies on them. You think the officials are like, ooh, kind of dissected them a little bit?
Yeah, we can send you them back, but they're not going to be in one whole body.
Uh-oh. So they kept talking, and the sides started to propose a bizarre exchange program. So this exchange program would send 12 American military members back home with the Evens, and the Evens would leave a single being with the American government throughout the exchange program. Both sides agreed to it, and in April of 1964, at a top secret base in New Mexico, the Evens landed to do the exchange. Before we talk about the journey of those 12 going to Planet Serpo, let's discuss how the government picked those people, the chosen 12.
They were 12 military members who make up the crew for the mission. 2 members each from the Navy and Army ranks, along with 8 members of the U.S. Air Force. Each of the 12 crew would have their identity erased from all records, both civilian and military. They literally ceased to exist overnight.
Even after selection, the 12th crew would undergo 6 months of intensive, invasive, and secretive training. This would also include learning how to use the communication device so that they could be in constant contact with Earth. The exchange program mission would last 10 years, which they would then return to Earth.
So like we talked about earlier, the exchange was scheduled to occur at Holloman Air Force Base on April 24, 1964, and had approval from President John F. Kennedy. So 2 Even spaceships landed as planned. A group of American government personnel greeted them. Then the 12 American astronauts prepared to embark on their adventure. But for some reason, the exchange got postponed. The Evens retrieved the remains of their dead comrade, or the parts of him, and then left, totally ignoring government officials.
Do you think
Motherfucker.
they were standing around, they were all like excited, right? They were standing around, they were like had their hand out ready to shake their hand, and they just walk right past them, look at their guys, seeing that they're all dissected, and they're like, no, gather them up, we're leaving. We're not doing this exchange program. They get back on their ship and they take off, but the government officials don't know what they said. So you know the government officials are like, oh, they're fucking. Did you know for like, how long was it? Like almost a year. Yeah, from April 1964, and they didn't return until July 1965. You know that the government officials were sending apology text messages back to them. Hey, we're really sorry about what happened.
That's exactly what happened.
However, the Evens returned in July 1965 and picked up their passengers. What happened to the crew? What did they experience? Well, let's jump right into that.
The journey to the Evens' home, which was called Planet Serpo, would be a long one for the astronauts. It was some 40 light years away, but since the Evens were so advanced, it only took them 10 months to get to During space travel, humans decided to eat even food, which they disliked a lot because they said it tasted like paper.
Over the 9 months of travel in the spaceship, the astronauts explored the spacecraft and were able to communicate with Earth. Unfortunately, one American had some kind of accident and died on the trip. So after 10 months, they finally reached planet Serpo. When the spacecraft landed and the Americans disembarked, they received quite a positive welcome. A large number of Ebens were present to greet them, and an Eben female spokesperson spoke to them in fluent English. Twice now that we've had female figures taking lead. This one here, and when we talked about going to the Saturn's moon Titan and the woman was the supervisor of 2 men, it's the future.
I'm telling you, they're the leaders.
Alright, moving on. The astronauts were overwhelmed with the brightness of the 2 suns. It was about 107 degrees, and they were all in great discomfort due to that heat, which remained a problem for them during their entire stay on the planet. The Americans expected to stay on Serpo for 10 years. As it turns out, due to their confusion with their calendars, they stayed 13 years. It was difficult to keep track of days and times since the planet had 2 suns. It never got completely dark. One day on even lasted 40 hours as opposed to our 24.
During their stay on Serpo, the Americans learned what they could about the history of the Ebens. The population of Serpo at the time of the visit was about 650,000, and all were Ebens. There was no other race or species on the planet other than the Ebens. The astronauts learned about the Ebens' religious beliefs and technology. It seemed they lived fairly primitively for a culture that also had advanced technology. Specifically, Ebens had anti-gravity vehicles they used for ground transportation.
After a few years, the Americans moved to the northern part of the planet where it was cooler, and they were able to grow food more to their liking. They had taken with them food to last for more than 2 years, but when it ran out, they had to eat Eben food, which they never really learned to like. Due to radiation exposure, 2 of the members of the expedition died while on Serpo. Could you imagine dying on a different planet? I mean, you're born on Earth, and then you die on another. That is kind of cool in some sort of way. How many people could say, oh yeah man, I'm on Serpo, I'm from Earth, but I'm gonna die soon. But I could tell you, I'm one of few people who have lived on 2 planets, or at least from our knowledge, lived on 2 planets and died on a separate one to when I was born. Like, how many astronauts have died on the moon? None.
How many died traveling to the moon?
A lot more. God, that's sad. So the Ebens had bases on a nearby planet known as Otto, but it was otherwise barren and lifeless. Another celestial body in their system, Silas, provides mining for minerals, which was key to their survival. While it contained basic life forms, they were not intelligent.
All of the Ebens food came from large biodome-like structures, which they would grow and harvest themselves. They were the only intelligent life on the planet, while the other animal life forms did exist. The Ebens did not associate them with food. The Ebens themselves would most often live in small communities, relatively spread out from each other. While order very much existed within these communities, crime was not an issue, nor was money. Distribution centers existed in places with shops with goods and produce issued upon request.
Not all aspects were different, however. The family unit, as we know, it exists among the Ebens, as does the desire for entertainment, music, and team games.
2 Americans liked life on Serpo so much, they decided to stay there. The remaining astronauts returned home in 1978, and the government quarantined them for an entire year. During that time, they had many debriefings, which resulted in a 3,000-page report. They were then allowed to go back to their normal lives. Little is known about their lives since, except the last surviving one died in 2002. There has been no communication with Ebens on Serpo since 1985, so it is not known what happened to the Americans who chose to stay on the planet.
That is the story of Project Serpo. It is strange yet super intriguing. But is there any truth to this story? So we did some digging, and let's hop into some strange facts and findings. So the first strange fact and finding that we're going to talk about is what's called the Yellow Book. Okay? So another interesting thing in this email was that this anonymous group brought up what was called a quote-unquote yellow and red book. We're going to read off the email that describes what both books are.
The Yellow Book was provided by the Eagles. It isn't exactly a book, it is a block of material approximately 2.5 inches thick and transparent in nature and appearance. The reader looks at the transparent surface and suddenly words and pictures appear.
It is an endless series of historical stories and photographs of our universe, the Eben's planet and their former homeworld, and other interesting stories about the universe. It also contains a historical story and various accounts about Earth's history and distant past. To this day, we are one of very few people who have actually seen the Yellow Book.
The Red Book was written by the United States government. It contains volumes of information we have gathered regarding our contacts with extraterrestrial life forms. The first volume begins in 1947. The last volume started in 2005. What actually occurs is that as UFO reports come in deemed credible by the reporting government agency, be it military or civilian, they are routed to a special section of our government for a follow-up analysis.
After that vetting process, they are then sent to a special group, which then places a final review for possible inclusion into the Red Book. We have served as the editors for several editions of the Red Book and have written and delivered the executive summary for several sitting U.S. presidents.
I mean, I would like to see the Yellow Book.
Yeah, that sounds very intriguing.
I'm not really big into history. I mean, I like reading about stuff, but like I think with something like a Yellow Book or learning about a different species on a different planet, I would love to learn everything I could about them. Everything.
Is that because we are aliens, so we're more interested in history of that part of our lineage than...
I want to know the galactic history. Can you imagine if us three were abducted by aliens and they're like, okay, guys, look, you're not that smart. We're going to send you through alien galaxy school. They sit us in a room, right? And it's us three as like full grown adults. Aliens from Men in Black all inside there. They're like little babies and they're extremely smarter than us. And they're like, give us the square root of 8,766,000.
See my brain just started smoking from my ears. I'm trying to do the math in my head.
We could not even fathom. Our brain could not handle what is needed to know what truly happens outside of even our solar system.
That is why we would never know. I mean, we're still primitive. I mean, look what we did with Corona. We went and got all the toilet paper. It makes no sense.
None at all. And then the fact, like, where I live, we're seeing a second spike, where numbers are higher than they were in the first outbreak. It's like, Jesus, you guys, how hard was it to just follow some rules?
Yeah. All right. So this next strange fact and finding we have is about Ronald Reagan. I tried digging for any proof to this. The only proof that we somewhat found was this. So, Anna, do you want to start us off?
Between March 6th and March 8th of 1981, the CIA director William Casey had a secret briefing with then-President Ronald Reagan. Director Casey provided Reagan with information about a secret exchange program. Reagan, of course, had quite a few questions, but he was told his questions would be answered at an additional briefing session. I have actually heard, I know we've talked about doing an episode on it, but a connection between aliens and presidents. Like, there's several presidents who have said that they were interested in aliens, and Ronald Reagan was one of them. I think Carter might have been another.
Bill Clinton was one.
They're all, I thought most of them were Republicans, though, because they were like the Republicans control the military, and the military is who talks with the aliens, or who would have the most communication with the aliens. There's more Republicans in charge, and so I believe they said when Obama took office, they didn't want to tell him anything about it because he wasn't a Republican. might be mistaken, but I didn't dig deep into it because it's not our topic yet, but it was something that caught my eye and I thought was really good.
It is interesting. I haven't heard of that theory. So how do we know about this secret meeting that occurred? Well, supposedly, and I say supposedly because all I found was people speculating and find the actual documents themselves and search for them. But supposedly, the transcript of that meeting was found. I think it could be plausible that Reagan wanted info on UFOs. He mentioned a lot about his belief in UFOs and his high regard for Steven Spielberg. He even invited Spielberg to the White House for a special screening of the movie E.T. that was released in June of 1982. So, I mean, it's plausible.
There seems to be a connection with directors and space things. If we think about how Stanley Kubrick, was connected to possibly Apollo 11, the moon landing, and that he confessed this through his movies. I don't know, maybe there's some inner workings that we don't know about with directors who get ideas for movies through things they learn about the government, like Minority Report or The Matrix, or those ones that really make you think and you're like, this is a message someone's trying to warn us.
And when we're talking about theories, remember when it was said that it had approval from JFK? It made me think, do you think the reason JFK was off was because he knew about this secret program and was one of very few who knew about it? And he was about to out the people, or about to out the program itself.
I mean, that certainly could have been one avenue. I mean, we haven't gotten into this yet, but like the curse of the family. It could have just been going with the curse. Something bad was going to happen to him eventually.
He told his family. Maybe he told, and his family passes that down to everybody. That's why they had to off all of his family. Because all of his family knew all the information. And they've been searching for, maybe he had some stuff hidden of like some proof.
Do you think maybe that's why recently some people have died in his family?
Maybe.
A woman and her son.
Yeah, like a granddaughter
on a
and
trip.
and they got drowned by the CIA. Yeah.
I love how smooth that was.
So yeah, that was one theory. Another one is, of course, this is all fake and made up to start like the discrediting of a crazy conspiracy theorist, right? You mentioned aliens. I mean, I think aliens is becoming more mainstream, but back then, 2005, I don't think aliens were mainstream as it is. I mean, it seemed like it goes in waves, right? You had E.T. and all that. You have the big waves of aliens. Then it dipped back down, like Roswell. Then it dipped down. Then it came back up. Close Encounters of the Third Kind. Then it dipped back down, and then it came back up with E.T. and then it dipped back down. And it's like it goes in waves of when is it acceptable? Do you think this is like another movement for the government to kind of be like, hey, let's push this out as a way to discredit any conspiracies at all?
I think it could be a desensitization thing. Desensitizing us to aliens in waves, because if you bombard us with a bunch of information, you're going to freak people out. But if you're like, oh, there's an alien sighting or a UFO sighting, and then it kind of like, oh, you hype it up and then it disappears. Do it over and over, it just becomes like everything else in life where you're like, oh, yeah, there was another UFO sighting over in New York above the Empire State Building.
Yeah. Another thing I wrote down was Wag the Dog. Do you think maybe this was released in 2005 because the government wanted attention taken away from all the bombings and stuff that they were doing on civilians in the Iraq and Afghanistan war? Because you got to think how many civilians were killed. A lot.
A lot. And we don't talk about it anymore, so it's like fading away.
But that's all I had on that. But I love this story. I thought we had to cover it. I love Project Serpo. Even if it is fake, I mean, it is such a good read. It's fun to think about. It's something that, I mean, I would want it to be real. Would you guys want it to be real?
Oh, yeah. I want there to be life other than ours. I don't think that there isn't. There has to be intelligent life. We are not the smartest things that have come from this beautiful, what is the biggest of everything? Universe? Galaxy? What is the biggest?
Universe.
Okay. Like you said, I need to upgrade my hard drive. I got useless information in there.
We need to go together and upgrade our hard drive.
Yes. But then we're gonna end up with an RFID chip and be a part of the world order. Put a Neuralink thing in your head, then you would have all those capabilities to think about anything and you'd find information for it. Have probably unlimited storage. Oh no, they would make it to where you'd have to upgrade your chip. So you have to keep coming back to pay for it because that's how they work.
Be like South Park where they put the chip in Cartman's head, so they pretty much censors him. That's how I'd figure to be like. Anytime you go to try to say anything that's confidential,
Shit. Yeah, the conspiracy theorists would really disappear.
All right. Any of y'all got anything you want to add before we wrap today's episode up? Any theories or anything at all?
Yeah, I mean, that was great learning about that. To me, it's kind of crazy to think that was the first alien encounter as far as talking with our government or dealing with people of the human race. But maybe it was the first time for the Ebens to have done it. And maybe they're closer to our next evolutionary development than, like, say, the Greys. Like, the Greys could have a negative energy about them, and the Ebens were very good people. So, how there's always a good and evil to things. They're the ones maybe protecting us from Greys. Just thinking as I'm talking as I'm thinking now, but it was good. I loved it. This was an awesome topic. I love anything alien.
Yeah, me too.
I am a huge skeptic of it all, but I do believe there has to be some other life forms out there. I mean, honestly, it's like just reading the story, it sounds awesome. And if you made that into a movie, I'd sit there and watch this shit.
Oh yeah, I would watch it too. Absolutely. All right. So I guess that's it for today's episode. We're gonna move on to voicemails. So the voicemail list. This first voicemail we have is from Avery, and we're gonna play that right now.
Hey guys, my name's Avery. I've been listening to the podcast for a little while now, and I am so happy that season 2 came out because now that we have more consistency with the host, with Anna, who is absolutely fantastic. I love her theories and the thoughts that she brings into the group, and I'm really happy that everyone's here. I was hoping you guys could do a episode on like theories of reality or like life, or like meaning of life. I don't know, anything kind of surrounding that. Like with the DMT episode of different realities within that versus like what is the real one, or there's multiple universe theories surrounding that also. Or even in the last episode, Anna was talking about hemisync, which I had never researched into before, but seems really cool. Yeah, hope you guys are having a great day, and thanks for being awesome.
Thank you, Avery. I agree. I love the consistency with the show now. I'm loving season 2. I'm glad you're loving it too. Thank you for the love and the suggestions.
I was cheering behind my screen over here when you started saying that you wanted to hear stuff about multiverses and like talking about what life is. My head is filled with what are we? Where'd we come from? What is the Mandela effect? Why did I just have deja vu? I'm not I never stop thinking about what we are. So I love hearing that topic interests you because we are 100% diving into that sometime.
Thank you so much for the voicemail.
All right. So now we're going to move on to voicemail. So we'll play that right now.
Hi, this is Lola Sweet and my husband, Daddy Sweet. We are so grateful for all the hard work that you guys do to make these podcasts come to life. We are super big fans. We listen to you guys on the daily, and we just want to thank you for all that you guys do, bring all these topics to life, and help people open their minds.
Y'all are awesome. If I could choose just one podcast, it would be this one.
Absolutely.
Thank you very much.
We absolutely love you guys. And if you guys could work on some more topics, I would say maybe some more alien stuff. There are some niches within the alien topic that you guys have not touched, like some experiences that I had growing up and in my early adulthood where I had abduction experiences and implanted pregnancies. They were positive experiences, but there's something that people don't talk about, but it's like a thing and it happens. It's the hybrid experiments that happen.
Recording hit its minute 30-second limit. Sorry about it cutting off on you, but thank you for the voicemail. Thank both of you. I love both of you so much. I'm guessing you're going to be ecstatic for today's episode. I mean, it's all about aliens, but alien impregnation is something we have to cover too, because I hear it's fairly common.
I didn't know it was common, so that's news to me. So it'll be a learning experience for me when we go over that topic. Thank you for the suggestion.
Thank you for the
Yeah, thank you, and we love you so much. And it means a lot that you said all those kinds of words to us, and love you. All right, so this next voicemail is from Han.
Our man Hans.
So we're gonna play that right now.
Yo, you already know who it is. Come on now, don't act like it's not my first time caller. First time caller, long time listener. It's your boy Hans. So let's just keep it real here. I'm gonna give you like an honest voicemail up first. Love the content, guys. Love the Patreon. Love the merch. That blue t-shirt really made my day. I love that you brought on Anna, who does lots of research. And I mean, like, you guys, are subpar at research. Because her research, by God, it's like mental masturbation. My brain it releases all this euphoric feeling, and I just almost crash my vehicle every day. Anyways, to keep it per Hans, y'all do really good, by the way, to Aaron and Daniel. So, to keep it per usual, Daniel, keep being sexy, because you're a beautiful little human being. Anna, if you could just speed bag my nuts, hit it like a speed bag, be awesome. Aaron, if I could just spread you like an accordion, and we have that scene from Ghost, but you're like right behind me as I'm making my pottery. Oh my God, my day. But for real, keep doing what you're doing. You're doing a great job. Big for 2020. Fuck Texas. Place sucks.
I agree. Fuck Texas. That place does suck. I just left there, dude. It's like coronavirus.
Get out of there.
State. You need to leave, Hans. Come up north. Come up to Maine. You can stay with me.
Dude, when you listen to the FEMA episode, you're gonna want to get out of Texas. I'm telling you, get the fuck out of there while you're still alive.
Oh, no, Port Aransas was very nice though.
It was, but it's got nothing on Maine, dude.
I agree. Can't wait to come back up to camp.
Come on up. But anyways,
I can't
Hans,
wait to see it.
thank you. I love you, and your voice. I just want you to call us up and leave the voice mails of you narrating stuff. Our infield reporter, Hans, questioning people if they've been abducted. Just walk up to a random person with your phone on and be like, hey, this is Hans, infield reporter. Have you been abducted? And I just want to see what people say.
Hans, I've been waiting and waiting for my shout out from you. And you were not short on my expectations of your amazingness. Come over here and bring them balls over. I'll speedball them. Dude, no, honestly, you're great. I love talking to you on Twitter. Keep talking. Keep sending your sweet messages in. We love getting them.
Yes, definitely for sure. Thank you for the voicemail. Thank you for the kind words. Always bringing laughter to the show. Love it.
Yep.
And I'm going to try to stay sexy. Good job, man.
Nice.
Yeah, shaving all that hair is full time.
Yes, it is. That's why Bigfoot likes me.
All right, so this last voicemail for this week is from an individual named Nick. I don't think we've ever gotten a voicemail from this person before, but I've listened to this voicemail almost 100 times. So we're going to play that one right now.
Hi, my name's Nick. This is my Bigfoot story. So, one night, like every other night, come home with my poodle. It was about around 10 o'clock and kind of tired, you know. I came home. I was to bed with my poodle. 5 minutes later, heard some wrestling outside, so I got up, checked. And what happened was I walked out there. I didn't just see Bigfoot, I saw Big Dick. Drop my drawer and say, come on here, Big Dick, show me what you can do. And he did some stuff to me. Never got my ass eaten better than ever than that day. Ooh, baby, kinda getting hot right here. Well, I gotta go. Gotta go back to work. Love the podcast. Bye-bye.
He was like a mix of Leslie Jordan and Herbert or whatever from Family Guy.
That's exactly what I thought.
I got some popsicles down in the basement.
Come on over, Chris.
Well, I'm sorry about, well, I don't know if you want me to be sorry. It sounded like you enjoyed it, but that's what Bigfoot is all about. You know, he's all about just being there for you when you need him.
Creating pleasure in any avenue desired.
Any.
Nick, awesome voicemail, man. Love you. But you're gonna have to contact me because I'm gonna have to have you sign confidentiality forms. You know, for certain reasons.
Yes.
We want Bigfoot to have a good image going into this campaign.
Yeah, but I mean, from the sounds of it, though, he has helped his people. Definitely doing what he can for you.
Mm-hmm.
So, yeah.
Yep.
Thank you, dude.
Yes, thank you, Nick. Leave more voicemails.
We really appreciate it.
That's all the voicemails for this week. Now we're going to move on to ratings and reviews. So, let's see. All right, so the first review we have this week comes from Susie Q872. It was left on May 16th. It is 5 stars. The subject line that reads, "This podcast is awesome." She goes on to say, "This podcast is awesome." No, you're awesome, Susie Q. Thank you for the 5 stars and for the love. We love you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
This next one is from George X3 Cool. It was left on May 17th, 5 stars, titled Nice. I started listening to this podcast yesterday in the morning. It's great. Gave us 100%. Thank you. Appreciate that, George X3 Cool.
Yes, thank you. We love you. You're 100%.
That's right. 100%. Much love. The next one we have is from Abs Powers from the U.S., left on May 17th, titled Awesome with 5 stars. I love each and every one of the hosts, their commentary, humor, and the whole vibe of the group. Please don't ever stop doing podcasts. Great topics and a lot of info.
Nice. Thank you, Abs.
Thank you so much.
All right. The next one is from Mamba3355. It was left on May 18th. It is 5 stars with a subject line that reads, "Review." They go on to say, "Great show. I feel the vibes from it, and it's relaxing to listen to. Y'all all got good personalities, and great with the info, with also a little joking. Love from Texas." Well, I just came from Texas, so I hope you're doing good down there. Thank you for the review, and stay safe away from the corona as the second wave flows through the entire state. And I love you. Be careful.
Very careful. Thank you so much.
Much love. Much love.
This next one is from C2 the Rona from Australia on May 19th. It's titled Ripa. Hello. Great podcast. I've tried a few conspiracy paranormal podcasts. They just gave me a headache. I find you all to be very factual, non-opinionated, and fun to listen to. I'd imagine a lot of effort goes into one episode that you all do. Effort goes into one episode that you all do for the love of it. Great work, and keep them coming, Dan. Right now, keep them coming, Dan.
We have the same name. We were awesome.
Oh, thank you so much. Appreciate the love. Gotta love Australia. Hope you guys are doing okay after all that, those fires.
Thank you for the review, Dan from Down Under. This next review, sorry if I mispronounced this. I have no clue how to pronounce this at all, and I know I'm going to get blasted for it. Letter essay from the U.S., left on May 19th, titled Great Show with 5 stars. I usually like single host podcasts because they're more organized, but I listen to everything these guys have in 1 week. They let each other talk, staying respectful with each other's opinions, so it's not a mess like many multi-host shows. I love all of the topics that are covered and that the hosts offer their own ideas regarding the conspiracy after the topic has been covered. Thanks for the good show. Thank you for that comment.
Thank you, Edaresi.
Appreciate your kind words. Thank you.
Love you.
Much love.
All right, this next review is from DTBNC from Canada, left on May 20th. They give us 5 stars with a subject line that reads Batman from Canada. They go on to say, love you guys. My eyes are opened a little more now. Keep doing what you guys do and smoke weed every day. Nice. I like that. I like that. DTBNC, thank you for the 5 stars. Thank you for the review. I love you, Batman from Canada.
Smoke weed every day. That's all I can hear. Thank you. You know that ain't changing. Appreciate the love, Batman. So this next one comes in from Suicide BPTS from the United States on May 20th, titled Amazing, gave us 5 stars. I love this podcast. I first started listening to this when Ghost Stories 3 came out, and I loved it, and went back and listened to every single episode. I love this show. SM? What's that?
So much.
Oh, thanks. I'm apparently getting old. I love this show so much. You're good. Sometimes they click, that one did not, but thank you, Suicide BPTS. We appreciate the love. We'll definitely have more ghost stories coming because those are never ending.
Yes, thank you, and we love you.
Yes, thank you very much. Much love. All right, the next one is a very extremely long review from Dan DJ DNSNE in the US, left on May 21st, titled Love the Show, 5 stars. And it says, wish you guys the best.
Nice. Thank you, Nan DJDNSNE. Love you, and I wish you the best.
Thank you, thank you.
Okay, so the last review for this week is from Sad Pixel Racer Bro. It was left on May 21st. It is 5 stars with a subject line that reads, Wonder Why. They go on to say, my reviews don't show up, crying emoji. Well, you wouldn't be the first one that the reviews, it took them submitting them multiple times for the review to show up. For some reason, Apple Podcast doesn't like us, but what can you do? But thank you for the review, and I love you.
Much love.
Yeah, we appreciate all the reviews you guys send in. They help us so much, and it gives us great feedback. And you guys know that we are all about hearing what you have to say to try to better each and every week for your listening ear holes.
Yes. Thank you for all the ratings and reviews. It does mean a lot, like Anna said, and I'm glad we can provide you with this. All right.
That's right.
So shout outs. Do I got any shout outs this week?
Oh yeah. So I'm gonna shout out my girl Leanne. She's just awesome. Has a special type of energy about her. She's a good soul on this planet. I super appreciate meeting her. And very recently met my new friend Caitlin, who is my first Murderino friend. For those of you who don't listen to my favorite murder, shame on you. But if you know, you know. So stay sexy and don't get murdered, Caitlin.
Yeah, I got a few people on Instagram I want to shout out. I want to shout out Wyatt, Kneecaps. I want to shout out Haley F. Super cool. Love chatting with you. Also, Kelly G. She lives up near New Hampshire. She's pretty awesome. Ricardo Aon. Super cool dude. I'm going to shout you out. Another guy named Aaron, who has a really great name. And that's it. That's all I have for this week. If you want to shout out, just holler at me on Instagram. Say, hey, shout me out, and tell me something cool, or say this. And I'll do it. But thank you for all the love on Instagram. Thank you for all the messages. I love every single one of you.
I do have a few for Facebook. I actually got a bunch. I'll try to get through as many. Let's see. I have a from Nick P. No man, awesome talking to you on Facebook. Let's see. Then we have Brandon H. Called up. You got a shirt. He said thanks for the shirt. You told me you were gonna send poses in those shirts. I'm still waiting on those pictures. But please make sure you wear more than just the shirt.
No,
He told me he was just gonna have his Speedo on.
Have your dong hanging out, man. It's okay. Hang.
Then Sabrina B, she hasn't left the actual review yet, but she did type one up. She's like, "Hi, triple awesomeness of Theories of the Third Kind. Despite a start by saying, I wish that it were possible for there to be a new episode every day because your topic materials are fucking amazing. I can't stop listening. Jesus, I love all of it. Best thing that I've come across in I don't know how long. I have the attention span of a 2-year-old, and I have my entire life. Till today, in my early 40s, I have a terrible time remembering to take a pill on a daily basis when trying to complete a prescription of medication. But your podcast, on the other hand, I get. So excited I almost can't sleep the night before the new one air. I cannot get enough. Love your brilliant questions, everything genius minds. I hope your podcast airs for years to come. And a little bit more, but she says since she hasn't left it on iTunes that we could use it. So I just wanted to give her a shout out for her kind words and pretty much an encouragement.
Yeah, thank you. You know anybody that will pay for us a full-time editor? We can kick out an episode every day, or every other day, and just give it to the full-time editor and let him edit it and him publish it. That would be awesome, right?
It could be a girl, not just a he. You need to be more inclusive, sir.
Sorry, it's an automatic. I'm sorry, it could be the editor. They.
Never it. They. It's
aliens could be the editor.
Have you ever read a book called A Child Called It?
Yes, I have. It's the saddest book ever. Did you read the sequel to it?
I own all of them.
Yeah,
I love them. It's very sad series. Okay, sorry.
The next one I'll give a shout out to our buddy Jake P. You know who you are, Jake. Dude, you're always hitting me up on Facebook, sending me stuff. I do like the meditating Bigfoot picture that you sent me. That shit was funny. I want it. But it's always good talking to you on there, man, and always sending us links and stuff to some crazy shit to talk about. Then Lola Sweets, she did leave us a Facebook message as well. Theories of the Third Kind is a podcast that is smart, fun, and mind expanding. My husband found you guys around the first of the year. You guys carried us through the COVID crisis. Thanks so much for keeping our minds occupied instead of in fear as the media wants us to be. I would highly recommend this podcast to anyone and everyone. We super love each of the cast as if they were our own friends. Keep doing what you guys do. You are important and needed in these days. Love, light, Lola Sweets.
Well, thank you, Lola. I love you.
Yeah, that's pretty much it for me for now. So many.
I know there are. I'm trying to look through all my screens right now. I always forget to write them down. I wanted to shout out Rachel Peterson on Facebook. I appreciate your message and talking to me about your experience becoming aware of astral traveling and the scenario that led to you feeling like you had to explore into it more. I always find that when you meet random people, you're meant to meet everybody for a reason, but sometimes you meet somebody that says one thing to you that completely changes everything for you. And so I love that you had that moment. Appreciate the conversation. Keep sending messages. Jackie, you're awesome. The Illuminati Pizzagate card that you sent me was really good. I didn't show that to you, boys, or did I send that in a picture?
Yeah, you sent it.
Yeah, I didn't remember that one from the episode, but she really liked that episode. I apologize if I missed anybody, but you guys have been giving me loads of love on Twitter, and I super appreciate it, and I'm trying to remember to go to Facebook, because to be honest, guys, I don't even use Facebook personally, so I just don't get on there, but I'm making an effort to go there to respond as much as I can to people messaging on there. For me, everything else is Dan. If you specifically say something to me, then I respond, but everything else is Dan on Facebook.
I usually let her know, or she finds it herself.
Yeah, I be creeping. I like seeing what's going on Facebook. I hear tumbleweeds going by on Twitter. No one likes Twitter. I don't even use Twitter.
All right. Thank you, everybody, for all your support and love. Do we have any corrections on the last episode before we roll out?
Dude, thanks. I almost forgot. So I noticed that I missaid 2 names in the Columbine episode, and I felt horrible for it because I didn't catch it. One, I just remember mistakenly saying Eric's name instead of, was it Richard or Ricardo? Richard Castaldo. I said that Eric instead of Richard, and then later on, I don't remember what the other error was now. Oh, I accidentally called Craig Scott Chris. And yeah, I just wanted to apologize for that. I never want to mess up a victim or anything like that, so I'm sorry I didn't catch it, but owning up to it, my bad, you guys.
All right. That's the end of today's episode. If you haven't checked out our merch, check out our Patreon if you want more episodes. I want to thank you for listening to us today. And again, thank you for your support. We're all amazing. So with that being said, Dan and Anna, you want to roll us out?
It's okay to be out of this world with your thoughts.
Because you're not alone.
Want your healthiest year yet? Start with cleaner skincare. Primally Pure uses natural, farm-sourced ingredients to help you glow. No chemicals, fragrances, or fillers. Just pure beauty backed by science. From skincare to deodorants to tallow-based products, they harness nature's healing power for real results. Thousands of 5-star reviews agree. This is beauty that works. Ready to glow? Head to primallypure.com to make the switch. That's PRIMALLYPURE.com and experience skincare that nourishes you within.
In the small town of Gilmer, Texas, nothing could prepare them for the disappearance of a 17-year-old girl named Kelly Day Wilson. What began on January 5th, 1992, would lead investigators down a rabbit hole of satanic rituals, acts of murder, and even cannibalism. Join us as we discuss the disappearance of Kelly Day Wilson and the Texas Satanic Cannibal Cult.
Welcome to Theories of the Third Kind.
Welcome to Theories of the Third Kind. I am Aaron, one of your hosts today, and the other one joining me is Danielson.
Yo, what's up?
Today's episode is the disappearance of Kelly Day Wilson and the Texas Satanic Cannibal Cult. But before we hop into it, like always, let me do a quick announcement. We don't run any ads or take any money from corporations. So if you'd like to help us out, a written review on iTunes helps the show tremendously. If you don't want to leave one though, that's fine. We just want you guys, girls, aliens, reptilians, Bigfoot, Sasquatches, Chupacabras, ghosts, Illuminati members, whoever or whatever you are, to enjoy the show. Also, if any of you would like to reach out to us, you can shoot us a message on Instagram, Twitter, or Facebook, or you can go to our website and click the contact button, and there you will find our email address. Also on our website, you can leave us a voicemail. With that being said, today's episode is the disappearance of Kelly Day Wilson and the Texas Satanic Cannibal Cult. So strap in and strap on, Daniel, because this one is going to be crazy.
I'm ready.
All right. So to get into this Texas Satanic Cannibal Cult, we have to talk about the disappearance of Kelly Day Wilson first, because it all starts there. So, Dan, let's talk about exactly what happened the night of Kelly Wilson's disappearance.
On the night of January 5th, 1992, 17-year-old Kelly Wilson was working at Northeast Texas Video, which is basically the place where you rent movies at.
Yeah, no streaming videos. It's all you go there, pick up your VHS tape, and go home and watch it.
That's right. That night, Kelly was working at this video store alongside the store manager, Joe Henry. At 8:30 p.m., Joe and Kelly closed up the video store. Joe locked it, and that's when they supposedly said their goodbyes for the last time.
Real quick here, before we continue, let me explain something. So in case some of you don't know, most small businesses that earn a lot of cash each day, they usually have a worker compile all the money each night when they close. Then that worker takes the cash and puts it into a deposit bag, and then they go and drop it off at a bank. Now, these banks aren't open at night, but they do have an area where you can slide that deposit bag in, and then in the morning, the bank tellers pick it up, they count the money, and deposit that cash into the person's business account. Okay, now we have that explanation out of the way. Dan, you can continue with the story.
That night, Joe and Kelly left the store at 8:30 p.m. They separated ways. Kelly went to her car and drove to the local bank to make her usual nightly deposit at the video store.
Now, there was surveillance video at this bank that showed Kelly going through the drive-thru to make the deposit, but the video was so grainy because back then it was 120p resolution. It made it hard for any investigators or anybody to actually try to make out if it was actually heard in the driver's seat. Also, another side note, the deposit bag was in the bank drop-off the next morning, so she wasn't robbed, so that's out of the question. Anyways, back to the story.
I was gonna say, so pretty much the video is like a bunch of images of Bigfoot, where it's all grainy and shit, you can't see it.
That is an excellent comparison, Dan. I would have to say yes. Imagine the blurry ass footage of Bigfoot. That is exactly what Kelly Day Wilson's video footage looked like.
Alright, so Kelly had told her parents that night that she was going to spend the night at her friend's house. However, early that morning, they got word that she never showed up to that friend's house. So, of course, Kelly's parents were kind of pissed, but mostly worried, so they decided to call Kelly's boss, Mr. Henry, at 6 a.m. to see if he knew where Kelly was. Of course, he said he did not know where she was, so Kelly's parents then proceeded to call the Gilmer police to report her missing and then went to go look for their daughter.
So Kelly's mother, Kathy Carlson, and her stepfather, Robert Carlson, alongside the Gilmer, Texas police, they ended up finding Kelly's car parked in front of her workplace, which was, of course, the video store we talked about. However, Kelly was not inside of it. The police ended up searching her vehicle, and her purse was found inside of her vehicle, but it was untouched. And a bunch of other things were found too, so the rest of her belongings, but they weren't touched either. However, something weird here. The keys to Kelly's vehicle were not inside of it, and also one of the tires had been slashed. Bunch of assholes.
Yeah.
Whoever did that.
So the next morning on January 7th, the Gilmer Police Sergeant James Brown contacted the media. He asked them for help in notifying the public that Kelly was missing, and also stating that anyone with any information to contact the Gilmer Police Department. So over the next few weeks, hundreds of volunteers directed by the sergeant spent thousands of man-hours searching the backwoods of Gilmer, Texas, to see if they could find any clues or even her body, but nothing ever came up.
So for the next 2 years, the Gilmer Police Sergeant James Brown made it his mission to find Kelly Wilson. He spent evenings and even vacation time trying to track her down. Like, he took vacation. So this police sergeant in that town was absolutely dedicated to it. He ended up becoming super obsessed with the case and spent hundreds of hours of his own time tracking down leads outside of his regular police duties. It was even said by former Gilmer police, and I quote, "We have never worked harder on any case than we did with that one. 3 people know what happened to Kelly Wilson, and 2 of them are still alive," end quote. By the way, the 2 identities of the individuals were never stated.
Dun, dun, dun.
So this seems like your typical disappearance case, right? I mean, it's your normal person disappears, everybody searches for them, you never find them.
Yep.
And that's the end of it. Well, this case is unique because it takes a gigantic turn straight out of left field and smacks you right across your conspiracy theory fucking face. So to better understand what happens next in this story, we need to talk about what happened in 1990 first before we move ahead. So let's go ahead and discuss that. Dan, can you tell us just a little bit about 1990?
So the year is 1990. Kids were playing Nintendo, watching DuckTales, and body slamming each other like Hulk Hogan.
Let me tell you something, brother.
However, in the backwoods of Gilmer, Texas, lived Wanda Hicks and Wendell Kerr, which, according to court documents, the kids there were having a very terrible time there.
Yeah, I know what some of the listeners may be thinking. Okay, we're back at Gilmore, Texas, where Kelly went missing. It's 1990, 2 years previous. But what the hell do Wanda Hicks and Wendell Kerr have to do with anything? And why are kids having a terrible time there? Well, we need to talk about these people because they connect to Kelly Wilson's disappearance. But let's first talk about Wendell Kerr. So it's early 1990. Wendell Kerr was then married to his wife, Loretta Kerr. But Wendell was unhappy with their marriage. He told Loretta that he wanted a divorce. So shortly after telling her this, Wendell started dating a woman named Wanda Hicks. A few weeks later, someone called CPS, which is Child Protective Services, and reported that Wendell had been sexually abusing his own children. I wonder who called them. Maybe it was the ex-wife, but we aren't going to speculate. Anyways, so what happens next after CPS is called, Dan?
Not long after the allegations of sexually abusing children, his own children, Texas opened up a case against Wendell Kerr and assigned 2 state child welfare workers, Ann Goer and Debbie Minshew, to investigate the allegations. Back to Wendell and Wanda. They had been dating for some time and now were living together in the backwoods of Gilmore, Texas, on what was called the compound. This compound was a plot of land in the middle of the backwoods that had multiple trailers on it. Wendell's parents, Eugene and Geneva Kerr, owned the land, but they all lived on it together, along with his brother Danny and 2 family friends, Roger Don Holman and his wife Tammy Jo Smith.
God dang, it's a lot. It's a lot of people, man.
That's a decent amount of people there.
So, okay, I feel like we need to backtrack a little because that is a lot of people. Okay, so I'm gonna run through this real quick. We're back in Gilmore, Texas, 1990. Wendell Kerr gets divorced from his wife Loretta. Wendell ends up meeting Wanda Hicks. Loretta calls CPS on Wendell and said that he was sexually abusing his own children. So the state of Texas opened up the CPS case on Wendell Kerr, and Ann Gore and Debbie Minshew were the investigators that were assigned to Wendell Kerr. And then it talked about the compound, which they all lived on with Wendell's parents, Eugene, Genevieve, and his brother Danny, and 2 family friends, Roger and Roger's wife, Tam. So since Wendell and Wanda were dating and living together, Wanda's children from a previous marriage was also included in the questioning by the CPS workers, Ann and Debbie. So upon questioning those children, Wendell's children and Wanda's children, they begin to tell the investigators, Ann and Debbie, that they were being tortured, molested, and sodomized by their parents, grandparents, and various strangers that lived or that came over to the compound. They also told stories of murder, dismemberment, post-mortem rape, and cannibalism of babies and children by the abusing adults. They also told of abuse including satanic rituals involving masks and knives. And also, here's something else. The initial medical examination of the children found genital and anal scarring consistent with sexual molestation. We're now going to go over in more detail of these accounts of what the children said, but I kind of want to warn you ahead of time. This is pretty graphic. If you weren't really comfortable by what was just said, I would kind of not listen to the rest, but this is just a warning. So, let you know now, turn it off. If not, venture forth. So, Dan, can you tell us some more detail of the accounts of what the children said?
So one child said to Ann and Debbie, and I quote, "I collect bones. I collect people's bones and all kinds of bones, animals and people." The child said that to Wendell and Wanda taught them how to collect bones. This child also was quoted as saying, like, if it's an animal, then you dig the eyes out and you cook them in the microwave and eat them.
What the hell?
That's just nasty. I'm sorry.
Yeah, that is.
Can't eat animal eyes.
What the hell's wrong with these kids?
He also mentions that Wendell and Wanda taught him how to keep animal bones in one box and human bones in another. The boy also said that before he had so many bones that he had different boxes for white people's bones and black people's bones, and one for only animal bones.
How do you tell the... What?
But he acquired so many bones that he had to put all his people bones together because he didn't have enough boxes. At least he brought the people together.
No more segregation of bones.
That's right. This boy then told Ann Gore of how Wendell Kerr said he was going to cut off or cut his own leg and bleed out, to where the child said very matter-of-factly, "Now, if Wendell cut his leg and died, I would have to tear the meat off so that I could save the bones, because I would really have to put that in my bone collection."
What the hell?
That kid's fucked up now.
Yeah, hold on. Is that the same kid talking about bones?
Yeah.
Okay. So another one of the children told, now this is a different one from the Bone Boy. He told how he was forced to watch a baby being killed, and later told to kill a baby himself. He then told of how he washed the baby's heart and brain, and in detail described how he gutted the baby and removed the brain. The child went on to describe how this was done over the kitchen sink and how the blood was collected. The boy then changed his demeanor and appeared quite frightened, as he had remembered being told by Wanda that if he had told anyone, he would have been killed the same way. That poor kid. So all the children made a reference to a devil's quote-unquote pot in which blood was kept when they were cut. So they told of how Wanda cut their hands and made them bleed into this devil's pot. That was a little weird.
Yeah. There was a reference to a pregnant woman in a large hole dug in the ground where they made a large fire. One child had severe panic attacks when bandages were applied. When asked, "Why do you not like Band-Aids?" he replied back, "Wanda put tape over my mouth, or tie my hands down." Children referred to sex as making honey, and they also spoke of handcuffs being tied to the floor, white powder being sprinkled on cake, and being served coffee that had something else in it.
White powder sprinkled on cake? You think they're giving them kids cocaine?
Oh, no, it's just powdered sugar, man.
Probably. I hope it's powdered sugar. Man, that's... Oh, god dang. Alright, so let's continue. So after hearing all this, what did Ann and Debbie do? The two state workers, right? If you had to take a guess, Dan, what do you think they did after they sat down and heard of the Bone Kid? And then they heard of one kid talking about he saw a baby being killed and then described how he gutted and removed the brain of one baby. What do you think the CPS workers did?
I hope they would have just taken the kids out of there and just did something with the parents or the family.
You would think that, right? You would think that would be the way to go. But instead, they went and recruited two private occult investigators. Yeah, they went and hired additional investigators. These investigators were Brooks Flegg and Steve Baggs, and they were to assist in an investigation of these accounts by the children. You know, just like any normal state worker would do, they just go and hire some private occult investigators, right? Anyways, well, there is some light at the end of the tunnel. So in total, 15 children connected to this family, they would end up being removed from their homes and ended up being placed into foster care. And the county ended up assigning a special prosecutor to this case, Scott Lyford. He participated like super close with this investigation. So let's get into Scott Lyford.
So Prosecutor Lyford decided to do a search of the Kerr property to look for evidence and back up the stories of the torture and the human sacrifice that Ann and Debbie had said the children were telling them about. He got a search warrant and raided the compound. He found 3 shallow grave-like depressions in the soil, a shovel with blood residue on it, an area matching the children's description of where the abuse occurred, 2 devil masks, and a blood-stained mattress cover with 4 knives by it. That was exactly what the children said to have been used to murder and dismember children. Items were retrieved from the Kerr household as well. These were devices used to restrain and torture the children. Finally, plastic bags were found buried on the Kerr property, containing bone fragments. Before Lyford took his evidence to the grand jury, the Texas Human Skeletal Identification Laboratory issued a report stating that the remains were most probably human. And then another report from a different laboratory, filed months after the indictment was issued, concluded that the remains were not human.
Some conflicting reports, huh?
Yeah.
Well, I mean, conflicting reports about the last part. the top part, I mean, is open and closed case, in my opinion. You find all the shit that all the kids are saying. Go on the property and find devil masks, bloodstained mattresses, knives that the kids were saying they used to murder and dismember other children and babies. Find torture devices. I don't know, man. Anyways, this is where the story of Kelly Wilson's disappearance that we spoke about earlier and this Kerr satanic child abuse shit start to overlap and get really weird, if it isn't weird enough yet. So this is where the crossover happens. Do you remember me talking about the Sergeant James Brown that got obsessed with investigating the disappearance of Kelly Wilson, the one who was doing it in his free time and everything? So while he was taking his vacation and actually doing the investigation of her disappearance, he was like obsessed with it. So while he was doing that, that Scott Lyford guy, the special prosecutor, he was investigating the Kerr case. So they were both investigating at the same time. So just kind of keep that in mind. So in 1993, one of the children taken from the Kerr home and placed into a foster care, who is only identified as R.S., as in Romeo Sierra, it claimed that Kelly Wilson had been abducted, raped, and murdered by the Kerrs. So, of course, as a result of this claim that Sergeant James Brown, his investigation began to overlap the investigation into the Kerrs. He started looking into this satanic cult and this claim that this kid made.
So Sergeant Brown started investigating the Kerrs and their involvement with Kelly Wilson's disappearance. He focused on Wendell Kerr first, a key suspect, but quickly concluded that Wendell was not in the state of Texas at the time of Kelly's disappearance, and that in fact he was in New York. Sergeant Brown met with Special Prosecutor Scott Lyford, whom had been assigned to the Kerr case to discuss his findings. Sergeant Brown told Lyford about Wendell Kerr being in New York at the time of Kelly Wilson's disappearance and openly expressed his skepticism about the satanic cult story. This pissed off Prosecutor Lyford, at least. This Kerr case was Lyford's baby and nobody was putting it in the court.
Damn right. So Special Prosecutor Lyford decided to tell Sergeant Brown, and I quote, "I am investigating the disappearance of Kelly Wilson now. I don't want you interfering, and if you do, we're going to have a problem." End quote.
Some biting words.
Oh, yeah. So you remember that one kid that we talked about earlier, that R.S. Romeo Sierra? The one that claimed Kelly Wilson had been abducted and raped and murdered by his family, right? So a few days after Special Prosecutor Lyford told Sergeant Brown basically to fuck off, well, that kid R.S., he ended up adding additional details to his account of Kelly Wilson. You want to cover those?
Yeah. Mysterious R.S. kid said basically that Sergeant Brown was involved with the disappearance of Kelly Wilson, that he saw him come over and help out with torturing and murdering her. He then went on to say that the police would not help, that they were also bad, and described in general terms a person resembling Brown as having participated in the sexual abuse. Adding more fire to Sergeant Brown, Connie Martin, who had been dating Wendell Kerr's brother Danny Kerr at the time, had also said that Sergeant Brown was involved in the ritual murder of Kelly. She gave a notarized statement which said the following.
I was going to put on a girl voice,
but
I'm just going to do my regular voice.
You got to do it.
My name is Connie Martin. I live in Gilmore, Texas.
No, I'm just going to go with the normal.
Do that, yes.
No, I can't. The people will hate me. I'll get hate from it. I can't do that.
No, I think they think it's funny.
Okay.
My name is Connie Martin. I live in Gilmore, Texas with Danny Kerr. We are not married. I was present when Wendell Kerr and Danny Kerr, Don Holman, Wanda Kerr, and me drove into...
Dude, I can't do that too long. And me drove into Gilmer, Texas in Danny's van. We picked up Kelly Wilson at a video store on the square. We drove back out to Eugene and Genevieve Kerr's compound. Eugene, Tammy Smith, and her son Raymond, and my two sons, Danny and Daniel, were there. Danny and Wendell led us all back to the woods. They made me and Wanda have sex with Kelly. She didn't want to. They made her. Danny and Wendell made her have sex with them. So did Geneva, Eugene, and Don Holman. Tammy Smith was there. They kept her quiet by putting tape over her mouth. After they were through, they made me and Wanda take the kids back to the house. I don't know what they did with her after that.
I gotta say, who the hell names their kids Danny and Daniel? Because Danny's like a nickname for Daniel.
Yeah, what if?
I feel offended.
Yeah.
Alright. Even though there was no forensic evidence to support this story, and the case hinged entirely on unreliable eyewitness testimony, murder indictments were handed down to the entire compound. The grandparents, Eugene and Geneva, their son Wendell and his wife Wanda Hicks, Wendell's brother Danny, and the two family friends Roger Don Holman and his wife Tammy Jo Smith, as well as Gilmer Police Sergeant James Brown. All were charged with the murder of Kelly Wilson.
You know, it seemed kind of, I don't know, convenient whenever James Brown and Lyford bumped heads that all of a sudden that RS gave an additional statement and said that Sergeant Brown was involved, and then that girlfriend of Danny Kerr's at the time gave that notarized statement that said that she was there. I don't know, it seems anyways, but I guess we'll get to that here in a minute. This is the final act. This is the final bit of it. So what did Special Prosecutor Scott Lyford do after he quote-unquote solved the case? Well, he went to Robbie Wilson, which is Kelly's father, and said the following to them. I am proud after many years I have finally solved your daughter's disappearance. Now, this turned out really bad for Lyford because Connie Martin ended up recanting her statement and said she made it all up.
Damn. I don't know, can you take it back even though after you got it notarized and stuff?
I don't know. I don't know. That's a good question.
Yeah. Well, this left Special Prosecutor Lyford with the only other evidence that he had, which was the social worker's report that the child RS had said that they witnessed the murders. Faced with a shaky, shitty case, the Attorney General's office reversed Lyford and got the court to dismiss all the murder indictments. Recently, the Child Protective Services transferred Ann and Debbie to other duties and began an investigation of their conduct in the case. I would too, fucking hiring occult investigators. Oh, come on.
Yeah.
Sergeant Brown was reinstated at his position as a police officer, but ended up quitting and said that he had lost all faith in the justice system.
Rightfully so. I would have done the same thing.
Yeah.
So in 2001, Brown and the Kerrs filed separate civil lawsuits against Scott Lyford, which was the prosecutor, and the CPS workers involved. Their suits were dismissed by a federal district court on what were essentially grounds of qualified immunity, is what they call this. It's basically government officials cannot be sued unless certain grounds can be met, such as a denial of civil rights. What type of bullshit are they running, man?
I want some of that qualified immunity.
That's what I want too. Anyways, so that's the case and all that happened, but it doesn't end there. Now we're going to go over some strange facts and findings in both of these cases. And then afterwards we'll go over some suspects, and then we'll wrap it all up with our thoughts and theories. So Dan, you want to hit us with the first strange fact?
Of course. So upon the arrest, one of the Kerrs was given a form to fill out that included a question about annual income. Don't know, she wrote. As her parents' address, another defendant wrote, don't know address, was raised children home. Yes, they spelled address with only one D. This shows the level of education here.
Yeah, you can kind of speculate if they weren't that educated, obviously they're not going to be that much of a thinker, right? Yep. So maybe they could easily influence into a story that somebody wants them to believe.
Very true.
Another strange fact is that Kelly Day Wilson's vehicle, it was never fingerprinted. So
that's a little weird. Figure that's like one of the things they should have done.
Yeah, I mean, isn't that like the very first thing they do? I don't know.
So, next one is Roger Don Holman. Remember him? He was the family friend of the Kerrs. He was one of the people living in the compound with the Kerrs, was primarily a bus driver, but at one time he had been a reserve police officer for the Big Sandy Police Department. Holman was accused of sexually abusing a child in Gladewater, Texas, but those charges were eventually dropped. Holman was known to be a religious fanatic and would quote scripture while being questioned during his interrogation into Kelly Wilson's disappearance.
You imagine that? If you're sitting down and you're like, so sir, where were you January 5th, 1992? And the Lord would say, they're like looking at me like, what the fuck is wrong with this guy? Anyways, I thought that was weird, you know?
Yes.
All right. Another strange fact is that there is a rumor when you go through the interwebs and you start digging this up, you will find that there's a rumor that Sergeant Brown, he had been dating or quote unquote seeing Kelly Wilson at the time of her disappearance. Now, this is just a rumor, okay? And Sergeant Brown denies ever actually meeting or knowing Kelly Wilson, even though he did say that she may have served him coffee once when she worked at a Golden Corral in Gilmer, Texas. Which is odd because he knew specifically that she served him coffee. This strange little facts like these that make you switch your position on who you feel sorry for, right? Because I felt sorry for him and how Lyford treated him, that special prosecutor. But then it's like, why would Kelly Wilson go with the Kerrs unless Sergeant Brown was with him and she was dating him, trusted him, went with him, they took him to the woods and killed her? I don't know. He was dedicated to the case. Maybe he was dedicated to covering up, but we'll go over that at the end. So there's something interesting to add to this theory of, or this rumor of Sergeant Brown dating Kelly Wilson, was that before Kelly's disappearance, Sergeant Brown put in his resume for a position at the Winsboro Police Department, but he was denied. So when asked about it, the chief of police at Winsboro was quoted saying, and I quote, "We do not want to hire someone who is known to associate with high school girls." Oh. Shit. Damn.
His business is out there.
That right there. Oof. What do you think of that?
Busted. No,
almost made me spill my water. God dang. All right.
November 16th of 1994, the Gilmer police released a statement that 5 boxes of the evidence from the Wilson case were stolen from the police evidence room. The boxes contained copies of the records in the case. The originals were forwarded to the Attorney General's office, and guess what? These are also missing.
What happens to this shit? Is there like a bad chain of custody when it comes to most of these cases we come across? Because a lot of these have stuff that are stolen or taken away.
Evidence always mysteriously disappearing.
Yeah, kind of pisses me off. Anyways, so those are some strange facts, but all of this still leaves the question of what happened to Kelly Wilson. So let's discuss the suspects. So suspect number 1, Chris Denton. Chris Denton was Kelly's boyfriend at the time. He was known for having a hot temper and was seen having an argument with Kelly the night before she disappeared. He sold his car only 1 month after Kelly went missing by traveling to Louisiana and had a dealer ship his car to Mexico. My God, damn. So when investigators tracked down the car, they found strands of hair inside and noticed the truck mat was missing. Chris also had a shaky alibi on the night Kelly disappeared, and he took a polygraph test and failed it. But, I mean, none of that really matters now if we're talking about solving a case because he died of cancer in 2004.
Damn.
Yeah, that's the first suspect, Chris Denton. So who's the second one?
The second suspect, Brent Ward. Brent Ward is Chris Denton's cousin, who claimed they were riding around in a pickup truck together on the night Kelly went missing. He also failed a polygraph test. In 1995, was convicted and sentenced to 3 years in prison for perjury after lying to a grand jury about being at work on the day of Kelly's disappearance. Timesheets showed Ward was not at work, and his supervisor testified that Ward had asked him to lie to law enforcement and provide him with a false alibi. Ward supposedly told his supervisor that he and 2 friends had been at the video store, messing around with Kelly 15 minutes before it closed.
Weird. Alright, let's go over the next guy. Michael Abibi was a 17-year-old high school acquaintance of Kelly's, who was the one who slashed the tire on her car. He actually admitted to this tire slashing and served 90 days in jail. But he claimed it was just a random act of vandalism and denied all knowledge of Kelly's disappearance. And that's all we have on him, is that he just slashed her tire, and that's it. But that puts him as a suspect. So
Yeah, that little shit slashing tires.
Yeah, what's wrong with you, baby?
Our final suspect, Joe Henry. Y'all remember who Joe Henry is? He's the owner of the Northeast Texas Video, and he was the last person to see Kelly alive. It raised some red flags when he was arrested for possession of child pornography in 2004, but authorities reiterated that he was never considered a serious suspect, as he had a pretty solid alibi after he left the store that night. The alibi was that he was taking care of his mother, who was failing health at the time.
Alright, so those are our suspects. But I have my own personal theory about what happened that night. You want me to get into it?
Go for it.
Alright, so after researching this case for hours, for weeks, for months, which seems like sometimes years we were researching it for, Dan.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, we're sitting there, look up at the clock, and it's been 32 hours straight of us researching it, right? We call up Gilmer Police Department, tried to get them to answer some questions. They hung up. We got in contact with multiple people involved with the case. They all hung up with us. Nobody wanted to talk to us about it. However, one day we'll be reputable investigational people, right?
Yeah.
Investigational journalists. One day we will be, and people will answer our calls. Anyways, alright, so this is my guess of what happened. Okay, are you ready?
Ready.
So it's the night of Kelly's disappearance. She gets out of work, she gets into her car, and she realized her tire is slashed. So she continued on to drop the receipts off at the bank nearby, and at some point ran into her boyfriend, who admitted to driving around with his cousin that night. Possibly offers to help with the tire, but after heading back to the video store parking lot, changes his mind, giving their fight the day before. He was possibly still upset and seized the moment of vulnerability and ended up killing her, which that is my guess. It is the boyfriend who did this, Chris Denton, killed her, ended up discarding her body in Louisiana somewhere in the swamps, ended up shipping the car to Mexico, where the investigators then tracked it down, noticed his mat was missing, and then found strands of hair inside of it that led to nothing, but he failed a polygraph. He had a shaky alibi, but he died of cancer in 2004, so we'll never know the truth. That is my guess.
Okay. I mean, it kind of makes sense. There is one thing that did, catch my attention, though, about what Brent Ward said, the Chris Denton's cousin. He said that they were at the video store 15 minutes before it closed, messing around with Kelly.
Yeah.
Wouldn't the manager or the owner, Joe Henry, know about that too? But he's never said nothing about it?
Ooh. You hit a plot hole. Reopen the investigation. Daniel solved it. Reopen it.
Alright. So, my theory on it, Joe Henry and Sergeant Brown are in cahoots.
Uh-oh.
Sergeant Brown supposedly was seeing her, and Joe Henry is, well, a pedophile. He watched child pornography and was charged with possession of it in 2004. So that probably, back then, he probably had some more, or had some back then. Started his collection, who knows?
Oh my god.
Also, if he is the store owner and you had a 17-year-old female working for you, wouldn't you want to make sure she actually leaves the parking lot and such before you dip out?
Yeah.
He just straight up sees her, buys her the car, and just leaves. I feel like that is just a lie. Her tire was slashed. Only one of them. I'm sorry, but I've driven where I punctured the side of my tire on a stormwater drain with the metal lip. Yeah, I got a little too close, but I was able to make it a little ways down the road until, bam, you definitely know you got a flat tire.
Yeah, you do.
So her making it to the bank and back is hard to believe. I feel like she probably dropped off the deposit, went back to let her boss know. He abducted her, and conveniently, little old BB stall car all alone in a tire that had just the perfect roundness tire and that it ticked him off. So why do I throw Sergeant Brown Bomber? He was already seeing her. I'm sure he probably stopped by a few times to check out the underage talent, which with seeing the interest Joe has as well, pretty positive he noticed the same thing the sergeant did. So they ended up having to work together to keep each other from being caught. Sergeant Brown Bomber made sure that the search and the case went away from Joe and focused elsewhere. Yeah, the sergeant was charged with the murder, but he knew they didn't have much to go on, and the general attorney was more focused on the satanic cults, so the case was already, well, let's just go ahead and call it as it is. It was totally foobar.
Yeah, it was. The whole entire case was completely messed up from the very beginning. Absolutely crazy. I mean, that's all we really have on it. That's where it sits right now. But this whole disappearance of her is weird. The Wenda and Wanda Kerr and the satanic kid thing. That whole thing is, you don't even know where to go. That's why I thought this was such a good story for us to cover, right?
Yeah.
You don't know where to go in this story. It's so much information. It goes so many different ways. It's weird.
Yeah, whatever happened to Kelly, the culprits set it up perfect, I guess you could say. Small town, satanic cult, they're gonna get the more attention. Girl goes missing. It's upsetting, but you're gonna pay attention to one girl or a cult that's eating babies and kids and doing all kinds of stuff.
Yeah, and then at that time, there was kind of like a satanic panic going on.
That's right.
So whoever set it up, like you said, set it up perfect to where they weren't even going to be looked at, just this satanic cult would be. But then it makes you question, what were the kids talking about? With all the babies being murdered and all that, isn't that worth looking into?
Yeah, that and the one kid knew exactly how to friggin' gut kids or like tear meat off of bones to collect the bones.
And yeah, gut kids and take their brain out. So weird. Anyways, that's the disappearance of Kelly Day Wilson and the Texas Satanic Cannibal Cult. Do you have any final things you want to say before we move on from this, Daniel?
I still think it's Joe Henry and Sergeant Brown.
All right. Well, I think it's the boyfriend who did it, but to be continued. We don't know. We don't know what happened. We probably never will know what happened. So all we can do until then is speculate.
Yep.
But write us and let us know who you think did it. We'd love to hear your thoughts and opinions on it.
Yeah, if you find out any more information, of course, let us know.
Yep. So with that being said, I guess let's move into a couple voicemails we'll go over. Then we'll do the iTunes reviews and ratings. All right, so this first voicemail is from Eatmaster6420. So we're going to play that right now.
Mom, I'll take the trash out in a minute. I'm trying to play Minecraft. Oh, sorry guys. You might have known me as Unanimous, aka Big Dipper. And well, I think now I'd like to be known as Yeetmaster6420. And well, I love you guys. People don't say that enough nowadays. Also, kneecaps. Alright. Keep it easy and stay breezy, San Diego.
Oh my god. Yeet Master.
You know what? He's right. We don't say kneecaps enough.
It's exactly right. So were you here when he called or when he left a voicemail last time?
No, but I've heard about it.
Yeah, so he left a great voicemail a few weeks ago. Little Dipper, Big Dipper. And I mean, we can't call him Big Dipper anymore. We got to call him Yeet Master 6420.
Master 6420.
Thank you for the voicemail. Thank you for the love, man. Stay safe out there and keep playing that Minecraft.
And kneecaps.
All right. So this next one is from Anonymous. We'll play that right now.
Yo, I want to say you guys' show is the best. This is Dale from Canada. I can't leave a written review on iTunes, but here's my support. Have a great one.
Dale, I want to say move on over. I want you to make an extra room for me up there in Canada. Okay?
Canada, eh?
I'm going to come live up there with you, okay? Number 1, love your accent. Number 2, love Canada. Number 3, I love Dale. So thank you for your support. Thank you for your love. It's all right. You can't leave an iTunes review. It's totally fine. We'll take the voicemail love just as much.
Exactly.
Yeah. Thank you. But tell him, Dan.
Love
you. Oh, yeah. All right. So thank you, Dale. All right. That's in the voicemails. Now we go to the ratings and reviews. So the first one we got this week is from Ricky_A. He left a 5-star review on March 13th with a subject line that reads, "A good listen if you don't have a stick up your ass." He goes on to say, "Hey, it's Ricky A. Thanks for putting me on Ghost 3. You guys are awesome. Don't change nothing. But I have a request on a subject. If possible, the Fourth Reich and the camps that they had Nazis living in South America, like Argentina, and did human experiments up until the late 90s. So, first of all, thank you, Ricky A, for the 5 stars. Thank you for the love, and not a problem for putting you into Ghost 3. If you submitted your story, we put you in, so just want to thank you for submitting it. But I've heard about the Fourth Reich. I've heard about Nazis living in South America and Argentina. I have not heard about the human experiments up until the late 90s there in that specific area. Have you, Dan?
I have not.
That's something we're gonna have to look into. But it's definitely it's on our list now. So thank you, Ricky, for the love, for the support, and we will add that to our list. All right, this next one is from Strawberry Ragdoll X. It was left on March 15th, and it is 5 stars, with the subject line that reads, "Best podcast I've heard." They go on to say, "Hey guys, I love the podcast. Keep up the great work. I love listening while working because it keeps me thinking while unloading merchandise. I love the intros because it shows off everyone's light-hearted personality. I hope that y'all can touch on a topic on the similarities of urban legends in many cultures. I like to think that we're all connected in a way, and specifically in some of the things we fear. Love you all." Thank you, Strawberry Ragdoll. Urban legends in many cultures. Yeah, that is something we're going to have to review and go over. Is urban legends in different cultures. There's a lot of them, but they're all so good.
There are definitely a lot of them.
But that is definitely added to our list. But thank you for your love and your support. And I'm glad we could be right there with you while you're unloading merchandise. And I want you to remember to please lift with your legs. So take a deep breath right now. Use your legs down. Then stand up.
Bend those.
Dan. Exactly.
Well, not the knees,
Tell them, Dan.
but the knees.
All right. Well, thank you again, and we love you.
Yes, thank you.
Okay. This next one is from Nikki G9314. It was left on March 17th. It's 5 stars with a subject line that reads, "Love you guys." They go on to say, "I'm so glad I discovered this podcast. Where can I find a pic of you guys? I need to match a face with your sexy voices. Especially Kate's tongue emoji. My new girl crush." Ooh. So, thank you for your love, Nikki. Thank you for your 5 stars. Thank you for your support. Pictures of us, we aren't going to really show actual pictures of ourselves just for privacy reasons, but maybe in the future. So, thank you for that. Yeah, maybe just for you. I don't know though.
I don't want no model agency to be calling me, bugging me.
Oh, yeah, how many times did they call you that one time?
Oh, man. Tell you, all I showed was the top part of my head and fucking phone
just
blew
the
up.
just the top section of your head. Well, your face wasn't even involved.
No.
They were like, "That's a nice fucking top head right there."
Dude, I gotta tell you, my Asian genes, I got some nice fucking hair.
You do. I have to say, you do have it. Come here, let me touch it. Come
here. Here you go.
Come here. See, that's some nice hair.
That is some nice hair.
All right, thank you, Nikki, for the love. All right, we're gonna move to the next one. So the next one is Little London, left on March 18th. It is 5 stars. The subject line that reads, "Great podcast." They go on to say, "Just came across this podcast. Love the content, and the cast is great as well. Kate's voice is super sexy." Thank you, Little London. We'll let Kate know of that, and that seems to be a popular theme.
Yep.
So, is mine not? sexy enough for ya? No, I'm just kidding. Does it not turn you on? Oh my God, don't fucking do that. I will unplug this computer. All right, but thank you, London, for your love, and we'll continue serving you knowledge nuggets in your ear hole.
That's right.
All right, this next one is from City of Angels, left on March 19th. It is 5 stars with the subject line that reads dope. They go on to say, love the show, love the facts and the theories. Keep up the good work. I got a lot of scary stories from my father and mother from when they were young. Hopefully I can share some with you as time goes and they can make it on the show. Well, hey, City of Angels, thank you for your love. Thank you for your 5 stars. Go ahead and submit them if you want. You can go to theoriesofthethirdkind.com/contact, or just go to our website, click on the contact button, excuse me, and you can find our email addresses there, which is Aaron at Theories of the Third Kind or Dan at Theories of the Third Kind. Or you can go to our social medias, Facebook, Instagram, Twitter, and you can DM us on there and send your personal stories in through there. We'll store them under Ghost Stories 4, which is, it'll be a few months until we go over that. So, just let you know, unless you have some Ouija board stories, and that will be before that, because we'll cover Ouija board before that. But send them in, and we'll cover them. But thank you again for the love and the 5 stars, and keep doing you.
That's right.
All right. This next one is from AKM19223. It was left on March 19th. It is 4 stars with a subject line that reads enjoyable. They go on to say, I really like the content here. Good range of topics and discussion, and 3 personalities' opinions make for good combo and interesting listening. I see some hate on the digression in episodes, but what real conversations don't go off track here and there. Thank you, AKM. I agree. I mean, sometimes there is some, we digress in some episodes, but I think it's gotten a lot better here recently.
Yeah, I think it has.
Yeah, but thank you, AKM, for your love, for your support, and for everything. Fucking Corona. All right. So this next one is from Ellen Swan. It was left on March 21st. It is 5 stars with a subject line that reads dope. They go on to say, yo, this is awesome. I am obsessed with creepy stuff, and I came across this. It met my expectation, and it is so good. You have to watch this, in all capital letters. P.S. Can you guys do an episode on the man from Torrid?
Man from Torrid.
Thank you, Ellen, for your 5 stars and your love. And the man from Torrid. Didn't we already cover him on a Thoughts and Theories, Dan? Wasn't that guy who... Hold on. I'm going to have to look at it real quick. Yeah, we covered him on the time traveling episode. It was the guy who arrived at the Japanese airport, and he had a passport, and he said he was from the country Torrid.
Oh.
But there was, like, no country named Torrid. But I think barely glazed over that. That's, like, all we said about him, which we could cover him. I mean, I'm down to cover him.
Put him on the list.
You just made the list. But thank you, Alan, for the suggestion. We love you. All right, this next one is from Kinsey Sway 23, left on March 21st. It is 5 stars with a subject line that reads amazing. They go on to say, I'm a huge conspiracy theorist lover, and I just stumbled across this podcast while searching for new conspiracy podcasts. It's my new favorite podcast. I love you guys. You're funny, and I feel like I'm just listening to some friends talk. I heard on a podcast someone say a bad review about a girl saying it would be better without her, when actually she is my favorite. Love her voice. Don't listen to the haters, and keep up the good work, guys. Thank you for the love, Kinsey Sway, and for the 5 stars. And I'm glad we can be your new favorite conspiracy podcast.
Definitely.
And hopefully we can keep up that love. And if you got any suggestions or anything, shoot them our way. All right, the next one is from Gina Gee 7, left on March 21st. It is 5 stars with a subject line that reads Liddy. They go on to say, I really enjoy hearing all y'all. I stumbled upon y'all, and I've been binging for 2 days. Thanks for the awesome content. No. Thank you, Gina Gee 7, for the 5 stars and for the great review. All right, this next one, of course, 1 star. We always gotta have that one person, but it's fine. So this next one is from Bigfoot Stacy. It was left on March 22nd, and it is 1 star. It is a subject line reads, never get that time back. They go on to say, listen to the allocated Crowley episode. I assume that Bigfoot Stacy meant Aleister Crowley episode, but hey, it's autocorrect. So, anyways, not gonna bash y'all. It takes a lot to get these things going and keep it going. However, the dude who was trying to be funny, stop it. You're very annoying and not actually funny at all. Kate, love the sound of your voice. Do your own show. I listened till the end, but I can't deal with the one dude. Very, very annoying. I mean, dude, just shut your mouth. Kate even had to ask you to get out of the room. Good luck.
All right.
Not gonna bash you, but give you 1 star. Okay. So she was clearly talking about Donnie in the Aleister Crowley episode. Because Donnie kept chiming in and kind of bickering with Kate, and Kate told him to leave the room. So,
makes sense.
But we'll pass on the word to Donnie and Kate and tell Kate to start her own show. So, just for you, Bigfoot Stacy. But thank you for the review, and we will pass that forward.
I like the name though, Bigfoot Stacy.
I do like it. Yeah. All right, next one is from Lal O. It was left on March 23rd, and it is 5 stars with a subject line that reads, awesome as always. They go on to say, great podcast the last few weeks. I'm finally all caught up, and I just want to let you guys know you guys are doing great. Anytime soon on the Las Vegas shooting. A lot of interesting stuff. Keep being great. Love you all. Take care. Thank you for the 5 stars. Thank you for the love. The Las Vegas shooting is on our episode list, isn't it, Daniel?
It is.
And it may seem that when you guys have suggestions that we always say that, but I'm being completely honest. We have a giant list of what episodes are next, and they get moved up and down depending on the suggestions. Like if there's someone's like, hey, I want to listen to that one, then we'll bump it up, and we'll keep bumping it up till it gets to the top.
Yeah.
So keep suggesting what you want to suggest, and we'll keep bumping up the ones you guys want, and we'll eventually get to them. Nothing's stopping this train. We're going to keep pumping out episodes, unless the corona gets us, which it's already gotten some people. All right. Sweet. Water. We only got 6 more. Nice. All right. So this next one is from 46. It was left on March 25th. It is 5 stars with a subject line that reads, awesome podcast. They go on to say, hey, everyone. I just want to say that I really enjoy the podcast. I love the blend of seriousness and the humor. It's really refreshing and entertaining. I'm always looking forward to new episodes. Thank you, 46, for the love, for the 5 stars, for the support. You're awesome.
Thank you.
So this next one is from Sweaty Balls. It was left on March 27th. It is 5 stars with a subject line that reads, picked it on its cover. They go on to say, you guys were my first pick when I searched conspiracy podcast, and you did not disappoint. Doing a fantastic job. I'd love to listen to an Isaac Cappy's. Keep IP the good work. I'm guessing he meant keep up the good work. That's it. So thank you, Sweaty Balls. And so their suggestion, Isaac Cappy. Now, if I recall correctly, don't bash me, listeners, if I get this wrong, but Isaac Cappy was an individual who, quote unquote, committed suicide. But before he did, he was outing the elite, saying that they were filled with pedophiles, the industry, and named all these people like Tom Hanks and Oprah and all these individuals, saying that they raped a whole bunch of kids and all that stuff. And then he was, quote unquote, suicided. So we'll add him to the list. I don't think he's on the list, but we'll definitely add him. Thank you, Sweaty Balls, for the 5 stars and for the love. Love you.
And Jeffrey Epstein didn't kill himself.
Yep. All right. This next one is from P-Rock BHH. It was left on March 28th. It is 5 stars with a subject line that reads, great podcast and interesting topics. They go on to say, I really enjoyed the level of insight, thoughts, and humor from you guys that presented in pretty much every episode. Thanks for making my grinding experience on JRPGs on my PS4 not feel so monotonous. Keep up the great work. Thank you, P-Rock BHH, for the 5 stars. And I'm glad we could be right there with you as you do your quests on your JRPGs on your PS4.
Farming them items to make the ultimate weapon or something like that.
Yeah, you keep farming and you listen to us. You want, no pressure, but it's greatly appreciated. And know that we're always there cheering you on. And you fucking do that quest. You gather those 4 apples and kill those 5 boars, and you collect that skin. or and you collect that nice mace, that new mace to add onto your character, and you level up.
That's right.
Yeah, but thank you, P-Rock. You're awesome. So this next one is from Sith Sense, left on March 29th. It is 5 stars with a subject line that reads a radical. They go on to say, this is hands down my favorite podcast. They all have great chemistry and it's constantly evolving. Love it. Thank you, Sith Sense. You're amazing. Thank you for the 5 stars and love. I'm glad we could provide you with some entertainment.
Yeah, thank you.
So this next one is from Corey95, left on April 3rd. It is 5 stars with a subject line that reads, my favorite new podcast. They're going to say, just found y'all, and I love y'all's podcast. Heart emoji. Thank you, Corey95, the 5 stars, for the love. We love you.
Much love.
Yeah, much love. All right, the last one, the last review is left on April 4th, and it is from Ruben, and it is 5 stars. The subject line that reads, great podcast. They go on to say, I came across this podcast after being caught up with all my paranormal shows, and I took a chance and listened. I was not disappointed. It has been a couple of months, and it's now one of my new favorite shows. I went back and listened to past episodes, and now I look forward to each new episode. Thank you, guys, for all you do. Stay safe, stay healthy. Your faithful follower, Reptilian Ruben. Thank you, Reptilian Ruben, for the 5 stars. Thank you for the love. I'm honored to hear that we're one of your new favorite podcasts. We'll continue throwing these episodes out, and we'll continue trying to do what we can do. You know,
that's not too personal. Can we see your tail?
I like that. Yep. So that's all the ratings, reviews. That's all the voicemails. We'll do some quick shout outs real quick. Let me see. I'll do Instagrams first. I want to give a shout out to Chipper Atlanta, Jessica Cecilia, Hermit Tex 9, Sydney Leo 4, It's Huff, Lucky Breeze 381, Erica Bone, Danny Gibson, Prometheus Prime, Jason Likes Tattoos, all my friends are brainwashed, Mackenzie Ray, Brad0794, Chemical Eva, Zach Attack, Tennille Chapman, Shade Cheser, J Horse Chief, and Turlel Loaf. I think I'm pronouncing that right. I'm probably not, but I want to give all you guys a shout out. Thank you for the love. Thank you for the support. And keep sending your messages on Instagram, and I'll respond as quickly as I can. Right now, I think I've got, 30 or 40 new messages I have to review and go over, and all of them for some reason get sent to spam. But yeah, thank you everybody for the love and support, and keep sending your good stuff in. Definitely. You got any Twitter shout outs or anything on Twitter?
No, we did get a bunch of followers. When I say a bunch, probably like a handful, but nothing too exciting. So I encourage people to tweet at me, say something. Notice me, senpai.
Notice me, senpai. Notice me. So another thing too, I wanted to say something about the Facebook messaging. We are super backed up on the Facebook messages. Backed up so much that we're a month behind on the Facebook messages response. I think right now there's a auto response on Facebook. So if you message us, you've got like this, let us read over this message and we'll get back to you as quick as we can. I'll start taking over those messages and start responding to them. So I'm just going to let you know your message has not fallen on deaf ears. We will respond to your Facebook messages as well. So with that being said, I apologize for no Facebook shout outs this week, and I love you. Just know that.
I love you all.
Yep. So that's the end of the episode. You got anything you want to say before we wrap her up?
Stay safe out there. Keep doing the social distancing. Don't hang out in too big of crowds. Don't cough and sneeze on people. Practice good hygiene shit.
I suggest the same. I wanted to thank everybody for listening to us today. Practice your social distancing. Practice your love with one another as well. If you want to reach out to us, you can go to our social medias, or you can go to theoriesofthethirdkind.com and leave a voicemail with us, and we will review it. And with that being said, Dan, you want to roll us out?
It's okay, guys, to be out of this world with your thoughts.
Because you're not alone.
Welcome to
Theories
of the third kind.
Welcome to Theories of the Third Kind. My name is Aaron, and I am one of your hosts today. The other host joining me is Danielson.
Yo, what's going on, guys?
Today's episode, of course, is DMT and the Machine Elves. But before we get into it, let me do a quick announcement. We don't run any ads or take any money from any corporations. So if you would like to help us out, you can leave a written review on iTunes, and it helps us out quite a bit. If you don't want to leave one, though, or you can't leave one, that is fine. We just want you guys, girls, aliens, reptilians, Bigfoot, Sasquatches, Chupacabras, ghosts, Illuminati members, whoever or whatever you are, to enjoy the show. Also, if any of you would like to reach out to us, you can shoot us a message on Instagram, Twitter, or Facebook, or you can go to our website, which is theoriesofthethirdkind.com, and click the contact button. There you will find all of our email addresses. Also, on our site, you can leave a voicemail with your phone anonymously, and we will review it. So, with that being said, how this episode will go today is that we will quickly go over what exactly DMT is, a brief history behind it, individuals' experiences and personal stories upon taking it, the machine elves themselves, theories about them, and then we will wrap it all up with our own thoughts and theories behind it all. Are you ready, Daniel?
Let's do it.
All right. Well, with that being said, Danielson, can you tell us what DMT is?
DMT, or dimethyltryptamine, is a naturally occurring chemical compound found in the human body in at least 60 species of plants worldwide that produces a uniquely powerful and short-lived psychedelic effect upon taking, which it can be smoked, injected, snorted, ingested, stuck up your butt, pretty much any way you can think of. Depending on the dosage and the method of administration, the effects of DMT can range from mild psychedelic states to powerfully immersive life-altering experiences, in which users are placed in a state where they explore spiritual realms, alternate dimensions, and interact with other beings.
So DMT is found in both plants and animals. It is the active hallucinogenic compound in ayahuasca, which is pretty much it's a tea brew, which is used for ritual purposes by the indigenous people in the Amazon. DMT is illegal in 184 out of 195 countries in the world. However, unlike some illegal substances, DMT is not considered to be addictive or toxic by the scientific community. In no way whatsoever are we telling people they should go out and do DMT. This is just for entertainment purposes, right, Daniel?
Correct.
All right. So now we're going to jump into a brief history behind DMT.
Traditional use of DMT dates back as far as the late 8th century, and like we said earlier, it is naturally occurring in certain plants. One plant in particular, the A. peregrina, also known as Jopo, Cohopa, Perica, or calcium tree. So during ritual ceremonies, the Tain, who were the indigenous people of the Caribbean, used to take the seeds of this cohoba tree, ground them up, use this giant Y-shaped pipe to snort them up their noses. When asked why this is done, the Tain people responded with just 2 words, which translated to astral traveling.
Man, you figure that's gotta hurt. Ground up some seeds and you take it right up your nostrils. That's interesting.
Yeah. Never tried it, so I don't know.
Yeah, well, maybe in the future.
Maybe.
So we talked about the tea brew earlier that was in the Amazon, or that was used by the indigenous people of the Amazon, that tea called ayahuasca. So DMT is the psychoactive ingredient in ayahuasca. And evidence of ayahuasca's use dates back to at least 1000 AD. Researchers found a bundle containing the residue of ayahuasca ingredients and various other preserved shamanic substances in a cave in southwestern Bolivia. And that was discovered in 2010, which I thought was pretty interesting.
Right. So all these years, the native people have been using DMT without really anyone ever questioning what it actually was or why. Then in 1956, Stephen Zara, a chemist and psychiatrist living in then communist nation of Hungary at the time, read about tribes and them taking a spiritual brew with DMT. The Tsar was looking for an alternative to LSD, which was impossible to obtain from a communist chemist, hence he began experimenting with DMT, and it was then that the psychotropic effects of the drug were realized.
So, what are the effects exactly? What does it feel like taking DMT? Well, there's a researcher who suggests that you have probably already felt its effects. His theory is that in times of extreme physical stress, some near-death experiences, and even during REM sleep, the body releases DMT. The man behind this theory is Rick Strassman, who we'll cover right now.
From 1990 to 1995, Dr. Strassman led a U.S. government-approved and funded clinical research team at the University of New Mexico studying the effects of DMT on human subjects in experimental conditions. As a result of his research, Strassman came to refer to DMT as the spirit molecule, because its effects include many features of religious experience such as visions, voices, powerful emotions, novel insights, and feelings of overwhelming significance. During the project's 5 years, he administered approximately 400 doses of DMT to nearly 5 dozen human volunteers.
God dang, 400 doses.
Now, do you really think they were volunteers?
Yeah,
Probably.
well, yeah. So this Strassman, he was legit. He did all of his stuff legit. So yeah, they were actually volunteers. These volunteers, more than half of them, reported profound encounters and interactions with these non-human beings while in this DMT state. So now we're going to hear a few stories from individuals involved with the study and their experiences as they retell what happened almost 20 years ago. All of them said that this was the most profound experience in their life. Now, while you listen to this, I want you to keep in mind that all of these individuals are not your typical people whom the media portray as, and I quote, drug users. These individuals had this experience at a fairly young age. All of them were under the age of 25 and have since had become successful in life, such as doctors, yoga instructors, lawyers, and a shaman, just to name a few. Now, this next audio clip is going to be 10 minutes long, but hear me out. It is completely worth the listen. So make sure you listen to it all and then come back and then we'll discuss the machine elves and the entities and what they could possibly be. So we're going to play that right now.
I would get a warm, full feeling, a golden feeling in my chest before it went to my head. I'd feel this warm rod about 1.5 inches in diameter start growing up inside my central channel. It would come up and sort of slow, warm up my chest, go up through my head, and slow down and put tremendous pressure in my sinuses behind my eyes, slow down, start to grow and thin the skin behind my forehead about 1 inch behind my hairline. And when it had, I was afraid it was going to pop my skin a few times because it was a very physical feeling. About 1.5 inches, 2 inches above my skull, when it popped through there, then the psychedelic trip would start. I thought I died. I saw the white clouds, the Renaissance white fluffy clouds with the gods and the angels and all that stuff is what I saw. I thought I was dying and going out, but I did take a quick look at Cindy and a quick look at Rick. I had my eyes open, and they were both there watching, looking very calm. I go, that's really good news. My body looks fine.
So I didn't know whether it was my birth I was re-experiencing, my death which was yet to come, because I know that time crumbles. The linearity of time is totally meaningless in these states. You are at the Godhead, the point where all time folds in on itself.
More and more layers of my humanity start peeling. Finally, the last, almost the last layer, and I can't even describe what it is, but you have, at some reaches way in there, there is like the last layer of that which defines you as a human being. And it goes, we're no longer a human being. In fact, you're no longer anything you can identify.
There was no concept of time. It was so disorienting. I was so terrified. I have never in my entire life been so terrified to be blasted out of my body, to leave my body behind, to be going at warp speed backwards through my own DNA, out the other end, into the universe.
And so I went right into this white light. As soon as I went into it, I lost any sense of being different, any sense of what I was doing, past, any sense of future. It was absolutely blissful and euphoric, and I just felt like it wasn't I. I was everything. I was the light. There was no sense of separation, no shadows, no differences, no past, no future. It was all present and white, yellow light. Then I felt myself falling out of this light, and as I fell out of it, I could feel the light was like a glow, like the sun with flames coming out, lapping out, and I could already start to feel this tremendous separation.
I reached across, and it was suddenly I'm in the universe, in this huge void, with these beings on the other side, and I put out my hands, and this incredible rainbow of pink light went between me and these entities. And I was trying to make it be like a white light, but it was this incredible pink light, this energy of love that this capacity of love that we as human beings have, that I was trying to just send to them.
This meteor-like trip through the infinite space of the interior consciousness is up pops the picture puzzle pattern door. And I'm now whizzing through this sucker like if it was nothing. I'm flying through it. But now I know what the picture puzzle pattern door is. The picture puzzle pattern door is the farthest reaches of your humanity. This is the doorway into what defines you as a human being. When you go past that, you stop being human to a degree, and the further you get past this point, the further away you go from being a human being. But right here, this picture puzzle pattern door is everything. It's everything. It's what defines you as a human being. This picture puzzle pattern door is you.
This is like the actual core of where all of reality is emanating from. This is where meaning comes from. Symbols were pouring out. They were intertwined. Every symbol and letter and in every language was pouring out of this point.
And I looked around at my environment, and I was trying to absorb everything, to understand, but there were all of these machines or structures or things that I had never seen before, that I had no idea what they were. I was like a caveman in a computer lab. I didn't have any idea, but I knew in my intellectual awareness that this was a very advanced civilization or life forms or whatever they were. They were so far advanced from what we know here on Earth.
There's one state in it, I call it the hobby horses, and they're interlocking, reticulating, vibrating hobby horses. And I use that's what they seem like to me. They interlock and they form a visual pattern that seems infinite in scape. And then you're on the inside, outside, inside, every side. And so it's less possible to use, words start to escape you.
The texture of the space was very much like an animated Mexican tile. It seemed to be hyper vivid in color, in the Technicolor sense, but also very clay-like and earth, like with an earthen pointing towards Earth, but not really being on Earth.
There was no I. There was a sense of a witness being suspended in this incredible vaulted space, like a cathedral made out of stained glass of all imaginable colors. Unbelievable brilliance and saturation of color. Just this amazing pattern in this dome, gigantic dome. It felt like the size of a small planet. And there were these winged beings. I don't remember exactly what they were, like angels, something like angels, that were majestically kind of flying through space. But there was something about the quality of how they were flying that was unique. I'd never seen. Like it was like, I don't know, a sense of another realm that was there. My sense was at some point there was this implicit sense, this is the divine realm. This is the divine realm. And it was not like a thought, but it was like this implicit kind of grokking recognition.
It was all very, very impersonal until I got to the space where I realized that I was in the area where souls await rebirth. And I was there, and I had been there so many times before. I recognized it, and this incredible transcendent peace came over me. I have never in my life ever felt such peace. Everything stripped away, every hope, every fear, every attachment to the material world was completely stripped out of me. I was free to just be the essence of a soul.
After the medicine wore off, there is that familiar sensation of kind of coming back into the body. And I do remember that. That was part of almost all of those experiences of kind of coalescing back into sensory awareness and a sense of having a body and of that becoming more substantial. And then, oh yeah, here I am. And I live in a body and I'm okay.
So Laura removes the eye shade. And I ask, not really with my eyes open quite yet, I ask, how long was I gone? I need to know. And Rick chimes in like 15 minutes. For a moment, I'm shocked. I'm like, the mind, has to try to catch up because now the whole cognitive dissonance of the experience has to catch up. Minutes. 1,000 years of experience in 15 minutes. Well, to say the least, it was profound. It was profound.
All of those accounts that you just heard, those individuals were part of Rick Strassman's study. All of them got injected with DMT and were observed by Dr. Rick Strassman and a nurse there, and they studied them. All those stories were completely interesting. That one guy, 1,000 years of experiences in 15 minutes. What do you think of that? It's kind of scary.
Scary, or someone's very good at, or very bad at keeping track of time.
Yeah.
So the big thing is, why is DMT illegal? Dr. Strassman hypothesized that DMT originated inside the brain, coming from a small gland about the size of a grain of rice, which is called the pineal gland, otherwise known by some as the third eye. This pineal gland is responsible for regulating our sense of time and is found in practically every vertebrate species.
But despite DMT being naturally produced in the body, sadly, it is classified as a Schedule I drug, which by law makes it equivalent of magic mushrooms, which is also bullshit, peyote cactus, which is bullshit, and opiates like heroin, which I don't think is bullshit. But so I have a theory as to why DMT is illegal, but we'll get to that in my thoughts and theory section, so we won't touch that right now. So let's go ahead and move on to the machine elves. So Danielson, what can you tell us about these machine elves?
The machine elves is a term coined by writer and philosopher Terence McKenna. to describe non-earthly entities that are often reported by individuals upon taking DMT. However, these machine delves date way back further. References to such encounters can be found in many cultures ranging from shamanic traditions of Native Americans to indigenous Australians and African tribes. So what is it like experiencing these machine elves?
Well, according to Terence McKenna, at about 1 minute to 2 minutes into the DMT trip, one may burst through a crystal-like mandala and find there's a whole bunch of entities waiting on the other side, saying, "How wonderful that you're here. You come so rarely. We're so delighted to see you." They're like jeweled, self-dribbling basketballs. There are so many of them, and they come pounding towards you, and they will stop in front of you and vibrate, and then they jump into your body, and then they jump back out again. And this whole thing is going on at a high-speed mode where you're being presented with thousands of details per second, and you can't get a hold of them, and these things are saying, "Don't give in to astonishment," which is exactly what you want to do. You want to go nuts with how crazy this is. And they say, "Don't do that. Pay attention to what we're doing."
What they're doing is making objects with their voices, singing structures into existence. They offer things to you saying, "Look at this, look at this." And as your attention goes towards these objects, you realize that what you're being shown is impossible. It's not simply intricate, beautiful, and hard to manufacture. It's impossible to make these things. The nearest analogy would be the Fabergé eggs, but these things are like the toys that are scattered around the nursery inside of UFO. Celestial toys, and the toys themselves appear to be somehow alive and can sing other objects into existence. So what's happening is this proliferation of elf gifts, which are moving around singing, and they are saying, "Do what we are doing." And they are very insistent. And they say, "Do it, do it, do it." And you feel like a bubble inside your body beginning to move up towards your mouth. And when it comes out, it isn't sound, it's a vision. You discover that you can pump stuff out of your mouth by singing, and they're urging you to do this. They say, that's it, keep doing it."
At about 4.5 minutes into the trip, you speak in a kind of unknown language. There's a spontaneous outpouring of arrangement of words and phrases unaccompanied by what is normally called meaning. After a minute or so of this, the whole thing begins to collapse in on itself, and they begin to physically move away from you. Usually their final shot is that they wave goodbye and say, "Deja vu, deja vu." Now this is Terence McKenna's interpretation of what he's seen when he's referring to machine elves. There's a lot of different interpretations of what people have seen and all that. And Terence McKenna's story is about these beings is not unique. Many other people have experienced very similar things. So now we're going to cover some personal stories of individuals experiencing these so-called beings. So this first listener submitted experience is from someone very close to the show. Me and Danielson are going to split up reading this one, so I hope you're ready. And that's just a little FYI for you listeners. So, Danielson, you want to start it off for us?
Yeah, all right, here we go. I took one deep drag off the pipe, held my breath, and went in for a second. After taking the second, I started drifting into the visual flow of the DMT fractals. I was almost fully immersed into the DMT universe, but still able to get off my final third drag from the pipe. Just then, I had this immense ringing in my ears, and it built up a pressure in my head that burst. I was immediately blasted out of the thin fabric of the visual fractal fantasy that I was in and into a new land. It was like walking from a dim night into a brightly lit casino in Las Vegas. I felt like I had walked behind the scenes to a series of rooms. Everything was colored but cranked up to its fullest potential. The images were clear, crisp, and vivid, 1,000 times more vivid than they had ever been in my life.
I was in a bright, colored series of rooms. There were two people, a man and a woman. They appeared to me like simple computer-generated images. As soon as I took a step, they glided up to me and spoke directly to me. They kept saying, "Welcome back," and words like, "The big winner, he has returned. Welcome to the end and the beginning. You are the one." As I looked around the room, I felt the sense of some huge celebration upon my entry to this place. Bells were ringing, lights were flashing. These gliding computer-generated individuals began to lead me around the room, showing me how all my life they had been preparing me for this moment. I was shown dozens of experiences simultaneously in my life that had led up and been clues to this exact moment. I was shown in a flood and an onslaught of images, thoughts, situations, raw feelings that everything had been building to this moment, that this moment had been planned.
They told me it was a gift, that I had been selected to be the one. I felt feelings of huge relief and excitement, but I also felt a fear in the individuals. At this moment in the experience, I became afraid for my life. I felt that this gift would cost me my life. I did not want to be the one. The gliding computer-generated individuals felt this fear in me and began to hold my hands and arms, rushing me deeper into their world. I felt their fear, and I began to believe that I had stepped out of the dream, out of the drug, out of my body and mind, and into this super world. I began to believe in the transformation.
As I walked deeper, I saw an object in the middle of these rooms. This object was similar to an hourglass. It was slowly turning over. I became aware that this vessel, as it tipped over, transferring its contents, it was actually transforming me and my feelings. I felt my humility slip out as I filled with this new powerful light, a light of greater perception, of clarity. It felt like returning home. It felt familiar. It felt like I was waking up from a hollow, pale dream of reality. I felt godlike. I realized that this gift was not only a gift, but equally a death sentence for my physical body. I felt like Christ at the moment of realization of godhood and the inevitable moment of his crucifixion. I also felt like all this knowledge and perception was far too large to be processed by my physical mind, and that death was the obvious transition.
As this moment of realization hit me, I felt the individuals who had been guiding me all along smile and step back. At this time, I felt a collapsing feeling as I gave in to the experience, accepting my fate. I remember thinking that the hourglass had turned a little farther and I was pouring out of this life into my new one. I said out loud, "I'm dying." Then I lost the support of my body, myself, and my existence, and I began to drift. My friend, who was my trip sitter, then touched my leg. I remember being drawn back into my body and thinking, "To hell with this. I am not going to die, not yet." And I felt the individuals smiling around me and looking at me. I felt the fear. I felt the exhilaration of my visions. Even though this place was vibrant and psychedelic, my mind had an extremely hard time trying to comprehend what I was seeing. The individuals kept saying to me that I was the winner and the one.
I then said out loud again that I am dying, to which my friend, aka the trip sitter, responded, "Only 3 more minutes and you'll be alright." As soon as I was able to believe that in 3 more minutes I would be normal again, and everything began to fade. Then finally I started to feel in control of my body and my life. Slowly I drifted out of their world, back through the gauzy world of colors and patterns. With a little extra coaxing from my friend, I was able to wake up and separate myself from that moment. I still vibrate from the experience. And that's it. So that was the first personal experience. Now that one's a little long. The rest of them are nowhere near that long. They're usually 1 or 2 paragraphs. Just a little FYI. But
that was pretty crazy though.
Yeah, pretty interesting. Say let's go to the next one. You want to cover the next story, Daniel?
Hell yeah. This next story is from a listener named Shanna. I am now just realizing what I encountered could be called machine elves. I personally didn't get an elvish vibe, however, they did seem machine-like, very similar to worker bees. They operated on my stomach. Overall, I feel like they ate hatefulness, doing the universe's will. For me, they were cloaked figures filled with the brightest white light, and they communicated and worked via the energy they were made of. When they talked to one another, it sounded like deep yet high-pitched beeps that reverberated heavily and echoed. They were very direct in all actions. I feel like they wore cloaks over their brightly lit bodies so it would not blind me, and so that it could also give them a figure. I saw 4 operate on me. I was paralyzed the entire time. I also saw one fly over us as it made its way to complete whatever mission it was on. This was just one aspect of my ayahuasca vision.
It's an interesting story that Shanna had that'd be absolutely terrifying, being worked on by something or someone, not knowing what it was, and them other ones flying over you.
Yeah, and you're like completely paralyzed. You couldn't stop them, what they were doing. You were just there.
Kind of makes you think about the alien stories you hear in the 50s and 60s and 70s. You know, of people getting abducted and getting probed and are getting worked on. It almost makes me wonder if...
What it kind of reminds me of, you know, when people talk about like when they're sleeping and then they wake up and they're like paralyzed and they see like a demon standing over them.
Yeah.
That's kind of what it reminded me of.
Okay.
Hopefully it's not a demon.
Yeah. No, but what I was going at with mine is what, you know how the United States government back in the day, they in the 60s and 50s, 70s, they took LSD and they gave it to people and they had no clue that they were actually getting LSD. And I can't remember if that was on the human experimentation episode or what episode that was on. It was a really early one, but we covered that, and makes me wonder if these alien encounters were actually people on DMT unknowingly, and the government was like, hey, we need some test subjects. Let's go inject some random people with DMT and see how they react. Just a theory. All right, so we'll go to the next one. So this next story is from a listener that goes by the name of Etherbound. I have witnessed an entity on DMT. They can be as human as you or I, or as alien as anything you have ever witnessed in a sci-fi movie. Then other times, you vault past trivial things like aliens of jesters, and your reality is wiped away and replaced with the source field. By that, I mean you enter a place where everything that ever was, is, or will be. We are limited by our senses. They give us this illusion we perceive to be reality. There is nothing like the DMT breakthrough. Nothing. Well, maybe death. We are God experiencing itself subjectively. I didn't mean to get off on a tangent. I witnessed a craft of some sort once, but was under the impression from the crew it was organic. Not metal and steel, but living tissue that could hold any form they wanted. All communication, if you want to refer to it as that, is in pure emotion. I don't know what to call it. They are in your mind and you theirs. It is a level of understanding that only can be understood with the experience. Our puny language has no words for the things you will go through. That's very interesting.
It can be as human as you. Pretty much whatever you want to imagine them as.
Yeah. If some people think, some people think it's all in your head and that's what you imagine. I mean, yeah, that would be one thought to it, True. But okay, so this next story we're going to go over, and then we'll go into theories and start discussing it and start theorizing and stuff like that. So, do you want to cover this next one?
Yep. So, of course, if you listen to podcasts, then you know of Joe Rogan. Yes, the Joe Rogan who hosted Fear Factor for around a million years, and who is also a commentator for the UFC. Anyways, he talks quite a bit about DMT in a few of his podcast episodes. He had mentioned using DMT on multiple occasions, but he said that his experiences of what he saw was not quite machinos, but something different. He said, and I quote, reality dissolves and you're there. The last DMT trip that I had was very strange. There was these jesters that were giving me the finger. They kept giving me the finger. I think it's their way of telling you not to take yourself seriously. Quote.
You imagine that being the first time you take DMT and you're like wanting some really emotional breakthrough, right? You're wanting to strip yourself of your ego. You're all prepared, ready to go. You've been getting your mental state good for months, and you go and you smoke it or whatever, You think you're gonna have this breakthrough, and all of a sudden you see these jokers dancing around giving you the finger. It's like, what the somebody gave me some bad DMT. Oh man, that's gotta suck.
That's definitely gonna suck.
Yeah. All right, now we're gonna go over some potential theories. So this is a fun part. This potential theories as to what these entities could be, right? So the first one we're gonna cover is that there are no alien or spiritual entities at all, and it is just merely a hallucination.
Okay.
What do you think of that one?
I mean, it's possible.
Yeah. The brain is pretty crazy when it comes to being able to cope and deal with things and what it can come up with.
Yeah.
So I can see that one. So what's the next one?
Next one. DMT allows awareness of processes at a cellular or even atomic level, maybe even of quantum mechanical processes at the atomic or subatomic level.
Whoa, that's deep.
I mean, yeah.
It allows you to, I guess, tap into a different level of awareness. I could see that. You know, that's another possibility. So, okay. This next one is, as a neurotransmitter, DMT causes the older parts of the reptilian brain to dominate consciousness, resulting in a state of awareness that appears totally alien. Now, okay, so I could see this because so our brain has a section called the pre-reptilian or the primal part of the brain. It drives such as things as like self-preservation, the preservation of the family and reproduction, and it's all like your primal drives. And it helps us distinguish between threatening and non-threatening stimuli. I can see the argument being made that DMT somewhat, maybe let's say, enhances that reptilian part of the brain, and then it overflows and you become what a friggin' wolf or a lion or whatever thing else sees. It's just me just freeballing it, you know. I could see it, but I have no scientific proof to back that up. So that's just a theory. All right, what's the next one, Daniel?
The next one is psychedelic tryptamines are the biochemical means by which we contact the creators, the divine God.
I don't know. Possible, I guess.
Yeah, possible.
I don't discredit much stuff. I think anything's really possible. So, okay. The next one is DMT provides access to the afterlife or world of the dead, and the entities are the souls or personalities of the departed. Now, my personal thoughts and theories is this. So I'm going to save my thoughts on this when we get into personal thoughts and theories here in a minute. So keep that one in the back of your mind. So do we want to go ahead and move to the next one?
Yeah, we'll go ahead and move to the next one. The DMT entities are beings who have mastered the art of time travel and can communicate with humans without physically materializing.
I like that one. I always love me some time traveling.
Oh, yeah. Now, do you think they use the Montauk chair?
I think they've far surpassed the Montauk chair. Okay, imagine computers back in the day, right? Our Montauk chair is huge, okay? Our Montauk chair is like the early 80s computer, so it's huge. Now, people in the future, their Montauk chairs is just going to be like a little computer chip, like a very small computer chip the size of your pinky nail. And they just like touch their pinky nail, and then that's how they time travel. See, that's what we need to get, Daniel.
Oh, man, I love my Montauk chair.
Yeah, it is comfy. All right, so this last one is the entities are probes from an extraterrestrial or an extra-dimensional species set out to make contact with organisms such as ourselves who are able to manipulate their nervous systems in a way that allows the communication to take place. Holy shit, that is deep. I like that one. I like that one. I've never even thought about that. These entities that you're visualizing are basically workers from these other interdimensional species sent out to make contact with us, or whomever. They're like, hey, go make contact with the people in the third dimension while we're up here in the fourth dimension. And then tell us how it goes and tell us what they're like. Oh, they're down there bombing each other still over religion? Fucking maniacs. I knew it. Okay, leave them alone.
We'll come back.
Yeah, we'll come back in a couple hundred years. Anyways, those are some of the theories about the entities. Now we're going to roll into personal thoughts and theories. All right, so my first theory is what I call the ghost theory. It's similar to one of the ones we talked about earlier, okay? So what if when an individual takes DMT and experience these quote-unquote beings, that they're actually being blasted off into another dimension, like their soul is being, now this is under the assumption you think that we have a soul, is being blasted out into another dimension that we're unaware of. They walk around in that dimension, but are seen as ghosts, right? Okay, now this is where it takes a turn. What if when people in this dimension, like when we see ghosts, they're actually other beings from other dimensions on a DMT trip that end up in our dimension in ghost form. So we aren't seeing ghosts. We're seeing we're seeing species or other beings or other people on DMT trips from other dimensions.
Oh, that'd be funny. Yo, I saw you before.
Yeah, that was I was sitting there thinking, I was like, man, that's a really good theory. That's something I've never even really considered before until now when we researched this topic, was what if that's what it was? It's interesting to think about, you know?
I like that one.
What theory do you have?
When I was, doing, like reading and listening and, listening to Lady on the YouTube video and such, one thing that comes across my mind is when everyone took DMT, they had the out-of-body experience, and they were all experiencing some kind of sort of death. Most of them did, anyways. DMT seems to give you that feeling of passing away, death, the euphoria of being released from your physical form. And then, these machine elves, since there is no true form to them, and they are all like different to different people, I can only assume with the feeling of passing on, maybe these forms are representations of your own self throughout your own life, or whatever you decide to picture them as, imagine them. So pretty much kind of like a hallucination. And, the one lady was saying, she was in like a machine library. And that kind of just made me think of, with them, pretty much them being different forms of your former self, I guess, future, past, present, whatever, past lives, that maybe they're going back through different memories of different lives and such, which,
And that's why it seems unfamiliar to them.
Yeah.
Or somewhat familiar, but somewhat unfamiliar,
Yeah,
right? She said there was a
Deja vu.
sense of, deja vu, and that there was a sense of like being familiar with being at that place again. Ooh, Daniel, always going deep with his theories. I do agree that you experience a DMT quote unquote trip when you die. You know when you like lay down for a nap and you go to sleep and you wake up and you're like, damn, how long has it been? It's felt like it's been 5 hours, but in reality it was like 5 or 15 minutes, right?
Yep.
There's a theory that your pineal gland releases a small amount of DMT, and what the DMT does is it actually slows down time for you, and only for you. So whenever you start to die or you realize that you're about to die, your body dumps all of its DMT from the pineal gland, and then it's so much that it slows down time for you, and you live in this bliss of euphoria, which feels like to you for thousands and thousands and thousands of years or even an eternity. But for others, it's a second. You're already dead, you're already gone. But for you, you're still in your euphoria. You're still in your death state of your ego is stripped away from you and you're gone, right? But that's just one theory that I've heard of before, which I don't know if I truly believe, because I don't know.
The only reason I think I kind of came up with that is because I of course haven't experienced myself, but they say that when you're pretty much on your deathbed, you start to go, you seem to start having these flashbacks of your life. You've heard of that, right?
Yeah.
Where pretty much your life plays back to you and all that. That kind of made me think of the DMT because like you said, the pineal gland releases lots of it, so maybe it's just it connects with of you passing away, that euphoria that it gives you from being released.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, it all fits. I like that a whole lot. Thank you, Dan.
Welcome.
All right, so this next theory I have is called "they are everything" theory. Machine elves are the architects and technicians of the universe working around the clock to bring you this reality. They are ancient and timeless. They always have been and always will be. They are our higher selves. The elves are ourselves, just in a higher dimension. Did I go a little too deep for you there? It's actually us. It's similar to yours, right?
Yeah.
About but these elves are just a higher dimension of ourselves. So,
I like it. I went to the elbow, pushed in with my arm. I went to the elbow. You went all the way to the shoulder.
Oh, yeah. And I'm about to jump all the way in. No, I'm just kidding. Now, you got any theories you want to add before I go into the legality theory that I have?
Oh, let's jump into it.
Okay, so I know we spoke about DMT being legal, illegal, and I said I would go back on to why it's illegal. So let me explain. DMT is not illegal because of any scientific research which states that it's dangerous. DMT is illegal because LSD was made illegal in the United States in 1968, which then catalyzed the United Nations blanket ban on all psychotropic compounds in 1971. United Nations Convention put LSD and DMT into the Schedule 1 category. Now, this is even higher than morphine or amphetamine, which are in Schedule 2, stating that these compounds in Schedule 1 pose a serious risk to public health and have no therapeutic value. LSD is not dangerous as many people think it is, as extremely few people who take it actually die, compared to a very large amount of people who are taking it globally. However, the establishment in the United States clearly considers LSD dangerous due to its cultural disabling effect. So under its influence, like during the baby boomer era, a lot of people took LSD, and these individuals began to reject the status quo. They started to protest against the foreign wars, like, Vietnam and all that. And so LSD was perceived to promote social unrest and upheaval. That's why LSD is illegal, which put a blanket ban on psychotropics, which covered DMT as well, which is bullshit. But there are no reported deaths from anyone smoking DMT, and neither have I heard of anyone becoming physically injured from smoking DMT. DMT is a non-addictive, and no physical harm has ever been shown to be demonstrated with the administration of DMT. So why is DMT still illegal then? Now, it is my personal opinion that I would say it is still illegal because it is presumably easier and convenient for governments to maintain its illegality, and there is a lack of lobbying to make DMT legal. DMT is illegal, in my personal opinion, because drugs are illegal, and most governments maintain a redundant and backwards-ass policy against drugs. End rant.
Pretty much.
That's my take, okay? Got me all worked up, Dan.
That's what this show's about.
Getting worked up.
Getting worked up and discussing shit.
Yeah. All right. So, you got anything you want to add before we wrap up the DMT and machine elves?
I do not really want to try this shit because I'm scared of anything like that. But, like the one person stood it, they had a trip sitter. So I guess, if someone were to come across this, I guess I would highly have one of those around.
Yeah, I would highly recommend having a trip sitter. Now, this is not promoting you taking it or you doing it whatsoever. What you do with your body and what you choose is yours. We're not trying to influence you in any way. We just want to make you aware of what it is and the studies behind it and stories behind it. So what you do is your decision. And I respect whatever you do and whatever decision you make. But if you were to do it, I highly suggest, like Dan said, a trip sitter. And that's someone who sits there and watches you while you, go under. All right. I guess that's the end of the DMT and machine elves. I guess let's move on to voicemails. You want to go to voicemails?
Dude, let's do it. Love me some voicemails.
So we have 2 voicemails today. Both of them are from an individual named Kyle, and we're going to play them back to back. So we'll play those right now.
Hi, my name's Kyle. I was just listening to the Dark Web podcast, and then I realized that that it's not anonymous. I have proof of it, or I had it. So there was a Vice interview on child sex trafficking, and then they showed a video of them catching them in the act, like they lured them. And then they showed on a computer screen a map of the U.S., and there was like a little dot that would pop up, and they said it was every time somebody was looking at child porn on the dark web in the U.S. So it's obviously trackable, but they were able to find it and track everybody, and then the video's now gone, which makes me think that they realized that they messed up. So I love you guys, so that's just what I'm going to say. Okay, sorry, I'm Kyle again. There was this weird thing. I was just at McDonald's and I got a water and a McDouble, so not a shower or anything. So I started drinking the water, and it tasted really weird. I didn't know what was wrong with it, but it felt thick and salty in a way. And it turns out it was Dasani. So I looked at the ingredients. I thought it would just say water, but it didn't. There were a whole bunch of other ingredients. I can't remember at the top of my head because I threw that away. It was so bad. But it was gross. There was salt in it. There was some other chemical, and I researched and I looked into it, and that chemical is like a thickening agent. And I don't understand why that would be in water.
All right. First, thank you, Kyle, for the voicemails.
Yes, thank you.
I guess let's cover the first one that was mentioned, the dark web. Now, we did state in the dark web that it was made by the United States government, so it's not surprising that it is entirely trackable. Yeah, I mean, that sucks, but it's good for the people trying to catch the people who are looking up that kind of disgusting stuff, you know?
Yeah.
Interesting that the Vice interview disappeared after it was on for a little while.
Guaranteed someone out there still has it.
Yeah, they probably saved it somewhere. Let me do a quick DuckDuckGo search. Vice interview, dark web. Okay, all right. So Dan, see if you can pull this up. See if it will pull up for you.
Vice.
Tell me what comes up when you pull it up.
Vice. It goes to the Vice on TV, then it just says dark web.
It's exactly what it does for me. Okay, so we came across the vicetv.com, and you go to their topic, dark web. And when you go to that web page, all it has is dark web in bold letters, real big, and nothing else on the web page, which tells me the video was pulled. But let's see if we can go to Internet History Archive. Wow. This, Wayback Machine doesn't have that page archived. That is very weird, because vicetv.com, it's been archived ever since it was made in 2013. But for some reason, that topic was pulled from the archives. That is odd.
Very.
Huh. It'd be something for us to look into. Thanks for that, Kyle. Man, that's weird that it would get pulled off the Internet Archive.
Yeah.
All right, so I guess let's move on to the second topic, the Dasani water being thick and salty.
Now that's odd. Actually, no.
It's very odd. You know, whenever a couple months ago, or I guess a month ago, whenever people started doing the panic buying for this coronavirus, the one bottle of water that it seems like everybody could find was Dasani, and nobody wanted to buy it because of how disgusting it was, or is.
Dude, my whole family avoids Dasani. They said they hate it no matter what. They'd rather drink from the faucet or water hose, which, you know, I drank from water hose when I was younger. But they'd rather do all that before they buy Dasani water.
Yeah, Dasani's disgusting. But that's something we're going to have to look into to get real scientific with it, to figure out if, you know, what's in it and what's causing that thick and salty taste.
There you go. Coca-Cola uses tap water from local municipal water supplies, filters it using the process of reverse osmosis, and adds trace amounts of minerals including magnesium sulfate, which is Epsom salt, potassium chloride, and sodium chloride, which is table salt. They add a lot of salt into that shit,
which
makes you thirstier, right?
Yeah. Damn Coca-Cola. We need to do an episode over Coca-Cola and what they do. Oh, yeah. Shit.
Add them to the list.
They're added to the list. All right. So, all right. So thank you, Kyle, for the 2 voicemails. Keep sending more. We'll find out more information about that Dasani thick water and all that for you.
I mean, at first it sounded like something else was in the water bottle.
Yeah, I wasn't even going to go there, but yeah. Everybody was thinking it.
Yeah,
you
I was
know?
thinking, it popped into everyone's mind when they heard it. So.
Yeah.
Sorry, Kyle.
It's nothing personally for you, Kyle. It's what everybody thought, whenever you said what you said. So, all right. So now we're going to get into ratings and reviews. So this first review was left on April 7th, and it is from Great Britain. It is from the user Lonely Wanker. It is 5 stars with a subject line that reads "Great show." They go on to say, "I don't really like podcasts, but I never miss an episode of yours. Keep up the good work. Much love from an obnoxious English lass." Thank you, Lonely Wanker, for the 5 stars and for the love. We love you.
Thank you.
All right, this next one was left on April 7th, and it is by Ruben, and it is back in the United States. 5 stars with a subject line that reads, "I love it." They go on to say, "This was very entertaining. I was captivated the entire episode. Mel's Hole was my first episode. Keep it up, you guys. I'll have to go back and catch up on all the prior episodes." Thank you, Ruben. It was all because of Daniel. Daniel's the master.
Yes, I can't deny it. Especially talking about my modeling hair.
Yep. Come here. Let me feel it again.
So good, so soft.
Ooh, I like that. All right. Thank you again, Ruben, for the 5 stars and the love. We love you. And just keep in mind, whenever you go back and catch up on all the prior episodes, our early episodes, the quality is not that great. So just giving you a heads up. All right. So the next review was left on April 8th. It is from AGTG. It is 5 stars with a subject line that reads, "So lucky to have found you guys." They go on to say, "So I'm a huge conspiracy, paranormal, everything, weird, strange fan, and you guys do just that. Love this podcast. Putting it on my top list. Keep it up, guys. Lizard, Chupacabra, Bigfoot 2020. LOL."
Yeah.
That's what I'm talking about.
Bigfoot 2020.
Yeah. Anyways, thank you, AGTG, for the 5 stars. Thank you for the love. And I agree, Bigfoot 2020.
Oh, yeah.
All right, this next one is from Dusty Peg. It was left on April 9th, and it is from Canada. It is 5 stars with a subject line that reads, "Hard Yup." They go on to say, "Well done, everyone. Stumbled upon this podcast a week ago and have been very entertained so far. Love the intros and the topics you touch upon. The tip of the hat to Art Bell during the Mel's Hole episode was great. Missed that guy. Started from the newest episode and worked my way back in time. No chair needed. It's great when a group of like-minded people can make you laugh and make you think at the same time. Thank you for all the content. May all your worship continue to bow at the waist and mind the gap, my friends. Much love." Thank you, Dusty Peg, for the love, for the 5 stars, and I like that. I like that no chair needed reference. I like that.
That was very good.
What do you think of that, Dan?
I like it.
All right. Well, thank you. And hey, since you're in Canada, you need to scoot over, Dusty, and make room for me because I'm going to come live up there.
We're all heading up there.
I love Canada. Yeah, all of us are. All right. So moving on. This next one is from Pammy8. We're back in the United States, and it was left on April 9th. It's 4 stars with a subject line that reads, "Great content." They go on to say, "This is my new favorite podcast. It's got great content, and I like the laid-back feel. The only thing that could be better is if Kate stopped saying, like, or like, you know." All right. Well, thank you, Pammy8, for the 4 stars, and thank you for the love. We will pass that information on to Kate and let her know.
Thank you for 4 stars.
Yep. All right. This next review was left on April 10th. It is from EYGXBSKE with a subject line that reads, "Awesome." It is 5 stars. They go on to say, "You guys are great. I'm always telling people about this podcast." Well, thank you, EYGXBSKE. No, you're awesome. Thank you for your love and your support.
In DVD.
Ooh, yeah. Oh, I didn't even EYGXBSKE in DVD. I didn't even realize that was the rest of his screen name.
What was our buddy's left a voicemail saying the one word that's not said enough? Kneecaps.
Kneecaps? Right. All right. So this next one was left on April 10th. It is 1 star from the user DEAS79 with the subject line that reads lame. They go on to say, you guys cover all the topics I love, but your delivery leaves much to be desired. Hope you improve. We'll check back later. P.S. Your jokes are lame AF. I'm guessing that means lame as fuck.
Yeah, I think that's what that means.
Yeah. Well, thank you for your critique. I will keep the jokes to a minimum, like I always try to do.
Yeah, my jokes are pretty lame. I know.
Yeah, if you have a Twitter or Facebook or a Instagram, shoot us a message and let us know what we could improve on delivery-wise, and we'll see if we can adjust. But thanks for leaving the suggestion, and thanks for saying you'll come and check us back later. But get a hold of us and let us know what we can improve on. All right, this next one was left on April 10th. It is from Kylie63738363737. Jesus Christ.
Well said.
It is 5 stars. Subject line that reads, thanks for bringing back my childhood in a podcast. They go on to say, honestly, I've tried to find a podcast like this for a long time with no luck. I'm not sure how I stumbled upon this one, but I'm so lucky I did. You guys are amazing. My dad is a truck driver, and when I was younger, I would sometimes ride with him on long drives. We would always listen to Coast AM. I'm sure that's where my fascination for the unknown started. I love how fun you guys make it with the noises, and even in the last podcast, when he read like a real Miss Country Bumpkin, very funny. I don't have many friends who are as fascinated with the unknown as I am, so I feel great to be able to listen to you guys talk about things I'm very interested in. Keep up the good work. Love you guys all. Well, thank you, Kylie, for the love, for the 5 stars, and for the support. And your dad is awesome for introducing you to Coast AM. You're awesome for riding with him on the long truck drives.
Yes, very awesome.
And you were right, Daniel. I don't think I got any hate for reading like the real Miss Country Bumpkin.
No, I had a feeling that they might like when you did it, because you have a funny country bumpkin voice.
Well, thank you. Thank you for that.
And that is a compliment.
All right, so thank you again, Kylie, for the love and the 5 stars and for everything. All right, this next one is from AK from the 215. It was left on April 10th. It is 4 stars with a subject line that reads solid show. They go on to say flows well and seems well researched beyond Wikipedia by the hosts. No one talks over each other, and it's pretty well organized too. The shout out review section I usually skip over as they're kind of long. They do luckily come after the subject presentation though. Pretty good stories on some unique topics too. Well, thank you, AK from 215, for the love and support. Yeah, I'm guessing we got 4 stars out of 5 because of the review and shout out section is pretty long, but yeah, that's why we kind of stick it at the end. But I'm glad we can still present you with good research and that we don't talk over each other and that we're well organized. If you got any suggestions, shoot us a message that we can improve on.
I like how you said beyond Wikipedia, because we do look at Wikipedia, but that's not our number one go-to.
No, it is not. But there have been people that thought would just use Wikipedia, which is not true at all. But thank you for realizing that, AK, from the 215.
Right, thank you.
All right. So this last review was left on April 11th. It is by Bobster6669. It is 5 stars with a subject line that reads, y'all are amazing. They go on to say, Assalamu alaikum, brothers and sisters. Well, I take back the sisters part because Kate is my love. Aaron, Don, and Daniel, hope you don't have a brother by the name Danny, LMFAO. No, you guys are amazing. Keep up the fantastic stuff y'all are doing. Google Ayurib Farid. He's the man who is bigger than Pablo Escobar, and his involvement with the U.S. government. Can't wait for the next episode. Thank you, Bobster6669, for the suggestion. Love, 5 stars, love you. All right, so that's all the ratings and reviews. I guess now we move on to shout-outs. So do you have any shout-outs on Twitter?
I do have one. We're asked a question. It is from Bobby at I am Talawahid. It says, What if all the modeling agencies are really just catalogs for the elites, and they get to choose what they want to quench their and others' thirst? We should have an episode on that. So I think we kind of touched on that on the human cloning, I guess, but we never really went in depth with it.
That's something we're gonna have to dive deep into, and maybe they could be on one of our thoughts and theories. You should throw that on our thoughts and theories list.
It's added.
All right, awesome. Thank you for that. So I guess we'll move on to Instagram shout outs. I want to shout out Figi3, JSauceGG, Matthews3594 sent us a message that said, "Is Epstein still alive?" Of course he is. Shout out to Turloaf, to Lucky Breeze 381, Zach Attack, Goodness Prevails, and Sydney and Chipperton Atlanta. So thank you guys for shooting us messages. Still playing catch up on all of that as well. On the Facebook shout outs, I want to give a shout out to Libby P, Colleen F, Ailey E, Bobby C, Nick P, Connor M, Chewy C, Gary L, Mike T, Emmanuel D, and I'm not saying you guys' last name for privacy reasons, Jacob V, Sean H. Sorry it took so long for those shout outs, guys. We're super backed up on Facebook messages. So I apologize it took so long for those, but just know that we love you and we appreciate the messages and the love, and keep them coming. All right. So Dan, you got anything to add before we roll this out?
Yeah. Jake Farm, I know you sent me an email probably a month or so back. I was going to reply, but then the email was deleted because I guess it only holds the emails for.
Yeah, we have to switch our email program, man. Our email thing we're using is freaking prehistoric. So
yeah, so Jake Farm, if you want, man, send me another email and I'll try to reply back to it. I didn't forget about you.
All right. So with that being said, thank you for joining today's show. If you guys want to get a hold of us, you can find us at theoriesofthethirdkind.com. That website, it has links to all of our social media stuff and to our email addresses. Thank you again for joining us. We love you. Stay safe out there. So with all that being said, Dan, you want to roll us out?
No. All right, guys. It's okay to be out of this world with your thoughts.
Because you're not alone.
Is there any known traffic below 5,000 feet? No known traffic. Seems to be a large aircraft below 5,000 feet. Seems to be playing some sort of game. He's flying over me. Can you describe the aircraft? As it's flying past, it's a long shape. What it's doing right now is orbiting. The thing is just orbiting on top of me. It's also got a green light and a sort of metallic light. It's shiny on the outside. It's just vanished. That strange aircraft hovering on top of me again. It's hovering and it's not an aircraft.
Welcome to Theories
of the Third Kind.
Welcome to Theories of the Third Kind. My name is Aaron, and I am your host today. You're probably wondering where Danielson is at. Well, he had some stuff to take care of, so sadly, he will not be joining us for today's episode. I want to apologize ahead of time. This is going to be a fairly short episode. I kind of debated if I was even going to put out this week's episode. I had a family member who passed away, but I decided to go ahead and at least put something out for you guys this week. But this is a action-packed. There's just so much stuff going on with this UFO encounter that we're going to discuss. We have actual audio from the UFO encounter. So it is going to be a great episode. Make sure you stick around and give it a listen. So before we start, like always, let me do a quick announcement. We don't run any ads on this show, and we don't take any money from any corporations. So if you would like to help us out, a written review on iTunes would help the show tremendously. If you don't want to leave one, though, that's fine. We just want you guys, girls, aliens, reptilians, Bigfoot, Sasquatches, Chupacabras, ghosts, Illuminati members, underground lizard people, whoever or whatever you are, to enjoy the show. Also, if any of you would like to reach out to us, you can shoot us a message on Instagram, Twitter, or Facebook, or you can go to our website, which is theoriesofthethirdkind.com, and you can click on the contact button, and there you will find our email addresses. Also, on our website, you can leave a voicemail with your phone anonymously, and we'll listen to it. So with that being said, let me go over how today's episode will work. We'll start off with talking a little bit about who Frederick Valentich was. Then we'll talk a little bit about the UFO encounter, the search and the investigation, the strange facts and findings, and then, of course, we'll wrap it all up with my thoughts and theories on the whole entire case. So let's go ahead and discuss a little bit about Frederick Valentich. He was born on June 9th, 1958 in Melbourne, Australia. He attended Keilor Heights High School up until his 10th year, when he decided to continue his studies at a private college. So Frederick wanted to have a career in aviation really bad, so he applied to enlist in the Royal Australian Air Force, but he was rejected, not once, but twice. A little side note here. The reason he was rejected was because of his inadequate educational qualifications. And there's also some other things that happened during flight school, which we'll discuss later on during the Strange Facts section. Anyways, so Frederick was a member of the Air Training Corps, and on February 24th, 1977, at the age of 19, he received his student pilot license. Then, in September of 1978, at the age of 20, he received his private pilot license. So that's just a little bit of a backstory of Frederick, and it's not much, but it kind of sums it up to where we can get into the event and what happened. On October 21st, 1978, Frederick filed a flight plan at Moorabbin Airport in Melbourne, Australia. Now, real quick, if you don't know what a flight plan is, it's basically like a document that is filed by a pilot with a local air navigation service provider. This is done prior to the departure. It pretty much just maps out the flight path, destination, and the reason why. And they can do that anytime before their flight. So on his flight plan, he stated that he was to fly to Kings Island in the Bass Strait via Cape Otway to pick up passengers and then return. Now, something to keep in mind while we go over this. The flight to Kings Island was around 125 miles, so it wasn't that long of a flight for him. So at 6:19 p.m. on October 21st, 1978, Frederick hopped into his Cessna 182 light aircraft and departed Moorabbin Airport. He quickly climbed to a cruising speed of around 160 miles an hour. His visibility was good and winds were light. It was excellent flying weather. So everything seems good so far for him. So now we're going to get into the encounter. At 7 o'clock p.m., 41 minutes into his flight, Frederick contacted the Melbourne Flight Service to inform them of his presence, that he was in the area, and reported reaching Cape Otway and that he was on his way to King Island. Now that's all normal, right? He's just relaying in, hey, I'm on the same route that I'm supposed to be. I'm heading to the same place. Everything's fine. So then 6 minutes later, at 7:06 p.m., Frederick radioed into the Melbourne Flight Service. And this is like where the air traffic controllers are at. Air traffic controller Steve Roby picked up the radio. Frederick asked him if there are any other aircraft in his area of 5,000 feet. Traffic controller Steve responded to Frederick and said that there was no known traffic at that level. Frederick said that he could see a large unknown aircraft, which appeared to be illuminated by 4 bright landing lights. He was unable to confirm its type, but said it had passed about 1,000 feet overhead and was moving at a high rate of speed. The radio fell silent for a moment, and then Frederick responded. He said that the aircraft was approaching him from the east, and said that it was probably another pilot purposely toying with him. Then, at 7:09 p.m., air traffic controller Steve asked Frederick to confirm his altitude, and if he was able to identify the aircraft. Frederick gave his altitude at 4,500 feet. After that, Frederick stopped transmitting for about 30 seconds, during which time the traffic controller, Steve, asked for an estimate of the aircraft size. Frederick said the aircraft was long, but it was traveling too fast for him to describe it in more detail. After that, Frederick stopped transmitting again, this time for 28 seconds. Then Frederick said the aircraft was orbiting above him, and it had a shiny metal surface and a green light on it. The radio fell silent for a moment, and Frederick reported the aircraft had vanished. There was a further 25-second break in communications before Frederick reported that the craft had appeared and was now approaching from the southwest. 29 seconds later, at 7:12 p.m., Frederick radioed that he was experiencing engine problems and was going to proceed to Kings Island. There was a brief silence until he said, "It is hovering and it is not an aircraft." This was followed by 17 seconds of unidentified noise, described as being metallic, scraping sounds. Then all contact was lost. Now, I looked and looked for the audio transcripts of the air traffic controller and Frederick. There's a couple of them on YouTube, but they're all remakes. The official audio from that night was never released. The only thing that was released was the sound, 17 seconds of the unidentified noise, that metallic scraping sound. So I'll play that right now so you guys can have a listen to it. So here we go. So that's the sound. I tried using Adobe Audition, the audio program, to enhance the quality of it and see if there's anything that I can make out in the audio, and I couldn't really make out anything in the audio. Besides, it sounded like whatever it was underwater. But it's weird that he said, Frederick said, it is hovering and it is not an aircraft, and then you heard that sound, and then nothing else happened. So let's move into the search and investigation part. At 7:12 p.m., immediately after air traffic controller Steve had lost contact with Frederick, a search and rescue alert was issued. 2 RAAFs, P-3 Orion aircrafts, and 8 civilian aircrafts searched over a 7-day period. Now, if you don't know how big the RAAF P-3 Orion aircrafts are, they're humongous. So the search encompassed over 1,000 square miles. During the search, a fuel slick was found roughly near where Frederick had last radioed in at. And this gets you thinking, oh, fuel slick, this must be him. Not so fast. A sample of the fuel was taken and analyzed. The results came back that it was not aviation fuel. Probably one of the BP oil spills. So vessels and aircrafts continued to search the area, and no trace of his wreckage was ever found in that area. The search efforts continued for 4 days straight until October 25th, 1978. That is when officials stated that Frederick likely crashed and that it was presumed fatal. After that statement, all search efforts ceased. Now, there's still people out there searching for him that try to find his aircraft and everything. But these are the official, government searches and everything. They presumed him dead, buried him, and called it good. So on the outside, this story is pretty odd. It's one of your typical Bermuda Triangles, airplane goes missing, right? But this has a hint of UFO thrown in it, just because of what Frederick had said, that something had approached him, that it was had bright lights on it, it was not an aircraft, and it was traveling at high rates of speed, and that metallic sound. There's a lot of strange facts and findings in this story. I mean, a lot. So let's go over those. And we'll start from his childhood and kind of work in a timeline of these strange facts and findings. So at the time of his disappearance, Frederick lived at home with his parents and 3 siblings and worked as a shop assistant at an army disposal store. Frederick was studying part-time to become a commercial pilot, but had a poor record, to say the least. This is the best part. He had failed all 5 commercial license examinations. Frederick had been involved in a lot of flying incidences. For an example, I read that he actually strayed into a controlled zone in Sydney, Australia, and he received a warning for that. But he got in real bad trouble twice because he deliberately flew into a cloud. I didn't know that during flying lessons you aren't supposed to fly into a cloud, but apparently he did it twice deliberately. So that's just one of the strange facts. Here's something else that I found, which was odd. So on October 21st, 1970, of course the day that he disappeared, Frederick told his family and his girlfriend and a few friends that he was leaving to go pick up crayfish, which on his flight plan, of course, he wrote down that he was flying to King Island to pick up some individuals and fly back. But he told his family that he was going to go pick up crayfish. Kind of odd. So during the accident investigation, it was learned that there was no passengers waiting to be picked up at Kings Island, and that he had not ordered any crayfish. So it just adds to the mystery of the story itself. Something else that was odd. Days after Frederick went missing, his father, Guido, he did an interview with the Associated Press report. In this interview, Guido said, or Guido, I'm sure it's not Guido, I'm sure it's Guido, said, "I hoped my son was taken by a UFO and had not crashed." Who would say that? The fact that they found no trace of him presents a possibility that UFOs could have been there. I mean, that is strange, right? Well, it gets a little weirder because Frederick's father then says in another interview his son used to study UFOs as a hobby, using the information he had obtained from the Air Force. He also said that he was not the kind of person who would make up stories. Everything had to be very correct and positive for him. And that Frederick was a firm believer in UFOs. And prior to his disappearance, he had, quote unquote, worried about attacks from UFOs. Interesting. Now, keep that in mind, that strange fact, because I touch back on that again in my theory section, where I think I solved this case, but we'll save that to the end. Let's move on to the next one. Now, you guys remember the 17 seconds of unexplained noise, right? Described as being metallic and scraping sounds. So there was a researcher, Paul Norman. He received a copy of this recording from the authorities, and he had it analyzed by the Royal Melbourne Institute of Technology, and another was taken to the United States for analysis by Dr. Richard Haynes, who was a former researcher with NASA and an associate professor of psychology at San Jose State University. So he was very accredited. He knew what the hell he was doing. So after Dr. Haynes analyzed the sounds, he said the sounds were 36 separate bursts with fairly constant start and stop pulses bounding each one. He also said that there was no discernible patterns in time or frequency in the noise. So the significance of the sounds, it still remains undetermined, and nobody really can say, hey, that's what it sounds like. Me personally, I think it sounds like a microphone going underwater, which if I had an extra microphone laying around, which I do not, I would stick it underwater and let you guys hear it, which probably wouldn't be that safe. But hey, you got to do stuff for the show. Am I right? You're talking to myself in the studio. Anyways, so on the day of Frederick's disappearance, there was a plumber named Roy Manifold, and this guy just happened to be setting up a time-lapse camera and tripod on the shoreline in order to photograph the sun setting over the water. So Roy took a whole bunch of pictures of the sun, right? And when he got the pictures developed, he noticed that they appeared to show a fast-moving object exiting the water near Cape Otway Lighthouse. So Roy gave the time that the pictures were taken as approximately 6:47 p.m., 20 minutes before Frederick reported having difficulties. I did get a copy of this photograph. I was able to retrieve it, and I will post this photo on our Instagram under the story highlights. But for the listeners who don't have Instagram or unable to look at the photograph, it is a picture of the sunset, and in the upper right-hand corner, there is what looks like a bug up close. Now, it's just my personal opinion. It looks like a beetle with wings. It could be something else. It could be something else. So there's a lot of different photographs of this image, but I was able to obtain this one. Now, there was a group, a UFO group called Ground Saucer Watch, and they analyzed all these photographs of this object, whatever it is. And this UFO group argues that the distance that the object moved between frames and relative to the clouds in the background indicate that the speed that the object is moving is 200 miles an hour. So they did some math. They mathed the shit out of it, and they said that's what it is. But it wasn't really sitting well with people. People were like, you think you'd need somebody more credible? Well, do you remember the Dr. Haynes, right? That NASA guy who analyzed the metallic sounds? Well, he got the pictures as well. And he said, based on computerized data of the pictures, images represent an unknown flying object of moderate dimensions, apparently surrounded by a cloud-like vapor or exhaust residue. Now, when I look at the picture, and I only have one, it looks like the wings are on the back of it. It looks like a bug with wings. But if he says it's an exhaust, and he has computerized data that analyzes this photograph, then I could see that being an exhaust. It is an odd-shaped UFO if it is one, because it's more so of a square shape rather than the typical round, flat UFO. So let's move on. So another strange thing worth noting is that after news of Frederick's disappearance became public, a number of individuals reported witnessing unusual activity in the area. Some people claim to have seen, quote unquote, an erratically moving green light in the sky. And in one instance, witnesses located about 2 kilometers west of Apollo Bay, Victoria, stated that they saw a green light trailing a plane, which was a Cessna that they said, and that he was in a steep dive at the time. That's eyewitness account, but still, that's odd. Now, some more UFOologists came forward and said that there was a large amount of reports of UFOs being in that area several years prior. So the last strange fact was that in May of 1983, 5 years after Frederick disappeared, an engine flap from a Cessna 182 aircraft, which was the same one as Frederick was flying, was found washed ashore on Flinders Island. which was located in the Bass Strait, which is the area near where Frederick was flying. The flap featured a partial serial number. The range that this partial serial number fell into, well, it was the same range as Frederick's serial number. Something to add to this, though. Steve Roby, that air traffic controller guy, he doesn't believe it is from the same Cessna. He went on record saying, if it was much closer to the area where he went down, I would consider it, but it's an extremely long way, to the point that I discounted it completely. Also, Roby said that there was nothing in what Frederick said over the radio which indicated a hoax or disorientation and loss of bearings. You find a piece of a engine cover with a partial serial match, and it's the same aircraft that Frederick was flying. I would kind of lean more towards that just based on that, but I would like to see more engine parts appear, or at least an entire plane found, you know? Anyways, so those are the strange facts and findings. Now, we're going to get into possible theories as to what happened. There's quite a bit of different theories, some more popular than others, which we'll still cover those, but we won't touch on as much because they've been hammered on ever since Frederick disappeared. But the first theory we're going to go over is Frederick staged his own disappearance. Now, this isn't an unreasonable suggestion. For an example, during his disappearance, his aircraft still had enough fuel to fly over 400 miles. Also, no time was the aircraft plotted on radar, so this casts doubts as to whether it was even near Cape Otway. And something worth noting here is that the Melbourne police received reports of a light aircraft making a mysterious landing not far from Cape Otway at the same time as Frederick's disappearance. Now, I don't know anyone who has called in to a police department and said, hey, there is a light aircraft making a mysterious landing. Unless the aircraft is landing on the road or where it's not supposed to be, then I could see people calling. But if it's just landing in a field that's a designated landing spot, then I don't see that as an issue. But that's one of the theories. So now this next theory we're going to go over is the most common and talked about one when it comes to Frederick Valentich and his disappearance. This one is titled The Graveyard Spiral. So an astronomer and retired U.S. Air Force pilot, James McGaha, he proposed this theory. He said the inexperienced Frederick was deceived by the illusion of a tilted horizon for which he attempted to compensate and inadvertently put his plane into a downward so-called graveyard spiral. So the G-forces of this tightening spiral would decrease fuel flow, resulting in the rough idling reported by Frederick. This downward spiral ended up ultimately sending Frederick into the ocean. But what about the bright lights that Frederick saw above him? Well, McGaha said that they were likely, I'm not making this up, he did say this, he said that they were likely the planets Venus, Mars, and Mercury. I did see an astronomical map on the day and time of where exactly Frederick was, and they do line up. Those planets do line up to where they're close by, and they're extremely bright in that area and at that time. So, him being an astronomer and him being a U.S. Air Force fighter pilot, he got all the credentials to make this theory, you know. So that's what a lot of the news media still to this day go with and say what happened to Frederick. But we'll go to the next theory. This one theory is called abducted. This one, of course, is the theory that Frederick was abducted by a UFO. The unexplained aircraft with the green light that he reported was a vehicle of some kind, which in turn either abducted him or caused the destruction of his plane in some fashion. I mean, look at the reports of individuals in the area seeing all the same thing around the same time, as well as the strange metallic sound in the photograph that Roy captured. It kind of lines up, right? But why would aliens abduct him and an entire plane? That would all be completely out of date for them. Or maybe not. Maybe I don't know. That's just one of the theories. Now, this next theory is pretty interesting. This one is called Not the Whole Story. I found an online rumor from an anonymous source that it claimed to have worked as an air traffic controller at the actual Melbourne airport. And he said, or she said, that they were the ones who actually took the call from Frederick, not Roby. This anonymous source said that they spoke with Frederick for over 30 minutes, that the Australian government did not release the entire transcripts, and that they are not telling anyone the whole story of what truly happened. This source also said that just an example of what was left out of the transcript was that Frederick said he was engulfed in a green light, and he felt as if his skin was burning off his bones. Ooh, that's pretty scary if that was true. All right, so now I guess we're gonna go into personal thoughts and theories. I think I solved this case, and I sat there and I thought about it as I was reading and researching this case. I thought about what could happen, and this theory may be a little bit out there, okay, but I want you to hear me out on this. All right, so the title of my theory is Government Cover-Up. A secret branch of the Australian government was developing a new high-tech aircraft, one that had capabilities of flying at high speeds and extremely high-tech weaponry on board. Everything was going good with all of the testing and everything, but they still needed to test their high-tech weaponry on a human subject, but couldn't or wouldn't ask for permission from their overseers. So then here comes along Frederick. Now, the government already had records of him since he had applied multiple times to the Royal Australian Air Force, right? And he was denied. But he was the perfect scapegoat for them to be able to try this weapon on. So picture this. Weeks before his flight, Frederick gets contacted by officials from the secret branch of the Australian government. These officials tell Frederick that they are government officials, and they are part of a secret program, that they want Frederick to be the pilot for saving the world from UFOs, but to not tell anyone. Frederick accepts, and these officials tell Frederick to fly to Kings Island on October 21st for his first mission, but to just tell everyone that you're picking up friends, or you could tell them that you're buying crayfish, or whatever you want. So weeks prior to his first quote-unquote mission, Frederick starts studying UFO books more. Now, this falls in line with what his father said in the interview, how his son used to study UFOs as a hobby, using information he had obtained from the Air Force. He was not the kind of person who would make up stories. Everything had to be very correct and positive for him. Was a firm believer in UFOs, and prior to his disappearance, he had worried about attacks from UFOs. So that's what his father said, so keep that in mind. So Frederick goes out on October 21st for his flight to Kings Island for his first mission to quote-unquote save the world from UFO attacks. Frederick gets in his plane, starts flying. The secret government officials are not at Kings Island, but are monitoring Frederick's plane. They deploy their new high-tech aircraft. Frederick sees it and relays the information to the air traffic controller, who has no idea what the hell is going on. The pilot of new high-tech aircraft isn't used to it, hence why he was all over the place, going back and forth, orbiting above, orbiting below, and then he accidentally slams into Frederick's plane, which caused the metal screeching sound. Case solved. I say case solved, but it's just it's a crazy theory. It's fun to think about. It is fun to think about, but overall, it was a pretty far left out there theory. I admit. I kind of reached out for that one, but I wanted a real interesting theory. So I just wanted to say one last thing before we close this up, is that there's some things that I do know. That the Bass Strait, it's an extremely rough piece of water, one of the roughest in the world. Actually, there's one that's rougher, and that's the strait near Hawaii, but the Bass Strait is the second in the world. It's the second roughest. But when boats or planes, when they crash in that area, it's not uncommon to never find these things again due to the currents. And the currents are extremely unpredictable where they take things at. For an example, I think it was in the year 2000 or 2001. I want to say 2000. Yeah, 2000. The Margaret J. She sank on the west side of the Bass Strait. The search was carried out around the west side of it, but their life raft had washed up on a small uninhabitable island in the east side of the strait. So that's just an example of how unpredictable the waters are. So overall, while this story is definitely a great mystery, I doubt we'll ever get any closer to a formal resolution unless some definite part of Frederick's aircraft is found. So with that being said, that is the end of today's episode. We're going to save reviews, ratings, voicemail, shout-outs, all that great stuff for next week, since I am the only one here today. And I don't think it would be right reading it alone, because are some reviews and ratings that are about other individuals, so I'd like for them to hear it too. I think it'd only be fair. But I want to thank everybody who's left a review, a rating, who's contacted us on Instagram, Facebook. Like I said earlier, we have a lot of stuff going on today. So, that being said, I apologize again for this being so short. Thank you guys for all your love, support, and remember, it's okay to be out of this world with your thoughts, because you guys and girls and aliens are not alone.
I don't have a whole lot of time. I've kind of been running across the country. What we're thinking of as aliens, they're extra dimensional beings. An earlier precursor of the space program made contact with. The disasters that are coming, they want those major population centers wiped out. They are not what they claim to be.
Welcome to Theories
of the Third Kind.
Welcome to Theories of the Third Kind. My name is Aaron, and I'm one of your hosts today. And the other host joining me is Danielson.
Yo, guys, what's up?
Today's episode is the Area 51 caller. But before we get into it, of course, let me do a quick announcement. We don't run any ads or take any money from corporations. So if you would like to help us out, a written review on iTunes helps us out a lot. If you don't want to leave one, though, it's totally cool. We just want you guys, girls, aliens, reptilians, Bigfoot, Sasquatches, Chupacabras, ghosts, Illuminati members, whoever or whatever you are, to enjoy the show. Also, if any of you would like to reach out to us, you can shoot us a message on Instagram, Twitter, or Facebook, or you can go to our website, theoriesofthethirdkind.com, and click the contact button, and there you will find our email addresses. Also, on our website, you can leave us a voicemail with your phone anonymously. So how today's episode will work is that we'll go over what is the Area 51 caller, the call itself, what happens after the call, the theories about the call, and then, of course, we'll wrap it all up with the personal thoughts and theories about all of it. All right. So, Daniel, are you ready for today's episode?
I am ready, and I am intrigued.
Okay, awesome. Little side note, did you go Bigfoot hunting last week? Because it was rumors that I read online that you went Bigfoot hunting, and that's where you were.
Man, with all this stuff going down, I'm trying to get Bigfoot to make sure that he's ready to run the presidential campaign.
Oh, okay.
Bigfoot 2020, man.
So you're like his campaign manager.
I wouldn't say the campaign manager. I'm probably like the guy below the campaign manager. That's below that guy, then probably below that guy.
All right, well, that's good to know. Let's hop into this Area 51 caller. So what exactly is the Area 51 caller? Well, it all starts with an individual named Art Bell. Now, we've talked about Art Bell before. We covered one of his calls a couple weeks ago on the Mel's Hole episode. But if you don't know who Art Bell is, then let me enlighten you real quick. He was a radio broadcaster in the 80s, 90s, and early 2000s. And he ran a show similar to ours, which was, conspiracies and paranormal and all that stuff. And his show was called Coast to Coast AM. And it was very, very popular. So that's a little bit about who Art Bell is and Coast to Coast AM.
Man.
So Dan, can you go into what happened with the Area 51 caller?
Of course. So on September 11th, 1997, on the Coast to Coast AM radio show, Art Bell was taking live calls on air from random individuals. All the phone calls were fairly normal, just asking Art questions about UFOs and theorizing about certain stuff. But then, everything changed. Art took a call from a man that said he had previously worked at Area 51. The man's voice was frantic. He was terrified for his life. The man made claims of having top secret information and describing extra-dimensional beings and plots by the government that would drastically change our world.
Yeah, it was a very scary phone call. I was able, of course, to find the phone call. So instead of us talking about it, I figured we could listen to the real thing. Now, this call is only a few minutes long, so keep that in mind. So it's going to be pretty quick. So let's play that right now.
Line, you're on the air. Hello.
Hello, Art.
Yes.
Hi. I don't have a whole lot of time. Area 51.
Were you an employee or are you now?
A former employee.
Former employee.
I was let go on a medical discharge about a week ago, and I've kind of been running across the country. Man, I don't know where to start. They're gonna they'll triangulate on this position really, really soon.
You can't spend a lot of time on the phone, so give us something quick.
Okay. Okay. What we're thinking of as aliens are they're extra-dimensional beings that an earlier precursor of the space program made contact with. They are not what they claim to be. They have infiltrated a lot of aspects of the military establishment, particularly the Area 51. The disasters that are coming, the military, the government knows about them. And there's a lot of safe areas in this world that they could begin moving the population to now, Art.
But they're not doing anything.
They are not. They want the major population centers wiped out so that the few that are left will be more easily controllable.
All right, so that's pretty weird, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, the guy, in my opinion, he sounds believable. I mean, what do you think about it, Daniel? Do you think he sounds believable? Like, does he sound like he's in a frantic mode?
Like his, frantic call does sound believable. He's really into it. I take give him that. He's definitely into this. He does seem like he's scared for his life.
Yeah, it's kind of a scary phone call, to be completely honest.
I mean, Art Bell kept his cool though. Went along with it.
Yep. So what else? What happens next?
This call on its surface could be blown off as your typical prank caller, right?
Yeah, I mean, yeah.
Yeah, but there is something that hasn't been mentioned yet. Now, what makes this call so unique and odd is that during that call, satellite transmission carrying Coast to Coast AM, well, it was lost. It was 100% completely shut off with no explanation as to why it was. So Art was able to get his show back up and running in about 30 minutes. When Art came back on the air, he was absolutely baffled as what to happen. And of course, all the people listening live were like, what the hell is going on? Even Art Bell's technical engineer was clueless as to why the show went off the air. He said he'd never seen anything like it in 30 years.
So when we stopped that audio, that call, they went off air completely. They lost, the satellites went down, the whole show went off air abruptly, and nobody knew why. So that's what makes this scary. And something also pretty weird worth noting here is that Art said that when the disconnection happened, that the caller had screamed in what Art perceived as a genuine, like, terror or of fright. Now, that scream was not broadcasted to the listeners since it apparently occurred after the disconnect from the satellite airing the show, but not before the line of the caller and Art was shut off. So Art was still on the phone with the caller, but the satellite was kicked off air, so it wouldn't broadcast anymore. And then Art heard the caller scream, and then the caller hung up or the phone hung up.
Damn. Do we have that scream?
No, so that was never broadcasted, and he wasn't able to record that because the satellite and all of his recording stuff went off air.
That's crazy. I wanted to hear that scream.
Yeah.
Because, I mean, with just that normal phone call, his acting on that phone call, I'm going to call it acting right now. Dude, that scream had to be very believable if Art Bell was, believing was genuine.
Most definitely. Anyways, so what happens after the call, Dan?
On April 28th, 1998, 7 months after this Area 51 call, Art Bell received another call by a man named Brian. Brian claimed to be the Area 51 caller and that the initial call was a hoax. So we have that call, and we will take a quick listen to that right now.
The East of the Rockies, you're on the air.
Hi, Art. This is Brian.
Hi, Brian.
Hello. You didn't disconnect me before, did you?
So that occurs, obviously, sometimes I go to a line and it's dead and nobody's there, and that's what's happened. We're on the cusp there. Anyway, I'm glad you made it back through.
Yeah, you got all my paranoia buttons running. I always get very nervous when I call you. I'm Brian. I hung up on you last week.
I see.
And I just figured, damn the torpedoes. I'll just do this and let the chips fall where they will.
All right.
Everybody, I am the Area 51 caller. That's my statement, and let you or whatever tear it apart.
You claim you're the Area 51?
I am the man.
How do you account for the fact, Area 51 caller, that part of the way through your spiel, the satellite went down?
I have no idea, and it scared the heebie-jeebies out of me that night. I've called a number of times on your specialty line nights doing different, kind of wacky characters, and that's all that one was supposed to be. And if the call had been completed, it would have been ancient history by now.
Has it occurred to you, as Barbara Marx Hubbard suggested tonight, that perhaps, if you're really what you say you are, you created the reality of the rest of the situation and took down my satellite?
That scares the heebie-jeebies out of me because it means that what I was saying was somehow correct, and it was fabrication, kind of
creating a reality.
Yeah, if that was the case, I humbly apologize to you because I love your show, and the last thing I would ever want to do is
knock me off the air.
So what can I do to prove my claim here?
Well, I guess you could give us a little of what you gave us then so that we could hear it and know it to be you.
Are you sure you want me to do that, Art?
I'm positive.
Don't, Art, please. I don't want you to ask me to do this. If I start doing that guy,
I mean, they sound similar, right?
Sorta. I mean, kinda.
I think when he called up the second time and did it, he was going to do it as an acting, so he just sucked at it.
I don't know.
I just didn't get the same feel from it as the first call.
Yeah.
But, on the surface level, it sounds pretty convincing when I was researching this topic. I saw a lot, and I mean a lot of individuals discrediting the first phone call by using this second call as proof.
Yeah, I seen the same exact thing. A lot of these individuals were saying, hey, this phone call, this Area 51 frantic caller is completely fake, and they cite this second caller calling in as the proof. It didn't sit right with me. So I decided to go on a journey to find the truth, Daniel. And I was able to actually find some evidence that may point in a solid direction. But we're going to save that for later. Anyways, there's still to this day a lot of debate about these calls. Were both calls the same person? Was the first call a hoax? Was the second caller actually a government person trying to cover the first caller's tracks? Needless to say, there's a lot of theories behind both of these phone calls. But before we discuss those, let's talk about some strange facts and findings. So Dan, can you cover the first part of this strange fact and finding?
Of course. So before the Area 51 caller that night, there was another caller worth noting here. It was actually the first caller that night. There was a man who simply called himself Steve.
Steve claimed he was a current Area 51 employee who was higher on the food chain than the infamous Men in Black. Uh-oh, Daniel. He said he was ordered to call in and discuss certain key events that were logged within a book that were related to Area 51. It gave times and dates of past events, as well as generalized inconclusive information to future events in this timeline. Steve also gave information about the Illuminati, an alien base on the moon, first contact, and the origin of extraterrestrial species, which from Steve's explanation, that they were in fact humans from a parallel dimension.
Interesting. Go into the Men in Black topic real quick. You've seen the Men in Black movies, right?
Yeah, well, I've seen the first two.
Oh, yeah, the first one, where Jay, they had to burn his fingerprints off, pretty much, so he had no, identity no more.
I don't actually recall that certain part of the movie.
Oh, he pretty much put his hands on, this round globe thingy, and he's just like, what does this do? They're like, oh, we're going to get rid of your fingerprints. And literally, they just burned them off. Well, I just got a new grill, had it going and all that, and the temperature thing was kind of not centered right, and I didn't think about it. And I grabbed it with my thumb and index finger to try to turn it. And I should have realized that the temperature thing already said 550. So I should have realized how hot it was.
Oh, so you're halfway to becoming a Men in Black agent.
Yeah, do you think they'll, help me finish off the rest of my fucking fingers and I can join them?
I mean, we could do it right here. Come on over. Let me singe off the rest of your fingers.
My index finger and thumb, when I rub them together, it is so smooth right now.
Nice.
Anyways, so this Steve guy ended up becoming a semi-frequent caller during the next year or so on Coast to Coast AM. At one point, Art did ask Steve what he thought happened to the Area 51 caller. Steve said that distraught Area 51 caller probably had been captured by authorities, but was not killed, as many listeners assumed, but rather was taken and reprogrammed or brainwashed to call in once more and proclaim the entire event to be a hoax. Which, of course, several weeks later, a man claiming to be the Area 51 caller called into Art Bell's show to state that the call had been a hoax, just as Steve had predicted would happen. Kind of weird.
Yeah, it's a little weird, but I mean, it could have been predicted. I mean, that's a pretty easy prediction if you're talking about prediction. It's not very specific, but anyways, that was a little strange. So what's the next strange thing?
All right. There's a very popular alternative metal band called Tool.
Ooh, I love them.
I've honestly never heard their music.
What? Hold on. You've never heard of Tool before? You've never heard their music?
Honestly, I can't recall the name Tool, but I may have heard the band then.
Oh my God. After we get done recording, I'm going to send you links of about 10 songs you can start off listening to. I love their music.
Listen to them then. But in 2001, they released the album Lateralis. On that album, there's a song called Fa'id D Oyad. The song is the actual recording of the Area 51 caller with music overlaid behind it. I searched to try and find the translation of, the Fa'id D Oyad. I finally found that in Enochian language, it translates to voice of God.
Yeah, I'm familiar with that Fa'id Ida Oyad. Anyways, all right, so now that we've covered those strange facts, let's let's get into the good stuff, Daniel. Let's get into the theories. So this first theory is called Actual Warnings of Disasters to Come. So let's theorize. So the call was made on September 11th, 1997, right? The initial Area 51 frantic call. And the caller talked about the disasters that are coming and that there's safe areas to relocate people. That sounds like a prevention for something related with war or terrorism, perhaps. So this theory is that what if the caller was genuine, that he was actually trying to warn us about events of 9/11 and the upcoming slaughter of humans in the Middle East that has been happening from that very point and continuing to happen even to this day. I mean, it's a good theory. The dates line up. I mean, exactly 2 years before 9/11 Twin Towers attack happened. But it poses the question, if this theory was true, why? Why would these interdimensional beings, as he states in the call, want some type of 9/11 event? Well, it rolls us into our next theory. So do you want to cover us on the next theory? Because, I mean, this is a possibility of why they would want it.
Population control. I'm pretty sure we heard a lot about that so far, lately.
Yeah.
This theory is called population control. So what if the call was actually real? That the entire world is controlled by aliens or extra-dimensional beings that were primarily staying near Area 51 or had been conjured up in Area 51. That the whole goal of these beings is population control, that the human race needs to stay below a certain limit of humans or everyone will start to starve off. So these beings enforce wars like 9/11, viruses like COVID-19 to help kill off parts of the population so that the other parts thrive. What you think about that one?
You know what? I like that one. I like it because it kind of plays them as the good and the bad guy. They're kind of like Thanos in this, right? They're making sure that the human race stays below that population limit so everybody doesn't die of starvation. And how they keep them below it is this viruses and the war. You know what that makes me think of? And this is going to go a little off topic here. Well, not really off topic, but it's something worth mentioning when we're talking about population control. And that's the Georgia Guidestones. Are you familiar with those?
I am not.
Okay. So I'll give you a quick rundown of what they are. So the Georgia Guidestones are like these granite monument stones that were erected in the 1980s in Georgia, of course. The structure, it was commissioned by a small group of loyal Americans. Literally, that's what it says who it was commissioned by, a small group of loyal Americans. And on the stones is a set of 10 guidelines inscribed into them, and they're inscribed in 8 modern languages. The guidelines are maintain humanity under 500 million in balance with nature, guide reproduction wisely, improving fitness and diversity, unite humanity with a living new language, rule passion, faith, tradition, and all things with tempered reason, protect people and nations with fair laws and just courts, let all nations rule internally, resolving external disputes in a world court, avoid petty laws and useless officials, balance personal rights with social duties, prize truth, beauty, love, seeking harmony with the infinite, be not a cancer on the earth, leave room for nature, leave room for nature. Those are some weird guidelines, especially the first one. They basically want to keep humanity under 500 million, and it keeps a balance with nature.
How do they know that that's the balance? Like 500 million, that's the balance that works with nature.
I don't know. I don't even know who these small group of loyal Americans are. They're probably the Illuminati. Probably those guys. They're really big on erecting monuments and stuff like that.
I'll give them something to erect.
Oh, all right. Sorry, I kind of got off on a tangent there with population control. But still, it was something worth, I thought, noting while we were talking about the population control theory.
Good one.
Yeah. So I guess we can move on to the next theory. You ready for it?
Yes.
It was all a publicity stunt. Okay. So This theory is that, of course, it was all a publicity stunt, and the proof to back it up. So immediately after this happened, Art Bell's program, which of course was Coast to Coast AM, it gained quite a bit of attention in the mainstream media. This had some people thinking that all of it was just a publicity stunt. The evidence that they point to is that the evening this call had happened, there was a writer for Penthouse magazine in Art Bell's home studio who was actually interviewing him for a column in the paper. I mean, interviewing him, and then he takes this Area 51 caller, and then all of a sudden the satellites magically go out. I mean, I glanced over your theory, Dan, and I think your theory kind of touches this. So do you want to hold off on your opinion until we get to personal thoughts and theories? Yes. Okay. All right. We'll hold off, and I'll hold off my opinion too until the personal thoughts and theories for that discussion. So do you want to go on to the next one?
Yeah. So the next one, it was all a hoax. First thing we automatically think about when we talk about it being a hoax, of course, is the guy Brian who called Art Bell 7 months after the Area 51 caller first called, and he claimed that it was all made up. Remember we talked about that one and listened to the audio? So this guy's full name ended up being Brian J.L. Glass. He is a comic book writer and won multiple awards for his works. Even today, he is still going on with the story that he was the original Area 51 caller. He's doing podcast shows and other gigs where he explains his story of being the original Area 51 caller. But he has no proof or way of proving that he was the original caller or explanation for the loss of satellite transmission during the original call.
Yeah, so I sent out an email to him, tried to get a hold of him and see if he wanted to come on the show. Of course, our credibility still isn't there, Dan, but one day we'll get there to people will respond to our email.
Once Bigfoot gets into the White House, they're going to recognize the show.
It's going to be mandatory law that you must listen to. Anyways, so of course he didn't email back, and I did what I wasn't expecting him to. But I spoke earlier about going on a journey to find evidence that points into a certain direction, right? And that was part of the trying to find the evidence. I was trying to get him on the show, but I couldn't. But I did go an alternate route, and I think I happened to find it. I happened to find that evidence. So I just happened to come across an expert in the field of voice identification, Dan. This expert was gracious enough to take both calls, the original and the call 7 months later, you know, the one that he was claiming that it was a hoax.
Yeah.
And this expert ran both of them through his vocal imprint program. And this is what the expert had to say about both calls. So do you want to cover that part, Dan?
Yeah. Should I do an accent? Do you know what this guy's accent is?
No, I guess just your regular voice.
I'm a part-time independent record producer. I went to the studio and ran both recordings through the recording gear. The second call passed with flying colors in every category except for one, vocal imprint. Vocal imprint is exactly what it sounds like, a readable print of a person's voice, just like a fingerprint. No two are alike. The police and the FBI use commonly vocal imprints as a means to identify a speaker in audio recordings. I'm no conspiracy theorist and have no reason to lie, but after analyzing and viewing the vocal imprint of both of these callers, I have reached the 100% certainty that these two voices are not coming from the same set of vocal cords.
What do you think of that?
That's exactly what I thought. They just didn't sound like, they just didn't sound the same to me.
No, they did. I mean, they sound similar, sort of similar, but something was off that I couldn't put my finger on. And that's what it was, the vocal imprint. Keep that in mind when we go to personal thoughts and theories. So do you want to cover this last theory?
Yeah. So the last theory is the satellite knocked off. So as for an explanation to why the satellite got knocked off air, I did come across an account that claimed the satellite being knocked off air was because of an event that the satellite's Earth's sensor lost lock, and the satellite rolled into an altitude where it no longer pointed at the uplinks, causing 50 channels to go off air for about 30 minutes. I looked at this happening to other stations on this day, and I just couldn't find any.
I did the same thing. I came across the same theory, and I looked, and I couldn't find any other reports of other satellites that day or other channels going off air at the same time. Anyways, I guess this moves us on to personal thoughts and theories. So I'm really interested in yours, Dan.
Mine's nothing special, but I definitely believe it was just a publicity stunt. It got people interested, and it gained like Steve. He became like a regular and calling in. We like hearing from our listeners. Bring some excitement to the show, and get people to interact more. It's entertainment. That's what podcasts are for. It's entertainment and knowledge. That's what we hope to bring to our listeners. The Art Bell Show. It's entertainment and knowledge. It gets you thinking and everything. It just worked out all too well.
Do you think the caller notified Art and Art was in on it as well? Or do you think Art cut the program and was like, oh, here's a good chance. I recognize this as a hoax, but I'm going to cut the program to get publicity? Or do you think he was already in on it from the get-go?
I think he was already in on it from the get-go, because you have a frantic caller like that. I feel like his reaction should have been different. Like, he should have been, more excited, I guess. He's like, I mean, no, come on now, hurry up, give us the info then, or something like that. But he's just like, well, all right, I mean, like, come on, like, give us the information quickly, before they get you. It's whether he didn't believe it or he already knew about it. I think he already knew about it, and what's easier than, like, stopping your program and pretending like, satellite went out of orbit or some shit like that.
I don't know, man. It's a tough one.
It is, but, I don't know, man. Bigfoot 2020, though, he's real. He's ready to take charge and lead us into the unknown like himself.
That's a good. Did you create that campaign slogan yourself?
I did.
That's a good campaign slogan. He's ready to take charge and lead us into the unknown like himself. We're gonna make a T-shirt for that.
Hell yeah. Let me hear your theory.
Okay. So I do believe the caller believed in what he was saying. Now, whether he was delusional or paranoid or psychotic or telling the truth, we don't know. He could have been all of those. But then again, what if he wasn't? So if I had to take a guess and I had to point in a certain direction, I don't believe the call was a hoax. I genuinely believe the person, he was either mentally unstable or he was really saying some real shit. Because that type of acting is not, that was 100% fright and terror and something not right in his voice. The second call, we already proved that was a hoax, so we can put Brian to the side burner. Just by hearing the first call, I'm thinking it's real, and I'm thinking what happened with the satellite thing. This is what I think. Previously, before this caller, on Coast to Coast AM, Art Bell, of course, was dipping his toes into the unknown. He was dipping his toes into places where it should not have been. I think maybe, and this is just me theorizing here, what if Art Bell had been previously visited by certain government officials saying, these are the topics you need to steer clear of. So Art Bell's like, okay, I'll still talk about some other things, but I'll tiptoe around certain topics. He gets an Area 51 caller, this frantic caller. Art Bell is trying to judge him out, trying to get a feel of him. He starts using terms like triangulate the position. He starts mentioning the military and Area 51. I think Art Bell recognizes, holy shit, because you got to think, Art Bell took thousands and thousands of phone calls, so he is very good at pinpointing bullshit. And I think he was like, this is legit. Oh my God. And pulled some cords and cut it offline, not to get him more attention in the media for this, but for his own safety and his family's safety. That could be possible. And that's what I kind of lean towards.
I could see that theory actually working, because I believe in his first call he said that he was let go for medical reasons.
Mm-hmm.
So I mean, he could have had some kind of psychotic episode or mental breakdown, we could say.
Yeah, and Art Bell recognized that maybe he is mental, but if something, he's telling the truth about something, or he truly believes something. And I have to protect my family, and I've already been visited once. I can't let it happen again, and then pulls the plug.
The only thing that I have a problem with, though, he got let go because of medical problems. And the fact that they just released him, because I mean, Area 51 is supposed to be a military base type thing.
Yeah, top secret military base.
Yeah, I don't think they would just release someone just like that.
That is a good point. I mean, to get clearances at that level, you have to go through, of course, the MMPI, right?
Oh, God, those.
But I mean, hey, he could have passed it with flying colors and then got into Area 51 and after months and months being subjected to things he never thought existed. He had a mental crack and then was told to go home. And at home, he sat there and thought about it, and it just exploded. And you know how some mental disorders develop over time as the more you age. Maybe that was the case too, and it was this perfect storm in him. I don't know.
You know what you're saying, I believe. You know, a lot of people can pass the MMPI at one point and then, you know, not even like, you know, a month or so later after doing certain jobs and all that fucking break down. Job's too much for them. And I'm pretty sure working at Area 51 could definitely be a job that could, you know, just beat you down or probe you. You never know.
Probe it. Well, that is the possibility of being probed. I mean, aliens. You never know.
And I mean, he could have been a test subject there, for all we know. Alien testing, see what happens, and then when they released him, first thing they did was try to spill the beans.
Yeah. I forgot about this thing that I thought about the other day when we were researching this. What if they aren't aliens? What if there's some type of extra? I mean, we've talked about this before. These dimensional beings. Like, what if that's what Bigfoot is? Some dimensional being, sort of like how Stranger Things is.
Oh,
you know?
Montauk chair, bringing them in.
Yeah, and they're these what we call demons, but they're actually beings from somewhere other dimension that come through and they try to conquer other worlds. And Area 51 just happened to be a place where they were conjured up, right? That's just theorized that they had a Stargate there. The military brought them in, and these beings took over the military, and this guy seen the plans and everything about what was going to happen in the future and took a mental break from it. I don't know. That's just another little theory, you know.
Yeah.
So whether or not this call was real, I mean, we can't really say. We'll probably never know the truth. But what we can say is that the urgency and seriousness in the first caller's voice, as well as the satellite going out, it all certainly made for a compelling broadcast and show for Art Bell. Got to give him props and all of that.
I definitely give props on that. He was the man.
He was. So, I want to thank everyone for joining us for today's episode, and I'm glad Daniel's back.
Yes, sir.
We are saving voicemails, reviews, ratings, shout-outs for episode 50, which is next week. And we have a big announcement, but I guess we go ahead and say it now.
Yeah.
The end of season 1 is next week. Yes, we will have more things to come and announcements in the future regarding season 2. And I can tell you this, though, season 2 will not nearly be as long as season 1 was. Season 1 was more of a feel-out, right?
Yeah.
How we can better the show and the audio and all that stuff. But I think we got things figured out. And we'll keep improving. We'll make a lot more announcements regarding season 2. But next week is the end of season 1. We'll have all of our voicemails, reviews, ratings, shout-outs. And I hope you join us for that. And I want to thank everybody again, and I love you all. And Daniel, you got anything you want to say?
Yeah, I mean, this is just for my enjoyment. I want to see like some drawings of Bigfoot that y'all have for Bigfoot 2020. It's like some campaign ads, funny ones.
Ooh, campaign ads. Yeah, okay. If you draw something good, we'll have a surprise for you. So there you go. Anyways, with all this being said, I love all you guys. Thank you again for joining us. If you want to get in contact with us, all of our social medias, you can shoot us a direct message. With all that being said, Daniel, you want to roll us out?
Sure will. All right, guys, it's okay to be out of this world with your thoughts.
Because you are not alone.
Welcome to Theories
of the Third Kind.
Welcome to Theories of the Third Kind. I am one of your hosts today, Aaron, and the other host joining me is Daniel's son.
Yo, what's up, guys?
So today is episode 50. Theories Thursday. But before we get into it, of course, I got to do the quick announcements. We don't run any ads or take any money from any corporations. So if you'd like to help us out, you can leave us a written review on iTunes, and it would help us out a lot. If you don't want to leave one, though, that's cool. We just want you guys, girls, aliens, reptilians, Bigfoot, Sasquatches, Chupacabras, ghosts, whoever or whatever you are, to enjoy the show. Also, if any of you would like to reach out to us, you can shoot us a message on Instagram, Twitter, or Facebook, or you can go to our website, theoriesofthethirdkind.com, and click on the contact button, and there you will find our email addresses. Also, on our website, you can leave a voicemail with your phone, and we will listen to it. So, today's episode is Thoughts and Theories Thursday. Episode 50. Can you believe it's been 50 episodes, Daniel?
A lot of episodes, man.
It is 50 straight weeks. I love it. So, how today's episode will work, of course, is that me and Daniel, we each have our own theory that we're going to be discussing and talking about. And then at the end of the show, we will be covering voicemails, reviews, and ratings. So make sure you stick around for those because we have a lot of good theories and things that we're going to discuss. So who should go first with their theory? Me or you?
I'll let you do the honors.
Okay. My theory this week is called the Sounds of Hell. I came across this theory, and I thought it was super interesting. This whole story behind it, I started digging into it, and I was like, whoa, I have to tell everybody about it. I figured I would cover it. So my story starts way back in 1989. So in 1989, there was these Russian scientists, and they were wanting to do some studies of the Earth's crust. They decided, well, let's go to Siberia and start drilling some boreholes. So when they got there, they immediately set up their equipment and started getting to work. They started drilling a hole, and after a while of drilling, they drilled 14.5 kilometers or 9 miles deep into the earth. Good God.
9 miles?
9 freaking miles into the earth.
Dang.
Yeah. So at that depth of 9 miles, the drill ended up breaking through into this kind of like open cavity. And the Russian scientists, they were intrigued. They were like, hey, what is this unexpected discovery? Let's stop the drilling and let's investigate what the hell it is. So they decided to pull the drill up and out of this hole, 9 miles, which I'm sure took a long time. And they hooked up this heat-tolerant microphone and other equipment, such as temperature probes and a bunch of other stuff, to figure out what was down there. Now, they lowered this temperature probe and the heat-tolerant microphone down, and the temperature that they picked up on the probe was around 2,000 degrees Fahrenheit. But that wasn't the real shocker. What the real shocker here was what the microphone ended up catching and recording. Now, when it finally got down there, the heat-resistant microphone only captured about 17 seconds of audio before the microphone melted. Now, I do have the audio, so let's go ahead and listen to the sound, and I want to warn you ahead of time. It's kind of disturbing, so we'll play that right now.
Okay.
That was pretty scary, right? I mean,
that definitely kind of woke me up a little bit more.
Yeah. So I'm going to give you a little backstory real quick before I dive into this details of the audio and stuff. I was doing some research over this during my night shift run, and I decided to listen to this audio on the drive home. Like, I hadn't listened to it at all. I've just read about the story and all that, and I'm like, okay, well, I'll listen to the audio on the way home. It was pitch dark, me driving home from night shift, and I cranked the volume up because I didn't think my audio was loud enough in my car. I about blew the damn speakers out of my car. So yeah, it was scary to say the least. So after the scientists heard this recording, some of them were convinced that it was sounds from hell, and there was reports that a lot of them decided to quit. But there were a few scientists who did stay there, and these scientists told of a story that happened that night. They said apparently in the middle of the night, a big gas burst out of this borehole, this flame, and the scientists went out to look to see why it was doing that. And they said this shape of a gigantic winged demon was formed out of these flames coming out of this borehole, and then it dispersed, and the words "I have conquered" in flames formed in there, which is a little weird. Anyways, so as a final touch to this weirdness, medics were reported to have given everyone on site a dose of a sedative that erased their short-term memory, but apparently not well enough for these scientists to blow the lid on this story and go to the tabloids about it and all that stuff. But I thought it was a pretty interesting story, but it didn't feel right to me, Dan. I wanted to do some digging, right?
Yeah.
I wanted to know if there was an actual hole in Siberia that was around the same time frame as this, and I found no evidence of such borehole in Siberia, but I did find this, and it's kind of odd. So the deepest borehole in the world is the SG3, which is part of the Kola super deep borehole. So let me explain this real quick. In 1970, Russia started drilling this super deep borehole, and they named it the Kola borehole. This was like the main central hole that they were digging, and then eventually they started branching off of this main hole and digging other holes. One of the branches off of that was the SG3. So Kola was dug in 1970, but get this, the SG3, that was done in 1989, the same year as supposedly the story of the hole in Siberia. That's a little odd. I mean, it wasn't in Siberia that the SG3 was at, but it was in 1989, and to date, it is the deepest hole dug at roughly 7.6 miles. It's not the 9-some miles that was reported in Siberia, but it is 7.6 miles. That's a deep-ass hole.
That is a deep-ass hole.
And I couldn't find any reports of these sounds or whatever coming from SG3 hole or anything weird coming from the Kola super bore deep hole or anything like that. So my track stopped there in regards to that. But then I had a next mission, Dan. My next mission was to find the origins of this story. Who reported it first? Now, this would tell me a lot about if the story was actually true, because that's what I was digging down to. I wanted to know the truth of this, right? So I found out after digging that the appearance of this story, it first appeared in a Finnish newspaper called Asia. It is like the longest word. I looked it up to try to find pronunciations of it. I could not find it. It turns out that this Asia was not a scientific journal, but was a small evangelical Lutheran magazine that was published in Finland between 1974 and 1989. So in 1989, an evangelical minister in Texas named R.W. Schambach, he ended up coming across this Finnish newspaper article that talked about this hole. And he sent this article to the Trinity Broadcasting Network. And this was in 1989. So this Trinity Broadcasting Network was a huge Christian network that had television shows, newsletters, and a huge audience, right? This network decided to run a story in late 1989, both on their TV broadcast networks and newsletters about this super borehole that they heard sounds from hell from. And they title it Scientists Discover Hell. So that's how it started, in a Finnish religious kind of like article newspaper, and then a minister in Texas found it, sent it to Trinity Broadcasting Network. They made a story about it in late 1989 and ran it on the broadcast networks. But when looking this up, this all happened without anyone ever hearing the alleged audio recordings of the sound. Nobody ever presented one or broadcasted one or anything. That leads to the question, where the hell did the audio come from, right? If they didn't have it, where did it come from? Well, I did some more digging, Daniel, and I figured it out. 12 years later, in 2002, after the story had come and gone of these scientists discovering this hole, someone emailed. You want to take a guess who?
Art Bell?
Oh, goddamn, you are so good. Yes. Someone emailed Art Bell, and they said, and I quote, "I just recently began listening to your radio show and could not believe it when you talked about sounds from hell tonight. My uncle had told me this story a couple years ago, and I didn't believe him. Like one of your listeners who's discounted the story as nothing more than a religious newspaper fabricated account. The story about the digging, the hearing of the sounds from hell, is very real. It did occur in Siberia. My uncle collected videos on the paranormal and supernatural. He passed away fairly recently. He let me listen to one of the audio tapes that he had on the sounds from hell in Siberia, and I copied it. He received his copy from a friend who worked at the BBC. Attached is that sound from my uncle's tapes." Art, of course, then played the recording, and that's what we heard earlier. That's where they came from. And ever since then, they've been widely circulated and attached to this 1980 story of that Russian scientist finding it. So, Dan, do you believe this hole actually exists? And do you believe the sound is authentic and real?
They said that it was supposed to be like a 9-mile hole, but the only one that you found close enough to it is the record of the 7-point something?
7.6 mile one?
Yeah. So I'm iffy about the hole, but I mean, those sounds though.
They are odd sounds. I ran it through Audacity, did some tweaking on it. It is a looped sound. I did find that out, but I could not find a source for the sound.
Because I mean, the main noise I heard was it sounded like a woman screaming.
Mm-hmm. I could easily reproduce something like that. But in 1989, could I have? Probably not with their technology.
Yeah.
I don't think I could. The thing that gets me is it's starting in a Finnish newspaper that was a part of a religious group, and then Trinity Broadcasting Network picking it up and spreading it. Was it just a plot for the Evangelical Lutheran magazine in Finland to kind of push people more towards their church? Possible. Possible. Yeah. But could they have honestly found this hole and found these sounds and said, we need to protect the public from this, and we don't need to open it up, because if we do, there could be demons from hell coming out or something, or some other beings coming out and invading Earth. That is another possibility of why they didn't look into it further. But overall, I thought it was a good story. I thought it was a good conspiracy. I wanted to share it with you, and I hope you liked it. All right, so I guess we move on to yours. What do you have for us today?
I'd like to bring up my man, Mr. Bigfoot.
Ooh, you got to bring him in on episode 50. Of course, you're his campaign manager, so you're kind of promoting him.
Yeah, I'm trying to promote him, but I found a couple videos that I feel like it's slander against him.
Slander? What do you mean slander?
I mean, this is not the Bigfoot I know. They're trying to make it sound like it's him.
Are you talking about the beef jerky commercials?
No, that's how my man usually is. He loves his beef jerky. He loves messing with people for fun. But no, man, these videos, they have him just like screaming at people, hiding in the woods and screaming.
What do you mean hiding in the woods and screaming? You have some? Well, obviously you do have some.
I have a video. The guy was out mushroom hunting, and he supposedly says he caught. Well, he doesn't say it, but all the comments for it say that it's Bigfoot.
Okay, hold on. So let me get this right. You have a video of a guy who's mushroom hunting who caught Bigfoot?
Caught him screaming, supposedly.
Does it show Bigfoot, or is it just the sound of him screaming?
Just the sound, because of course you're not going to find my man out there like that.
Okay. And in the comments of this video, I'm guessing it's on YouTube.
Yeah.
And on the comments of this video, they're saying that it sounds like Bigfoot.
Pretty much.
Is this a popular video?
No, it's not.
Uh-oh.
It is actually less than 3,300 views.
Whoa. 3,300 views?
Pretty much.
Ooh. You may have discovered something that is very interesting. So I say we take a listen to that right now.
Let's do it.
Shoot that baby on over.
I'm gonna play it for you guys right now.
Okay.
Well, there's certainly no shortage of the pheasant back mushrooms out here. You can see here's one. That tree has a bunch. And then this log over here has a bunch. Look how big that one is down there. It's got to be about 12 inches across. This one looks like it has a bite out of it. And this one. And there's one over here. Looks like it's holding some water. Huh?
Whoa. I've never seen that video before. What the hell?
I admit, that sound is scary. Sounds like something's mad.
Whatever it is has a pair of lungs on it.
Yes, it does.
Because it screams for a while. We'll link this video on Facebook, Twitter, Instagram, all that stuff. I'll leave it in the comments of the post for episode 50. Do you want us to describe the video? I mean, there's not much to describe. It's just a guy mushroom hunting, and then he hears, well, I mean, you obviously hear what he hears, and then he walks away briskly.
Yeah, so the video happened May 9, 2015. The guy was out mushroom hunting, and, he's looking at some nice mushrooms and all that. He did find a mushroom that did have a bite in it, but it was a small bite. Definitely wasn't my man Bigfoot. But he's just out hunting, and the next thing you know, you hear this loud-ass scream, pretty much.
I've seen a lot of Bigfoot videos in a lot of sounds, and they're very similar to this one.
I did find another video that sounds sort of just like that. I think a guy was on a hunting trip with his wife. The video's on YouTube as well. It's about 149,000 views on it. It happened actually November 20th, 2019. Okay. So pretty recent still. But yeah, it was pretty much almost the same kind of yell.
You have a link to that?
I do.
All right, so we'll I guess we'll listen to that one as well. Play that one right now. That is an odd sound.
It is.
It's similar to the one in the first video.
But like you said in the first one, though, whatever it was had a set of lungs. This one, the yell's shorter, but more constant.
I'm reading in the comments that some people think it's a mountain lion, but it's clearly not a mountain lion. No. That's what the person's saying, that a lot of people think this is a mountain lion, but it's not. The second video, the people think it's a mountain lion, but it's not a mountain lion either. Or moose, or any animal that they can identify. I have no idea what it could be besides Bigfoot or some creature that is getting killed or raped by another animal. I don't know.
I've never heard a bear make that noise. Then, mountain lions, I can't really say I've heard too many of those, but I highly doubt that's what it sounds like.
Somebody should analyze the first audio. So that one hasn't gone viral yet. That's only 3,300 views. If I heard that in the woods, I could tell you I'd be booking it out of the woods. I'd be running.
I'd admit I'd be running my ass out of the woods.
Gonna be coming after that ass. That's what he sounds like he'd be doing. I'd be scared. Man, that's some good stuff you found there, Dan. Damn.
Yeah, sounds like slander, though.
Well, who's slandering against him?
I can't say any names. They're big political figures.
Oh, the other big political figures running
right.
For office as well in 2020?
They're trying to make Bigfoot sound scary, but he's an awesome guy.
Makes me wonder what the hell he's doing in the forest screaming like that.
Honestly, I think they're trying to say that Bigfoot's doing some mushrooms, especially in the first video.
Can you imagine that? Him eating some mushrooms and then it finally hits him. Like it finally hits him and he just screams out like that.
Sounds like he found some DMT somewhere.
Oh my god, that would be insanely scary to see Bigfoot high on mushrooms.
I would want to see it.
Anyways, I guess that's all the theories we have for today. I mean, we only have 2 for Theories Thursday. We're kind of cutting it short because we're going to be discussing a lot of other theories and stuff. You want us to cover voicemails first?
Yeah, let's go over the voicemails.
All right, so this first voicemail we have is from Kyle, and we'll play that right now.
All right, so I'm Kyle. I called, or I did this thing earlier before, and I found a new one. This one I found. The other 2 I came up with myself. But for this one, it says that CNN removed the August 11th, 1993 Larry King episode from Google Play, the episode featuring a call from Tara Reid's mother. CNN is actively colluding with Biden campaign to cover up evidence of Biden's sexual assault. So I didn't know if this was true, so I went to Google Play, and then I went to Larry King Show, and it goes, August 10, 1993 is the 154th episode. August 12th, 1993 is the 155th episode. So every day before then was episode 150, the day before episode 151, except for on the weekends. The weekends were never recorded, but August 11th, and this was not a holiday, this was recorded. So I don't know what's going on, but I just think that's pretty strange.
Are you familiar with what he's talking about, Dan?
I am not.
Okay, so I'm pretty familiar with this because I looked it up and started researching it a couple days ago because I came across it on one of the conspiracy forums that I lurk. All right, so Joe Biden, right? He's a Democratic nominee that's running against Donald Trump. I usually don't like talking about political stuff, but for this we will, okay? And we're not taking any political sides on either of this. And I just want to let everyone know that I'm not a Republican, I'm not a Democrat, I'm a party of the people. I just wanted to make that clear, okay? So anyways, Joe Biden is a Democratic nominee. Not officially yet, but he's probably going to be because there's nobody else running. Anyways, so there has been reports from an individual named Tara Reid that she was secretary or something for him, an associate with him in like 93 or 92 or 91 or somewhere around there. And she was sexually assaulted by him. And she came out and was telling individuals, hey, Joe Biden sexually assaulted me. And everybody's ignoring it. Well, back in 1993, Larry King was doing his talk show, and he got a phone call from Tara Reid's mother, who claimed that Joe Biden sexually assaulted her. Well, fast forward to now, the media is pretty much ignoring her claim. Well, as of a couple days ago, they were ignoring Tara Reid's claim, which is odd because you look at the Kavanaugh stuff and what happened. But the interesting thing is that you can go and purchase or rent old Larry King episodes of Larry King, right? And Google Play is one of the only places where you can rent it from or buy it from. If you go on Google Play and you look up Larry King Live and you go to season 3 in 1993 and you scroll all the way down to episode 150 something, there'll be an episode August 10th, it's 154, and then episode 155 is August 12th. August 11th episode, where Tara Reid's mother called in on Larry King Live, that is missing. Google removed that episode and renumbered all of the episodes.
They renumbered the episodes.
They renumbered them, removed the one, and renumbered them. I looked it up myself, so I know exactly what Kyle's talking about. That is so odd that Google is doing that. You got to think how much power Google has to influence people, and now they're actively helping one side of the campaign cover up or quote unquote silence someone by doing this.
Wow,
doesn't fit right with me. It's kind of messed up. Actually, it is messed up, and I don't really have much else to say about it besides that. But thank you, Kyle, for sending us a voicemail. Keep sending them. We love hearing from you, and we love your theories. So thank you. All right, so this next voicemail is from Brinley. Play that right now.
Hi, guys. It's Brinley from Ontario, Canada calling.
I just wanted to call and tell you about something odd that happened last night, April 18th, around 10:15 p.m. My daughter and I were sitting outside, just soaking in the fresh night air. We noticed a distant light going over top of us. We assumed a satellite or an airplane. Then we noticed 3 more small lights at separate times that were taking the exact same path as the prior light that we had seen. These lights were super small and seemed quite distant. Then we did see an airplane fly over us, and there was no denying that it was an airplane, as we could see the lights on the wings and the tail, plus the red flashing light, and it was much closer than the other lights. Weird, but okay. Then we were looking out towards the northern star and noticed the same type of small lights that we had previously saw fly above us, but now they were flying over the northern star and across the sky until they disappeared. But this time, we kept watching the light and counting them. There were 29 small lights. Some were barely visible, all taking the same path and spaced the exact same distance apart. They were so small and barely visible. I believe they must have been extremely far away. I find it so strange, especially considering that there are not very many airplanes even flying right now, let alone 29 or more, maybe we didn't see them all, flying in the exact same path and perfectly spaced. And on top of that, definitely not the same lights as what we had saw on the airplane. Anyways, I thought it was pretty intriguing and wanted to share the experience, as I really do not know what to think of it all. My daughter and I were in disbelief as these lights just kept flying, and as we were watching and counting them. We did not expect to see that many. Anyways, take care. I love your show, and I look forward to the new releases more now than ever. Peace.
That is a lot of UFOs, if that was UFOs.
Great migration.
So first off, can we just say how good her voice and microphone sound?
It was so crisp. I'm jealous.
Yeah, Krispy Kreme is how her voice and microphone sounded. I'm jealous. I wish I had that type of voice. But man, that is odd to see. What did she say? 24 in a line? That many on April 18th. I tried looking up for anything that had happened April 18th or any sightings. Couldn't find anything. Couldn't really find any military activity happening on that day, which kind of leads me into the theory of this whole COVID-19. This is going to be a little out there, okay? But the COVID-19 being a way for them to keep us inside, so that what if there is an alien invasion going on right now? Or if there's aliens in our active solar system and they're like, we got to get people inside and away from the outdoors and seeing all these things. I mean, there was the video that came out here recently. Did you see that, of the UFOs going by the moon?
Yeah, was that released by the government?
I don't think that one was released by the government. The one released by the government was the ones that Tom DeLonge, Blink-182, he released those a while back, and then the government just kind of said, oh yeah, those are authentic, those are real. Which, did you see those?
I saw glimpses of them.
It's definitely some crazy aircraft or something, man. But anyways, what do you got any theories about what it could be?
I mean, maybe a bunch of people playing with drones.
There's a big ass drones though. I don't know. That could be. I don't know.
I mean, that's just crazy though. That's a lot of them to be traveling like the same path and everything.
Yeah, it is. It would be. I would be very interested to, if it happens again, for you to get out a camera and maybe try to take some footages of it. Oh, you know what it could have been? It could have been that. What's that thing that Elon Musk shot up in the air? All those satellites. Starlink. It could have been those. It could have been this. Well, I don't know. I'd have to get more details if those were just straight up lights that were going through the sky. If so, then it was most likely Starlink satellites.
May 4th. So far, I think it's only some 420 satellites have been launched, but they plan on launching 12,000.
Oh, good God. Yeah, it could have been that. Go to DuckDuckGo and look up how many Starlink satellites have launched, or Starlink satellite pictures. You can see them all in a row.
Oh, yeah.
All right, so Brinley, if you could, go on DuckDuckGo and look up Starlink satellites, and you'll see pictures of them in a row, a whole bunch of them. They're extremely bright. If you could, look at that and then write us an email and let us know, either an email or Instagram message or wherever, and let us know if that was similar to what you saw. I would be very interested in knowing. But thanks for the voicemail. Love hearing from you. Love your voice. Love your microphone. You're great. All right, so now we're going to move on to the last voicemail. This is from Jake Farm, and I have not heard, I didn't hear Brinley's. This is my first time hearing this one. I think it's both of our first time hearing this one, right?
Yes.
All right, so we'll play that right now.
What's up, jerks? Long-time listener, first-time caller. It's your boy, Jake Farm. You may be wondering why my voice sounds like a kidnapper asking for a ransom. Well, it's because I hate how high-pitched it sounds, and I don't want to hear it on the podcast. I'm very self-conscious about it. Let's just leave it at that. Anyways, I think it would go nice and give a deep, throaty feel to the show, if you know what I mean. Now that that's settled, I have a few bones to pick with y'all. First of all, I need my shout-out fix. Donnie is off finger-popping his asshole in some bunker off the grid, completely ignoring my Facebook messages. I miss you, man. Aaron apparently hates me now, even though he gave me that gay-ass Jake Farm nickname, which, by the way, I want to suck-start a shotgun every time someone gives me that clever State Farm reference. All my fellow Jakes will understand the struggle. That's like our N-word. But I'm going to stick with it, because that's how the hosts of my favorite podcast know me. Danielson, I love you, but I'm not getting a Twitter. I appreciate the shout-out on the DMT episode. Now all I need is Kate to respond. Congrats on the awesome first season. Don't keep us waiting too long for season 2, please. I'm pretty sure you guys are the reason why the Pentagon officially released UFO evidence. Keep up the good work. That's all for now. Stay woke, nerds. Bigfoot 2020, kneecaps.
Kneecaps. Oh my God. I love you, Jake Farm. I'm sorry for giving you that nickname. I'll just call you Jake from now on. You know what? Don't be ashamed of your voice, man. You gotta own it. You know, I got a high-pitched voice. I can make it low sometimes, but man, you just gotta own what you got, you know? Be proud of your voice. If anybody hates it, so what? You know, who cares? But thank you for the voicemail. I love the deep sound of it, I guess.
Yeah.
We won't leave you guys waiting long for season 2. Next week, we're going to be releasing a short clip that will go over details about season 2 and what you can expect and when you can expect a start date and when that will be. Thank you again, Jake, for your love, your support. And I've kind of taken over the Facebook role, and I've done horribly trying to balance the two between Instagram and Facebook. Instagram is packed with freaking messages that I'm still trying to recover from, I'll admit. And I'm sorry. I'm sure Donnie doesn't hate you. I don't hate you. I love you. And that's it. That's all I got to say. What do you got to say, Daniel?
I mean, I understand about not wanting to get a Twitter. I am still trying to figure out Twitter. I don't post a lot on there. I do try to respond as much as I can. But man, Twitter moves at a faster pace than I do. I'm just trying to keep up with that.
Yeah, I don't have a Twitter. I have no idea how to work it. So I'm ever so grateful for you doing that, Daniel.
It's crazy.
Yep. Okay, so those are the voicemails. I guess we'll move on to emails.
How many emails do we have to go over here?
You really want to know that number?
No, not really.
We have quite a bit of emails to go over. That's all I'm going to say. Okay, so this first email comes from Johnny, and the subject line of odd Pizzagate connection. They go on to say, these celebrities are said to love pizza. The first one, Lena Durham from the show Girls, was the creepiest one because she wrote in her book that she fingered her little sister when the sister was a baby. She got a lot of flack from that and was being called a pedophile even though she was a child herself when the incident happened. It's just spooky as hell. Love the podcast and I'm almost caught up. Listening to Shapeshifter Ranch at the moment, and it is creepy as hell, but I'm a bit skeptical of it. It kind of sounds like the government may have had a hand in disturbances around that area, so people would leave in fear and drive down the price of the land. Keep doing what you're doing. I'll be sure to keep watch of my surroundings and questioning happenings around me. Awesome. Thank you, Johnny, for the email. It's so weird about Lena Durham. I don't know why she would do that in the first place.
I wonder if she had to ask her sister if it was okay to put that in her book.
How do you even go about asking something like that? Hey, I know you don't remember this, but can I write in my book that I fingered you? Oh my God. Disgusting.
Family events must be awkward after that book.
Yeah, very awkward. But anyways, thanks for the email, Johnny, and we love you and keep sending them. Okay, so this next email I'm not going to read off, but it's from an individual named Bobby Fuck You, and their email address is suckit@asshole.com. But I just wanted to acknowledge that I did get your email, Bobby, and I'm not going to read it off. It's not very nice. This next email is from Skylar, the subject line that reads Trump time travel episode. They go on to say, just listened to this last night. Great show. I'm stoked I found your podcast to listen to at night. I had an idea when you were discussing the logistics of time travel with the position of Earth within its solar cycle coming into play. I realized this is likely why ancient builders around the world aligned their megalithic structures with the solstice. What do you think? I never really got the ancients' obsession with the solstice until now. Thanks, Skylar. That's a really good connection. It makes sense, right, Dan?
Yeah.
That could be why. Maybe they were into time travel, and that's why they aligned their megalithic structures with the solstice. And those structures were allowed them to time travel. Pretty cool. It would be. Thank you, Skylar. And we'll have more episodes in season 2 about structures, and we'll do some more time travel stuff. So we love you. Okay, this next email is from Zombie2099. Subject is Ouija board, yes or no. Hey guys, first of all, great podcast. Love it. Listen to it every week. New listener and still trying to get through all the podcasts. Love you all. Zombie2099 goes on and tells us a Ouija board story that they have, but I'm going to actually save that Ouija board story because we're covering Ouija boards too, and we may even use one while live streaming it. So that's what you have to look forward to. But thank you, Zombie2099. We will cover your story during Ouija boards. Thank you for the email. Thank you for the love. Next email is from Joe A. I just found your show, and I think it's great. I had an idea for a topic you could cover, and I'm honestly surprised I haven't seen more on this in conspiracy circles because it covers so many things, and it's mind-boggling when you really dig into it. On YouTube, there are some videos that were posted, and there is supposedly a whistleblower who calls himself Orwell. Did a video titled Multiples and one on the conspiracy of owls concerning symbolism and the particular CIA documents that are available online. I think you should look into it, and I really think that's what's being said would make for a hell of a show. If you would like my interpretation on the meaning of it, I would be glad to offer. All right, we'll add that topic down for an episode. I'll have to write that down. Thank you, Joe, for the email. Yeah, and shoot your interpretation on over to us. We would love to hear it. You know, it's good hearing other people's perspectives and things. All right, this next one is from Emily. They go on to say, just wanted to send you a message saying I love your podcast. The dynamics between you all are great and so hilarious. Not many things make me laugh out loud, but you guys do it every time. I already said this on the review, but the time machine bits are genius. I love it. Discovered this podcast over a week ago, and it has become my favorite. Keep up the good work. Sorry, Emily. You sent that email on March 7th, and it has taken us almost 2 months to get to it. So I apologize.
Oh, we got stuck time traveling.
Oh, yeah, we got stuck time traveling. So sorry, Emily. Thank you for your love, and keep sending the emails. Keep sending the love. We'll keep sending it right back to you. All right, this next one is from J Baby. Subject is Lord of the Tiny Cocks. They go on to say, I think you guys are fucking awesome. Don't let anyone tell you guys otherwise. I listen to you guys every day at work, and I recommend you to everyone I talk to. You guys give me information and make me laugh. What more could I ask for, other than a Bigfoot slong across the face? Thank you, J Baby, for spreading us around, for sending that great email. Love you.
Much love, man.
Next one is from Rodney Dangerfield. Subject line, off the motherfucking chain. They're going to say, thank you guys so much for all the info you bring upon us woke individuals. Do you think the government doesn't tell us the truth about aliens because they don't want us to find out they're working alongside the aliens? Maybe the Illuminati is feeding the aliens the right kind of energy in an exchange to allow the government to use their technology? Maybe an episode about that would be awesome. But again, thank you guys. 5 stars. Sweet. Thank you for that email, Rodney Dangerfield. It's interesting you mentioned that subject and that topic because very, very, very soon on season 2, you will hear us talk about that. So look forward to that because it is coming to your ear soon.
To your ear hole.
Mm-hmm. All right, this next one is from Azo. They go on to say, third kind podcast creators. I just want to say that I appreciate the high production value of the side effects. It adds excitement to the podcast. I have also got my whole office listening to your podcast. The first one we listened to Friday morning. Thank you for the great podcast. P.S. Dawn, I apologize for asking for a dick pic. I sometimes am on the wrong side of the Me Too movement. All right. Hey, shout out to your entire office. I want all of you right now to stop what you're doing. And your boss is going to come inside there and say, hey, what the hell are you guys doing? You should be working. You look at him and you say, hey, we're taking a moment of silence right now to reflect on season 1, okay? Now, I want you all to join in a circle together with your hands together. And Dan is going to lead you in this shamanic trance announcement. So go ahead, Dan.
Yeah.
All right. That's it. You guys can unhook from the hands. Make sure that you love one another in that office. You're good to each other, and always stick it to the man when you can. And thank you for listening to us, and we love you a whole lot. Much love. And I hope we can provide your ear holes with entertainment.
I hope my shamanic chant doesn't get you in trouble.
All right. Let's see. This next one is from Parker. You guys kick fucking ass. All the opinions and views make my latter part of the workday and commute to work 10 times better. I just discovered the podcast last Saturday while sitting on my ass trying to find something to do at work. I must say that after starting listening, I was hooked from the very beginning. The reptilian episode has stuck with me the most. Also, the Lake City Quiet Pills episode was good as fuck. If there's any way I could contribute with money or something to help you guys grow, just let me know.
Much appreciated.
Thank you, Parker. As of right now, we don't really accept money from anyone, but I appreciate the offer. Here in the future, season 2, we'll have some, maybe have some merch roll out. I know we keep saying it, but in a couple weeks you'll see. Maybe a Patreon, maybe something. Again, all the money that we do get will go back to the show and helping us grow. And we still will never run ads, and we will never take any money from corporations. So
that's right.
That's how it's always going to be.
No matter how many times they send Aaron emails, tell them no.
Dude, I swear, I get so many emails from people wanting to run ads. It is ridiculous. They're like, hey, we have a connection with these advertisers. I would like to get on a phone call with you before we talk to our advertisers so I can get a good feel about your show and run it across them. And I'm like, you guys don't even listen to the show. If you did, within the first 5 minutes, you would know we don't run any ads, and we never will run any ads. So fuck off. That's what I tell them, and they still don't get it. So, anyways. Oh, man. Okay, this next one, this next email is from James. Subject line is profits. They go on to say, you guys predicted Epstein's death and predicted the COVID-19. You should rename your podcast to the Profits of Podcasting. I think I mentioned this email before.
I think you did.
But thank you, James. And I agree. Profits of Podcasting.
It has a nice ring to it.
Yes, it does. All right. This next one is from Alan. My name is Alan. I would like to pay you money via PayPal to post content on your website. How much would you charge for something like that? Alan, I'm sorry. No, it's not going to happen. I didn't mean to read that one off. I usually skip those, but I just had that one pulled up. And that's, for an example, that is what I'm talking about, Daniel, right there. That is a fine example of what I'm talking about.
People that don't listen to podcasts, they just want to advertise.
Yep. All right. This next one is from Simi B. Don't have iTunes, but definitely 5 stars. They go on as they found you guys the same week. Truth about what's our food was put on. And since I have not missed a single episode. You've been around since the very beginning. Dang.
Damn, before I got involved.
Yeah. They go on to say, just one more thing I'm annoyed about. Where's the fucking merch? I would wear the shit out of a TOT3KT. But other than that, good shit, guys. Keep it coming. Thank you, Simi. The merch, like I said, season 2. A lot of things are going to be changing for the good. Okay? So be on the lookout.
Remember that shirt I got you, Aaron, for TOT 3K? I kind of want to make one for myself now.
I'm the only one in the universe right now that has a Theories of the Third Kind shirt. But here very, very soon, there will be more individuals that have the ability to get one. So thank you for that email. Simi B. You're awesome. Next one's from Rebecca. She says, hey guys, been listening to you for about a year now. Just got done listening to the DMT episode. What? Wow, I enjoyed it. Very intriguing. I heard the comments at the end, and some weren't very nice. Bless you for taking it all in stride, but seriously, don't change a thing. The show is awesome and is set apart from others by you just being yourself. Wishing you all the very best from Illinois. Stay safe. Thank you, Rebecca. Kind words from you. I love you. Next email is from Josh. Would love to hear y'all discuss Agenda 21. Love listening to all of you. We have Agenda 21 on the list. So, yeah. Oh, my God. This next email is from John. Found your podcast today, got to the reptilian people, and I didn't hear any mention of Hillary Clinton taking a coughing fit at one of her speeches and dropping something into the glass. There's a video on the internet about it. These things, I believe, are 100% whatever they are. Just a little more proof if you haven't heard or mentioned it. If so, I'm sorry to waste your time. Keep up the good work. Hey, you didn't waste my time, John. I've already heard about it. Dan, you've seen the video of Hillary Clinton, right?
I think me and you looked it up.
Yeah. What the hell is that? It's something that she's coughing up.
It was a big glob of it, that's for sure.
Friggin' disgusting, whatever the hell it was. But thank you, John, for the email. You didn't waste her time. Hillary Clinton is a reptilian. So I'm sorry I left her out of the reptilian episode. But make no mistake, she's a reptilian.
I'm just trying not to be Clinton yet.
So this next one is from Joannas. I listened to your podcast, 2 so far, and I am not too sure what your female host's name is, but can you please let her know that her phrase, while trying to inform the public, her stating, you know, is not a phrase to be said when explaining any topic, especially when the topic is new to the listener. She repeatedly says, you know, and it's not only that is it annoying, it's a phrase that is irrelevant to any topic that is new to a listener. Plus, her voice is very octave and very piercing. She needs a filter on her mic. I'm not trying to be offensive, just informative. You know, I agree that she does need a pop filter on her microphone. I think she used to have one on her microphone. I've told her, I think before, to get one, but I'm not sure if she has. But I'll relay the messages, and I appreciate it. Appreciate the feedback. This email is from Adam W. They go on to say, started listening to your podcast about a week ago, and I've been listening to damn near every episode. My eyes have been opened thanks to all of you. And then he says his Instagram, and he says to send him a message on his Instagram. So, Dan, he can send you a picture of his 1-inch meat.
Nice. I'm ready.
Thank you for all your work. Every week literally makes my day better. We'll shoot you a message on Instagram, but please do not send a picture of your meat on Instagram. I run the Instagram. If you're going to send it to anybody, send it to Twitter. That's what Dan runs.
Yeah, and if you send it to me on there, I will make sure to blast it for everyone to see.
Okay, this next one is from Kyle. Please make a Discord. Please, please, please. The Discord is coming. It is coming with the Patreon. So, yep. This last email is from Rex, and it is subject line cryptids. They go on to say, y'all should definitely do an episode series on cryptids around the world. My favorite podcast by far. Keep it up, guys. Thank you, Rex. And I want to thank everybody for sending in emails.
Shoot, I enjoyed them.
Yeah, I enjoyed them too. All right, so now we're going to go over ratings and reviews. We have quite a bit of these. Stick with us because we're going all the way back to April 15th. So here we go. This first one is from J. Hi Who. It was left on April 15th. It is 5 stars with a subject line that reads, Love from Colorado. They go on to say, recently stumbled upon your show and I am in love with it. You have gained a new follower. Thank you, J. Hi Who, for your love and 5 stars. This next one is from Hellrider 2. It was left on April 16th. It is 5 stars with a subject line that reads, Spanking the Bank. They're going to say, so here I am spanking it while delivering in Oklahoma. Thought I I was starting an Audible book with some sexy British dude, but nope, I heard Daniel's voice, and boom, I had to come to the right spot in more ways than one. Love the topics, good talking. Remember, always spank the mank. Thank you, L. Writer.
Well, thank you. You just made an Asian blush. All right. Next review we got from Skunked1, titled Pure Element 115, and it was 5 stars. Salutations from Arvada, Colorado. Theories of a Third Kind has been a game changer. Not only do I get bukkake by facts, I am also DP'd with hilarity and mind-bending theories. All of the hosts are incredibly entertaining. The shows are very well thought out, executed as well. Wishing Kate and Don a complete recovery, and hopefully this coronavirus is just a government cover-up to get all of the adrenochromes drinking lizard elites. Please continue to make me think critically. Hashtag trust no one. Hashtag question everything.
Nice. I like that one.
All right. Next one. I seem like I picked all the long ones there.
Yeah, you did.
Yeah. So this one is from Goal Difference. He's from Great Britain, left on 4/18/20, titled Brilliant Podcast. DMT episode blew my mind. He gave us a 5 stars, and it's read. Chris from England. Hi guys, I've really got into the podcast over the last few months, and I've binge listened nearly every episode whilst traveling to and from work. Your latest DMT episode blew my mind with what the people interviewed after their experiment had to say. It was really intense and had me gripped on their every word. Ghost stories are my favorite listen from your episodes, and I can't wait for Ghost Stories 4. I know you have a huge list of episodes, but have you thought of an out-of-body experience episode? I hope Donnie and Kate are back with you soon. I'm missing her intros, and I hope you're all well with what's going on. Skol Vikings. Keep up the great work, guys.
Nice. Thank you, Goal. All right, this next one is from Taken, and it is from Great Britain as well, and it was left on April 18th. It is 5 stars with a subject line that reads, interesting, quirky, and well worth the listen. They go on to say, just came across this a couple days ago, and I'm really enjoying it. You actually make me laugh out loud. Loving the subject matter, the lively banter, and the different personalities all bringing something individual and refreshing to the table. Keep up the good work, you guys, as I'm telling everyone about you. Still working my way through back episodes, but have you read any Dolores Cannon and her Nostradamus channeling? It's worth a read. He supposedly talked with her in real time from 1555 and explained the quatrains. Anyways, you're all amazing. Keep all doing what you do. Lisa from the Wales, UK. Awesome. Thank you. I've never heard of that before. I'll write it down. All right, this next review was left by Mount G Bob, or MTG Bob. It's from the United States and left on April 19th. The subject line reads DMT, and it is 5 stars. They go on to say, the most trippy podcast out there. Hashtag better than Coast. Thank you. That's, I don't know if we're better than Coast, but thank you for that, and thank you for the love.
Yes, thank you.
It means a lot, because Coast is one of my favorite shows. So.
All right, the next one we got is from Lil Dirty. It's from the United States, left on 4/19/20, titled Love the Show. Gave us 5 stars, and it read, the show is great. Listening quality is really good, especially the more recent episodes. And they cover most of the major topics within the world of conspiracy. It's a fun listen. I highly recommend. Also, I love the goofy intros, and I hope they return. The people that don't like it can skip it. P.S. I think I might be in love with Kate's voice. All right.
Well, we'll let her know.
See, and then the next one is from SBell2808, and they are from the United States, left on 4/20/20, titled Great Podcast, left us 5 stars. Read, I really enjoyed listening to you guys. I like the order in which you guys present the info, the story, interesting facts, and theories, and your own thoughts at the end. Keep on bringing the great topics. Thank you.
Nice. Thank you, SBell. All right, this next one is from the Silent Parrot. It was left on 4/20. Its subject line is hot dog. They gave us 5 stars, and they go on to say, y'all boys are fantastic. I listen to you fellas at work, and it makes the time fly by. Great job, fellas. Keep on it, doggone it. Well, thank you, Silent Parrot, and we love you. And thank you for listening to us at work, and I want you to take a break right now from work, okay? Sit down, get you a nice drink of tea, and reflect. Thank you. All right. Oh my God. Yeah, I read this next review earlier, and I laughed. But this next review is from Inertia Spinner. It was left on 420. It is 5 stars with a subject line that reads, Saint Randy Savage. Should I do my Macho Man Randy Savage voice?
Yes, do it.
Oh, yeah, I have returned from the beyond the abyss to teach humanity how to embrace this madness. This podcast is what I listen to while taking respite from my battles against pure evil. The Vince McMahon. Yeah.
Thank you, Inertia Spinner. It's always good getting reviews from Macho Man. Rest in peace.
All right, next one we got is from Johnny Gatto, 1994, United States, left on 420, titled Very Enjoyable, left 5 stars, read as, Hey guys, really love the podcast. It's super easy to listen to and overall enjoyable. Your guys' chemistry seems really genuine and portrays a group of buddies just hanging out talking about Bigfoot's junk. Also, if I can make a suggestion, recommend redoing the Nostradamus 2020 predictions episode and update what predictions came true. Anyways, keep up the good work. Hopefully Kate and Don recover and are back soon.
Ooh, Nostradamus. That's, oh yeah, thank you for the 5 stars, but that Nostradamus idea is a good one. You need to write that down.
Alright, man, I really do pick the long ones. Alright, this one is from Avocant Behave. I'm guessing I said that right. From United States, left on 420. Titled Love You Guys, left 5 stars. Listen to most of your guys' episodes, always quite interesting. I get a laugh while being able to think and theorize about topics I rarely get opportunities to discuss day-to-day life. Your guys' episodes on Pizzagate is by far the best. So much knowledge about it and insight to lots of it. None of the facts of the matter make any sense. It is a very suppressed, dangerous topic that's being scrubbed off of the online community, whether it be YouTube, Facebook, MSM, Google, or wherever the mass population goes for discussion. In addition to many other things that arm the mass population with the tools to investigate, scrutinize government agendas, fear for your guys' life and the lives of those who shine light onto this harsh reality. Journalists are killed and investigators are silenced when it comes to this topic. Please archive it. I've used in a series of links, websites, and documents that expose it is for what it is. Best podcast around, and really appreciate the work you guys put in.
Thank you for that.
Yeah, thank you.
Yeah, we're going to archive some of our episodes going into season 2, but we'll still have them available. People will still be able to get them and listen to season 1 episodes. Just some of them will be archived away. Just a little heads up, but we'll keep you informed. Anyways, this next review is from Granny Pounder. It was left on 420. It is 5 stars. The subject line that reads, Love you long time. They go on to say, love the podcast. It helps me get through my workday with ease. Was interested if you guys could do an episode on monoatomic gold and its connection to the third eye, not to be confused with the brown eye, and the Anunnaki and the ancient Sumerians. All of these topics are also connected to Jim Mars, who was an American hero and conspiracy theorist who died mysteriously in 2017. If you're interested in this, I would refer you to YouTube and just search Jim Mars, monoatomic gold. Much of the story is covered in that lecture. Thank you guys. Keep up the great work. Thank you, Granny Pounder. Love your name. We are going to have an episode over the Anunnaki, ancient Sumerians, and the monoatomic gold, so be prepared for that. It's coming fast, and it's coming right at you. But thank you for the love. Thank you for the 5 stars.
Thank you.
All right, this next one is from Madman Willis, left on 420. It is 5 stars, the subject line that reads, Keep up the good work. Skinwalker's a hit. They go on to say, thank you for the thoughtful, fun Art Bellion Scooby-Doo podcast. You all take it to the next level. It's so cool to feel like I'm back in college chatting with friends about life and all its freaky what-ifs. Serious, but not too deep. The dialogue balances the terror with a light-hearted good nature. All your personalities are distinct and complement one another. Innovative, refreshing, entertaining, dare I say, ghastly improv. Thanks for the fun. Thank you, Madman, for the 5 stars and for the love, and I really do appreciate the love.
Definitely do. Next one we got is from Giovanni, United States, left on 421, titled Love the Reviews, left 5 stars, and he says, best reviews and love the subjects. Short and sweet. Like it.
Thank you, Giovanni.
All right, this next one, I don't think it's really a name, but I'm going to read the letters off. It's from UHLYITDHKGV. From United States, left on 421, titled Get Rid of the Chick, left 3 stars. Reads, Kate needs to go. Every time she speaks, I have to skip over her annoying voice and endless nonsensical rants. She doesn't even know what she's talking about half the time. Not really sure why she's even part of your podcast.
All right, well, we'll let her know.
Yep.
All right, so this next one is from Elyssie CM. It was left on April 22nd. It is 1 star with the subject line of "The Girl Ruins It." They go on to say, "Would be much better without her. She sounds uneducated." Damn Christ. You people are brutal, man. Back to back. All right. Move on to the next one, I guess.
All right, the next one's from Lovekate XOXOX, left on 423 from the United States, titled Eddie. They left 5 stars, then reads, "Hey guys, love your podcast. I hear it at work and I mentioned it to my friends and now they're stuck on it. Keep up the good work. Love Kate's voice. Have you guys heard of spirit cooking?"
Yes, I have heard of spirit cooking with Maria Abrovich or something like that. Maybe something that we'll cover in the future. It's something that we have to cover in the future, really. You know? But
yeah, shoot, I'm down for it.
Thank you for the love.
All right, the next one is from OliveUXO26. United States, left on 423, titled 5 stars. And I guess, they left 5 stars. This podcast has been keeping me company during the pandemic and quarantine. It's so interesting.
Thank you.
Appreciate it.
Thank you for the love. I'm glad we could keep you company. Next review is from Snowpenny. It was left on April 24th. It is 5 stars with a subject line that reads "very good." They go on to say, "Just found you. Love the episodes. So informative and interesting." Thank you, Snowpenny. I love you.
Yes, thank you.
All right, this next one is from Stereophonics Fan 2. It was from Australia.
Oh,
it
from
was left on April 24th. Is 5 stars, a subject line that reads "amazing podcast." They go on to say, "I'm a coast to coast listener, and I found this podcast while searching around iTunes. This is now my favorite podcast. All the hosts are excellent, and the content is always interesting." 5 stars. Thank you, Stereo.
Thank you. Definitely.
Thanks for the love.
All right, the next review is left from Wig Splits, left on April 24th, and he is from Canada. The titled "Sam Squatch" left us 5 stars. "Great work on the podcast. By the way, there's a documentary out there about a real Sam Squatch, Bigfoot. His name is Sam, and he has been spotted around the Sunnyvale Trailer Park in Nova Scotia.
Fuck.
Google Sam the Sam Squatch and check it out. And again, best podcast I have heard in a while. Keep up the great work." Dude, I'm going to check that out.
Yeah, we're going to have to look that up, but thank you, Wig Splits. Damn, that's
Sam Squatch.
Oh, damn.
Sam Squatch. All right, the next one is left from Fall 2, I Fall 2, left on April 25th from the United States, titled "Awesome," left us 5 stars, and he says, "Great show, look forward to hearing more." Another sweet, short but sweet.
Yep, like thank you. All right, this next one is from Tez Wender. It's from Australia, left on April 25th. It is 5 stars, a subject line that reads "favorite show." They go on to say, "My husband and I started on Mel's Hole and got hooked. Haven't missed an episode and now making our way back to where it all began. Well researched and great delivery. Love the Montauk chair. Only thing is I wish the episodes were a little longer. Love from Melbourne, Australia." Thank you, Tez. Glad we could provide you and your husband with earhole enjoyment. And our episodes will be longer as we grow, as we get more hosting. Our episodes will be longer, you know.
I'm just glad that people actually like the Montauk chair. I'm like so glad I actually brought it up that episode.
Yeah, the creator of the Montauk chair, Danielson. It's gonna get a lot of use in season 2. Montauk chair is gonna be worn out by the end of season 2.
Dude, I look forward to it.
Yeah. All right, this next review is left by Minty Skills. It is from Canada. It was left on April 26th. Subject line, it reads "pretty good." Is 4 out of 5 stars. They go on to say, "You guys put in time to at least somewhat understand the topics you talk about. I hope you don't seriously believe in lizard people, though." Thank you, Minty Skills, for the 4 stars and recognizing that we put some time into some of the stuff we research. Love you.
They're real. Just kidding. No, thank you for the review, though. All right. Our next review is left by Exercised, left on April 26th from the United States, titled "Good Podcast," left us 5 stars. "I like listening to these guys and seeing them grow. The format is getting streamlined and all the work is starting to show. I want to see these underdogs win. Aaron keeps tempo well and moderates the discussion with a straightforward temperament and navigates the episodes very well. Kate, Don, and Daniel are all very independent in their thoughts. and views and showcase individual diversity in thought. It is quite simply a group of friends discussing a subject of interest and having a good time. Please keep recording and growing. I know these times are odd, but it's good to hear seemingly normal people joking, laughing, and having good conversations.
Awesome. Thank you.
I mean, that's what it's about right there, just being able to have good conversation and get your mind blown.
Yep.
All right, the next one is from Camper23, left on April 27th in the United States, titled Got My Attention, left us 5 stars. I'm not really a conspiracy theory guy, but this podcast has opened my mind to many theories. Now I look forward to every episode and can't wait until the next one is out. The only thing I would ask is if each episode had their own stories, Instagram, instead of having to click the stories until I find the picture I was looking for. Thanks for the hard work. I know you guys put a lot into this.
Yeah, we're making some changes. So I switched over on Instagram the stories, put season 1 stories. So when we start season 2, which is not going to be 50 episodes, I can tell you that right now. Season 2 is going to be not 50 episodes. We're going to have its own little stories. So when we talk about something and we add them to the Instagram stories, it will be under the season 2 stories. And if you want to go back and listen and look at other pictures, you click on the season 1 stories and click through those. But thank you, Camper, for your 5 stars and your love. I love you.
Yes, thank you.
All right, this next one is from Ash D. News, left on April 28th. It is 5 stars with a subject line that reads super entertaining. They go on to say, love listening to the show while driving or working. Thank you all for the research you do. Also, your intro is incredible. Thank you, Ash. I love you.
Aaron works hard on that intro.
Yep, I sat there for weeks creating it, and I finally got it. And I was like, oh, that's it. That was like over a year ago. Anyways, this next review was left from Rex D. It was on April 30th. It is 5 stars, subject line that reads entertaining as hell. They go on to say, nothing better to listen to while I camp out at Skinwalker Ranch. Also, look into the Texas Thunderbird. Pretty interesting topic. I saw this, and I DuckDuckGo'd the Texas Thunderbird. There's a fucking velociraptor, not a velociraptor, a pterodactyl that's flying around in Texas, supposedly.
Really?
I did not know this. So we're going to have to do an episode over that.
Dude, that's awesome. The next one is from Johnny Blaze, titled Great Podcast, left us 5 stars. These guys produce a great type of podcast. They present the information in a way that is more like an extended group of my friends telling me a story, not as someone telling me things. It's very interesting, educational, and fun. I love these guys, and as long as they do this podcast, I will be a subscriber. Aaron, Dan, Kate, and Don, you guys rock. Love y'all here in Kentucky. P.S. I happen to be in that 15% of people that are Rh negative. Even more rare, I'm actually AB negative, which I guess is the most rare blood type in the world. Maybe that's why I'm so into the topics each week. Maybe not. Just a thought.
Thank you, Johnny Blaze.
Thank you.
Love you.
Now, the next one is from SKZ Felix, left on April 30th from the United States, titled Amazing Podcast, 5 stars. I was looking around for a good and interesting conspiracy theory podcast when I came across this one. The first episode I listened made me fall in love with this podcast because it was interesting and funny. I would definitely recommend this podcast to anyone that loves conspiracy theories and funny things. Well, thank you.
Thank you, Felix, for that. We love you.
Much love.
This next review is from Strongarm209. It was left on April 30th. It is 5 stars, a subject line that reads one of the best. They go on to say, love this podcast. I love hearing about all the conspiracies and learning new things. Keep up the great work. Thank you, Strongarm. Love you. This next review is left by Grateful Ep. It was left on May 1st, and it is 4 stars with a subject line that reads, love this podcast when. They go on to say, love listening to this podcast. Exploring theories and pondering extraordinary events is something that can always keep my attention. But Adam and Kate seem to be trying too hard all the time. Keep it simple. Bring interesting and weird topics into your listeners' ears. Personally, I don't need some girl trying to make a sexy voice and a dude making sex jokes when I'm trying to hear conspiracy theories. If the episode has Daniel and Aaron, I will listen all the way through. The others, I have a hard time getting through. No hard feelings, and I'm trying not to be rude, just letting you know how it is. Keep up the great work, Ep. I assume when you said Adam and Kate, I assume you meant Donnie and Kate. I have no idea who Adam is. Oh. But thank you for the love. Thank you for the support. Thank you for the love, and thank you for the support.
Yes, thank you. All right. Our next review is from David H1983. So I guess David H1983. Left on May 1st in the United States, titled Thank You, with 5 stars. So due to all this craziness, I recently started listening to podcasts to make it through the graveyard shift. I've never been a conspiracy guy, but the format of the show with the facts you're able to verify with the thoroughness of your own that you could conclude at the end has really opened my mind to all kinds of possibilities. One other thing is that after I'm listening from the first episode all the way through to the new episodes, I found it really amazing how a lot of episodes tie into other episodes, whether it be groups of people, individuals, sightings, cults, and other government agendas. With that said, keep up the good work, and thanks for broadening my mind and ideals. David H.
Thank you, David.
Yeah, thank you. Next one is from JQF89 on May 1st from the United States, titled Two Beer Mugs. Cheers. Got those 5 stars. Interesting topics and witty comments about great chemistry with all the hosts. Thank you.
Thank you, JQF89. I love you. This next one is from Awesome Matt. It was left on May 1st. It is 4 stars. It reads Awesome Podcast. They go on to say, when you guys did the DMT episode, I had a thought or theory. What if heaven is the effect of the DMT releasing in our brains? It would make sense to me since most of the descriptions of taking it feel like you've just passed on. I think that was your theory, Dan, right? That's what you said.
It pretty much ties into my theory that, pretty much the whole DMT effect is feeling of passing on and whatnot.
Yep. Awesome. But thank you for the 4 stars and thank you for the love, Matt. You're awesome. All right, this next review is left by 15363822621, and it is from Canada, left on May 1st. It is 5 stars. The subject line reads Stick. They go on to say, I've only listened to a couple episodes, but I like how you really go in depth on every topic. It's awesome how you include proof and give a conclusion from many different views. Keep doing what you do. Y'all are deadly. Thank you. Love you. And I love Canada.
Next one is from Michael, May 2nd, from the United States, titled Great Podcast, 5 stars. This is one of my favorites. Good content. These guys are great. Highly recommend for conspiracy theories. Thank you, Michael.
Thank you, Michael.
The next one is from Jasic, left on May 2nd, from the United States, titled Amazing Podcast, with 5 stars. I started on the DMT episode, so I'm a little late to the party. I work at a production factory and listen to the podcast to pass the time. I love every host and how they have their own theories on every podcast. Overall, I have listened for 4 weeks now and have played 10 hours in a row every workday. I love the podcast, guys and girl. Don't believe in the hate people need to just listen or get out. I love the podcast. Have a good day. Thank you.
Ooh, thank you, J-Sick. Damn, 10 hours a day, every day in a row for the past 4 weeks? Woo! That's a lot of conspiracy in your brain, man.
That's a lot.
Yep. All right, this next review is left by Duke Nukem 21. It was left on May 3rd. It is 5 stars with a subject line that reads, looky here. They go on to say, if you ain't got haters, then you ain't poppin'. Riveting subjects with new takes. You can absolutely tell the research and work they put behind every subject. It pays off in the format of wonderful podcast episodes with humor that I find enjoyable. Most importantly, you guys and girl are a genuine group of freethinkers to the core. That's the greatest quality I think you get in a review, and something this world is in desperate need for more. Talkers have wonderful chemistry on the microphone, great back and forth. It really gets better with each episode. Peace out, Skull Viking hater. We'll let Donnie know. But thank you for the 5 stars and the love, man. I really appreciate it.
Definitely.
This next review is from page 34. It was left on May 4th. It is 5 stars. The subject line reads, love it. They go on to say, such a fun podcast. These hosts are funny, and I love how they state all the facts, theories, and then give their own thoughts. Thank you, Paige. I love you.
All right, the next one's from NEVDNSJS, left on May 4th, from the United States, titled TheBomb.com, with 5 stars. I missed the intros, but loving the extra time for the content. Love the information and humor mix. You all have great voices, which makes it even better. I've been hooked since listening to the first episode a few weeks ago, and I finally got caught up to the current. Honestly, kind of sad I can't binge the podcast all night at work anymore. My boyfriend laughs at me whenever I come home and just rant on about the information you all bless my ear holes with. He loves it, though, as he's big into conspiracy theories as well. Keep it up, guys. Much love, Patty.
Thank you, Patty. Love you.
Yeah. Season 2 won't be too far around the corner, so you'll get to be able to binge them again. Well,
oh, yeah.
If you wait a little bit.
Yeah, it's right around the corner. You're going to have a lot more stuff to to talk to your boyfriend about. So be prepared.
All right, the next review is from Pammy8, left on May 4th from the United States, titled Great Content, 5 stars. I'm editing my previous rating. The recent episodes have been awesome. The 4-host setup was really dragging you down. After the Rona, please keep it to the 2 hosts. It's improved your show enormously. Aaron and Dan are very interesting and intelligent. Don't listen to all the thirsty dudes drooling over Kate's sexy voice. She's actually very annoying, not only her voice, but her speaking style. She doesn't have a clear thought. I love sex jokes just as much as the next person, but there's a time and place, and it's not a conspiracy theory podcast. The other guy needs to go too.
A little rough, but I appreciate the 5 stars. I appreciate the honesty. Thank you, Pammy. In the future, we'll talk more about some stuff, but as of right now, we'll just leave it at that, you know. But I appreciate it, Pammy.
Yeah, definitely appreciate you editing your rating from before and keeping us updated with the criticism. I like it.
All right, this next review was left by Skylar Lambert on May 4th. It is 5 stars. The subject line that reads engaging and riveting. They go on to say, great podcast. I jumped around episodes a little bit, but now I'm working through them in chronological order. Especially love the theories around the Mandela effect. I remember Bernstein, human experimentation, the Bohemian Grove, and the Denver airport. If you want to open your mind to new possibilities and think the powerful elite are shady, this is an excellent podcast. You're never alone. You're never alone in your thoughts. Thank you, Skylar, for those kind words.
Oh, those were actually some of my favorite episodes as well.
Yep. Oh, man, that's good stuff. All right, just 2 more reviews, and then that's it. This next review is left by, oh, my God, QWERTY UIOPASDFGHKLLXZZBBM from Great Britain. It was left on May 4th, and it is 5 stars. The subject line reads brilliant podcast. They go on to say recently started listening. Fantastic. Not listen to a bad podcast. Love all things weird and creepy and conspiracies. Thanks, guys. Thank you for the love and the 5 stars.
I'm actually impressed. He actually went across the keyboard, then down, across the keyboard, then down again. Impressive. All right. Our last review, I know y'all are probably just like, yeah. Last review is from Nicholas Avalon, left on May 4th from the United States, titled Great Content, with 4 stars. Well-researched and fun material. I only knocked off 1 star due to Daniel's jokes continuously interrupting the narrative every 20 seconds. I'm not saying they're bad, it's just a tad excessive. Ooh.
Damn it, Daniel.
Damn it, Dan.
I guarantee you he meant Donnie and not you. I would put any amount of money on it that he was meaning Donnie and not you.
I mean, I was ready for the damn Daniel.
Damn, Daniel. No, I guarantee you he's meaning Donnie and not you. But thank you, Nicholas, for the 4 stars. You know, I'll let Donnie know.
Yeah, and if it is me, I will try to calm it down.
All right, so that's pretty much the end of the episode for today. I know we didn't have much content at the beginning, and a lot of it was going over messages and stuff. We had to play catch up with all that stuff. But next week, we're going to be releasing an episode. It's not going to be an official episode, but it's going to provide you with information about season 2 and everything you can expect and what you have coming down the pipeline. We aren't taking a humongous break between season 1 and season 2. We're just taking a small, necessary break to make the changes needed to the website and to a couple other things. It won't be long at all. Trust me. Just tune in next week. We'll release an episode giving you all the details. And I'm so excited for how the season 2 is going to play out. And again, I want to thank everybody who stuck around and everyone who listened to us. And all the love and support. It really means a lot. I really enjoy doing this. I love it. I wouldn't change it for the world. But yeah, thank you guys a lot.
Yes, thank you. Like, you know, when I first started the podcast with them, I was only on as a guest. Literally, I just asked to join in just to listen while I was playing some games. And they pretty much got me involved with it. And it was on the
Dominican Republic resort deaths.
Yep, they got me on that, and you know, it was after that I was just like, man, this is actually kind of fun, and so you know, it's pretty much for you guys and gals.
Yeah, and a lot of things happened. I mean, a lot of things have happened since we first started. You know, we made a lot of changes, and we'll have more changes to come. But all of those changes are all for the betterment of the show. We're just going to keep on improving and keep on getting better, and keep on giving you guys interesting things to listen to. And I just want to say I love you all. thank you for your support. And you want to roll us out, Daniel?
All right, guys. It's okay to be out of this world with your thoughts.
Because you are not alone.
Welcome to Theories
Of the third kind.
Welcome to Season 2. My name is Aaron, and I'm one of your hosts. There are 2 other hosts that will be joining me this season. One of them, all of you are familiar with, is the Asian sensation who is returning from hunting Bigfoot in Southeast Asia, Danielson.
Hey, guys. What's going on?
We also have a new host who is joining us. She is the sensation from a different nation who is Croatian. Everyone welcome Anna.
Hey, all you cool cats and kittens.
I am very excited for Season 2 and what we all have in store for everyone. We have a ton of surprises, twists, and turns. So before we start today's episode, I have a few exciting announcements for everybody. But before I say them, I just want to say, like I always do, we do not run any ads on this show or take any money from any corporations. So if you would like to help us out, there's a few ways that you can do that.
One of the ways is Patreon. For only $5 a month, which is only 16 cents a day, you can sign up for our Patreon and get an extra episode a week. These Patreon episodes are exclusive to Patreon members only. Today, we actually released 2 Patreon exclusive episodes. We did one on dreams, everything about them, including us telling our most memorable and personal dreams. Also, the other Patreon we did was the Clinton body count. If you're into mysterious deaths and suicides, then that episode is perfect for you.
Another way to support the show is through merchandise. Today we officially launched our merchandise for sale. T-shirts, hats, socks, all that good stuff. And then feel free to go to our site, theoriesofthethirdkind.com, click on the shop button, and there you can find it all.
I just wanted to say that the money we get from Patreon and merchandise sales goes to bettering the show. For an example, better microphones, better audio interfaces, more audio hosting so that we can have room to record longer episodes, so it just goes right back into it. Also, I know things are tough out there right now, so if you can't afford a shirt or a Patreon membership, but you want to help us out, then you can leave us a written review on iTunes, and that helps us out a lot. If you don't want to leave one, though, that's fine. We just want you guys, girls, aliens, reptilians, Bigfoot, Sasquatches, Chupacabras, ghosts, Illuminati members, underground lizard people, whoever or whatever you are, to enjoy the show. Also, one last thing. If any of you would like to reach out to us, then you can shoot us a message on Instagram, Twitter, or Facebook, or you can go to our website, theoriesofthethirdkind.com, and click on the contact button, and there you will find our email addresses. Also, on our site, you can click on the voicemail button and leave us a voicemail anonymously with your phone, and we will play it on the show each week. Ooh, man, that was some long announcements. I'm sorry. They won't be that long in the future. So how today's episode will go is that we will quickly go over what are aliens, a brief history of aliens and the first encounter of them, maybe take a trip in the Montauk chair, and then the different types of aliens, individuals, encounters, and stories with them, as well as listener-submitted stories, and then we will jump into strange facts and findings, theories about them, and then we will wrap it all up with our own thoughts and personal theories behind it all. So, with that being said, Danielson, can you tell us what are aliens?
Aliens pretty much are what we describe to be living beings not of our world, but from outer space and beyond. While alien encounters and abductions did not achieve widespread attention until the 1960s, many similar stories are known to have been circulating decades earlier.
So that brings up the question, when was the world's first alien encounter? Many say that they came to help the Egyptians build the pyramids. Others say that Jesus or other religious prophets were actually aliens. While all of these are intriguing and interesting to think about, we get the first actual description of your typical gray alien in 1896.
So instead of us talking about the 1896 encounter, let's go experience it ourselves. All right, Dan, me and you, we're just going to have to wipe the dust off our Montauk chairs. Anna, yours is brand spanking new, thanks to Daniel's son.
Yeah, I had Bigfoot come in and help a little bit. You know, he owed me big time.
So mine's like extra magical. I love the glistening purple color you gave me. Thank you, guys.
Yeah, if you haven't noticed, Daniel added velvet seats to yours. So it's a lot more cushiony. We got these plastic seats, so.
Yeah, prototype still. It's all right, though.
Well, I'll definitely test this new model out for you, and I'll let you know how it goes.
Okay. All right. So everyone hop into your Montauk chairs and set the location dial to Lodi, California. And then make sure you set the date dial to November 25th, 1896. All right, everybody got their dial set?
Just in time for Thanksgiving.
Nice. And go. All right, is everyone okay?
I'm golden.
Yes, that was a lot smoother than I thought it would be.
Yeah, ours is all shaky. I want yours. Daniel, you're going to have to build me one of those.
I'll get Bigfoot to help again. I'll probably have another broken hand.
It's like a Cadillac. There's something smooth about a Cadillac.
Yeah, we got a whoopty over here. Ours is falling apart. Anyways, all right, so you're probably wondering what the hell we're doing here, standing on the side of a dirt road at around sunset. Well, we aren't here for the sunset. I'll tell you exactly what we're here for. If you look to your left, this dirt road that's in front of us, it leads to a wooden bridge that is about 100 feet away from us. And if you look to the right, you will see in the far, far distance a horse and carriage slowly heading towards us. You guys see that?
Yeah, I can see that.
Dude, that's old school.
Yeah, we're back in the day. There's no cars here. All right. There are two individuals that are riding in that horse and carriage. Those two individuals are Colonel H.G. Shaw, along with his friend Camille Spooner. Now, what they are about to encounter is mind-blowing. So when they get to right where we're standing on this road is where all of this goes down. So we have to hide in some bushes to watch and listen to what happens. So there's some bushes right there. Let's jump in them and let's watch what happens.
Colonel H.G. Shaw and Camille Spooner are riding in their horse-drawn carriage heading to Fresco, California, to put together an expedition to be displayed at the Fresco Citrus Fair.
Well, I tell you what, Camille, it's a mighty fine horse you got for us here.
Well, I say thank you, Colonel. I'm just worried about us crossing that wooden bridge up ahead. Do you think it will hold up?
I've crossed that wooden bridge quite a few times. We'll be just fine.
All right, if you say so.
As the horse and carriage get about 100 feet away from the wooden bridge, their horse comes to an abrupt stop and freezes with fright.
Whoa! What in tarnation?
Colonel, do you hear that? It sounds like someone is in the bushes, to the left of us.
As the Colonel and Camille look towards the bushes, three strange human-like creatures appear standing in the middle of the dirt road in front of them. The Colonel and Camille slowly turn their heads and look directly towards the beings. They are both in shock at what they are seeing.
Colonel, are you seeing what I'm seeing, man?
My God. What are they?
Or are they human? I mean, they look human, like many respects, but they still are not like anything that I have ever seen before.
God damn. Whatever they are, they're tall as hell. I bet all three of them are around 7 feet tall. Look at them. Super skinny. We can't take them in a fight. Let's get the hell out of here.
Get horses, get! They aren't budging.
Damn. Looks like we're gonna have to get out and introduce ourselves then.
What?
Come on, Camille. Let's go say hi. If they try and whoop my ass, you got my back, right?
Oh, hell no.
Well, come on. Get out of the carriage.
Colonel and Camille step off the carriage and walk slowly up towards the three strange tall beings.
Well, hello. Where are you fellas from?
The colonel asked a question. Where are you boys from?
The three beings seemed not to understand the colonel and Camille. They started looking towards each other and began making a warbling, monotonous chant-type noise.
What the hell? Are they talking to each other?
Well, it sure seems like it. I don't think it's going to do us any good to try and conversate with them.
Yeah, they keep staring at our horse and carriage. Do you think they want to eat our horse?
Eat? What the hell's wrong with you, Camille? Let's just watch and see what they do. But be ready. If they attack us, or our horse, then I'm attacking them back.
Three strange beings began walking around the horse and carriage, inspecting everything very carefully.
Oh, all right. Now they are closer to us. They look super weird. Look at their hands. They're so small. They're kind of like straw hands. They're missing their fingernails.
Goddamn, look at their feet. The hell are those? Those things are super big. They're like twice as long as my feet. And the toes, god damn. Those things are like some long ass fingers.
What in tarnation? It looks like they have better use of their feet than their hands.
Similar to monkeys.
They don't have any clothes on either. But some type of growth covering them. It doesn't look like hair or feathers.
They don't have hair on their head either. And their ears, super small.
Their noses look like polished ivory.
Man, their eyes are so large, but the mouths, so small.
Well, that's good for me. I don't think they got teeth.
The beings each had a bag that they carried under their left arms that had a nozzle attached to it. Every 5 or so minutes, one of them would place the nozzle into their mouth and breathe a type of gas, which made the sound of that similar to a person airing up a football.
You see that, Colonel? It looks like they're breathing some type of gas.
Ah, yes.
The three beings start to walk towards Camille and the Colonel.
Oh shit. Here they come towards us. Be ready.
The beings began to walk close to the Colonel. They stopped directly in front of him.
Oh my God. He's standing right in front of us.
I'm gonna touch that son bitch. I'm gonna touch him.
No, don't do it.
I'm gonna do it. Watch this. I'm gonna touch him.
The Colonel reached out and placed his hand under one of the being's elbows. He gently pressed upwards. The creature started floating up in the air, while at the same time trying to grasp the ground with its feet to prevent him from floating up.
These beings, they weigh absolutely nothing. Less than an ounce. Look at that. The skin is soft. It's like velvet. It's soft as silk.
I don't got a good feeling about this, Colonel.
One of the beings held up his hand. Something the size of a hen's egg was inside of it. The being partly opened up his hand and it emitted the most remarkable, intense, and penetrating light one can imagine.
Oh my God. That light is beautiful.
I can't stop staring into it.
The being closed his hand and motioned to the others. They surrounded the Colonel.
Oh goddamn, here we go, boys. Here we go. Come on.
The beings began to try and lift the Colonel.
They're trying to lift me up. Get your hands off me, you damn 38. Get your hands off me.
The beings were unable to move the Colonel. They appeared to have no muscular power outside of being able to move their own limbs. The beings stepped away from the Colonel and turned in the direction of the bridge.
That's right. You better look away from me.
Colonel, they're flashing that light from their hands towards the bridge. What are they doing?
As the light beamed from their hands emitted towards the wooden bridge, There, resting in the air about 20 feet above the water, was an immense ship. It was about 150 feet in length. 3 beings walked quickly to the ship. A door opened on the side of it, and they disappeared within. The Colonel and Camille continued to stand there in amazement.
I think I'm going to throw a rock at it.
Oh my God, I wouldn't do that.
The Colonel picks up a rock and throws it at the ship. The rock struck the side of the ship but gave no sound. At that moment, the ship took off quickly and was soon out of sight. Now back to Aaron, Anna, and Danielson hiding in the bushes.
So as you can see, that was pretty crazy, huh? I mean, we almost got caught.
Whew. It was really close.
Yeah, like they were looking right at us. So let's get back to the studio as quick as we can. Everyone please go find them chairs right now.
Got it, found it.
Found it? You good, Anna? You ready to go?
No, how do you I can't figure out how to make it uninvisible.
Yours is right here. Here, hop in it. It's right here.
Oh, okay, thanks.
All right, and go. Whew. Man, I am glad to be back in the studio.
Yeah, that got really intense real quickly.
Yo, he threw a rock at their ship, man.
I know.
Man, that was crazy. So what we just witnessed was a true story of what happened in 1896. I almost couldn't believe it when I was reading about it, but it really did happen. I thought it was super interesting and a good way to start off today's episode. That was only one encounter. Now, before we get into some other ones, I figured it would be best if we went over the different types of aliens. So let's go ahead and start that and kind of describe, because there's a whole bunch of different types of aliens, and we could describe each type so we get a better feel of them when we go into encounters. So Anna, do you want to start us off with that?
Yeah, for sure. You're right, there are a lot of different alien types. The first one I'm going to teach us about are the Greys. These alien beings come from a star system known as Zeta Reticuli, which is a star system located somewhere in the southern celestial hemisphere, and are thought to be one of the alien races in contact with Earth. At a little over 40 light years away, they're practically our closest neighbors. If we had to pick out one particular race in the cosmos and call them the bad guys, it would definitely be these guys. Tall and humanoid, with a long head and distinctive gray features. They are the most commonly depicted alien life form in our media, and are also the beings that are most commonly described by alien abductees who have been returned to Earth. So the Greys have a great tendency to be involved in abductions because they like to stockpile humans. They think of Earth the way that you would think of a chicken farm, just brimming with genetic material that they just can't wait to get their hands on.
Alright, the next group of aliens we have are the Sasanids. The Sasanids are a hybrid that was developed from reptilians and gray humans. Their development was found to be necessary after the Greys mutated themselves through genetic experimentation to a point where they could no longer reproduce using conventional means, alien sex, and were only able to spawn new generations by cloning themselves. Cloning is well and good if you want to create new beings, however, it gives no genetic variation over successive generations, which lead to problems. So they came to Earth and convinced a few people to share our genetic information with them. From this genetic crossover, the universe was blessed with an entirely new type of being, the Sasani, who in a way are like our interstellar cousins. They were then given their own planet and allowed to roam free and evolve into the best beings that they can be. The Sasanis have a stronger connection with their higher selves and are believed to be where humans will one day be, although they are millennia ahead of us.
That's what I want to be, as a Sasani.
No kidding.
Yeah, maybe I already am.
I think you are.
I think so too.
So the next one on the list is the Arcturians. Of all the species known to inhabit the Milky Way, the Arcturians are the most ancient and the wisest. They are said to be one of the alien races in contact with Earth. Basically, if Yoda came from any one of these alien species on the list, it would probably have been this one. Theirs was the first system to be given the gift of life in our galaxy. They've mutated and evolved over time and now exist in many forms. The main race of Arturians stand to about 5 feet, with green skin and large dark eyes. This race's development of their minds rather than their bodies made them small in stature, so you could probably take one of them in a fistfight. However, their advanced intelligence mean that if any alien species out there knows how to use the Force from Star Wars, well, it's these guys. Thankfully, they do have a reputation for being the most kind and loving beings in the galaxy.
Well, they sound like they would be nice to me.
Yeah, I'd probably try to poke their big eyes. Probably try to pull their teeth out, wear it as a necklace.
Well, you do have a fascination with teeth.
I do. It's some weird thing.
Oh, okay, so the blue avians. They're a type of alien that have been known since ancient Egypt and have said to be involved in some of the construction of some of ancient Egypt's architecture. They're 8 feet tall and have a resemblance to a blue humanoid bird. They tend to speak telepathically and tend to make introductions through dreams using a form of sign language. They may even use light through physical touch to communicate as well. They will typically make physical contact after they have been invited to appear in the physical reality. They use a blue sphere as a form of transportation and can teleport at will to Earth. Unlike with various other different alien species, they do not abduct humans and do not seem to have any intentions of invasion. They tend to simply want open conversations with people, acting as guides to human ascension and spiritual evolution.
Alright, the next one we have up is the Yael. This is one of the alien races in contact with Earth and is known to be kind and loving, and they have been touted as the best beings to make first contact with us due to their advanced and harmonious relationship with technology. The Yaels know that we're not the friendliest beings out there, so they're taking their time to make themselves known by easing their way into our psyches with friendly UFO sightings such as the March 1997 sighting known as the Phoenix Lights that they claim responsibility for. During that event, they gave thousands of people across the state of Arizona a spectacular light show in the sky, and there's even a video for anybody who missed it.
Yeah, and if you want to learn more about the Phoenix Lights, Google Jeff Woolwine.
Good shout out.
Yeah.
The next race we're going to talk about is the Anunnaki. So if human beings were able to successfully colonize another planet, what would be the first thing we'd do? Well, of course, we'd pillage it for resources, which is exactly what the Anunnaki did when they arrived to Earth. They came from planet X, aka Nibiru, a planet that is believed to rotate around the sun on a very wide elliptical orbit that takes it far out into the expanses of space before coming back in for a close shave with our sun. This crazy elliptical orbit is what makes its presence so hard to prove. However, the presence of the Anunnaki has been noted down in texts that date back to Mesopotamian cultures. They are believed to be one of the alien races in contact with Earth. On Nibiru's last brush with the planets of the inner solar system, it crashed into another rock, and the resulting collision created a planet that we now call Earth. While their planet was here, a few of the Anunnaki decided to hop off of their world and onto ours in search of a yellow element that they call gold. Have you ever wondered why gold is so valuable? Yeah, it's shiny, but it doesn't have anything useful, like it doesn't heal the sick or produce energy. So why do we as a species desire it so much? Maybe it's because of the advertising so much and people play it up and they try to get you to buy it. Or we desire it so much just because the Anunnaki desire it, supposedly. And while they were here, they enlisted us as their workforce slaves to mine it for them. That's right, our entire existence is based on working our socks off every day so that our alien overlords can have their fix of gold and other precious metals.
Actually sounds pretty accurate.
Yeah. They're the shadow government. They're the cabal.
So when you said yellow element, I thought you were saying that they were after Asians.
Oh, God dang.
Come get me.
They would totally snatch you up, Daniel.
Oh, look at that good yellow element right there.
He would be more like a pale yellow since he's mixed.
Yeah, you're welcome, guys. I'm here all week.
The Anunnaki were one of the alien races in contact with Earth, and we were not the first race involved in the racket of mining materials on our little blue planet. Before them came the Alpha Draconians, standing at up to 22 feet tall. These badass beings are made up of pure muscle and resemble dinosaurs and fucking dragons. As you can imagine, they were very unhappy when the Anunnaki showed up and took over. However, they're still active on our planet with puppets placed in high echelons of government as they bide their time in an attempt to take over once again.
My question is, where the hell are these 22 feet tall beings being held at?
Yeah.
Underground caves? Hollow Earth in the middle of Earth?
Yeah.
Uh-oh, Hollow Earth.
On the edge of flat Earth?
Ooh, they gotta be somewhere. It's hard to hide that.
Yeah, imagine how intimidating that must be. You got some like transformer-looking beings coming out, pure muscle. They're like, hey, we're about to fight the Anunnaki who's about to come by on Planet X. You guys ready? Like, what? We're just mining gold for them. You guys leave us alone.
That's like some of the reptilian shit you talked about in the early seasons, or early episodes.
Yep. Which brings us to...
Oh.
Our next ones are reptilians. Before the Anunnaki stopped by and genetically engineered a bipedal workforce to dig up dirt for them, there was a race of intelligent beings who lived here and is thought to be one of the alien races in contact with Earth. We know them as the reptilians. Scaly and standing about the size of a human being, they were driven underground by the Anunnaki, where they are said to still reside today in a network of complex underground tunnels.
Now that we have a better grasp and understanding about some of the alien races, let's hop into the juicy stuff, okay? Let's get into some encounters. So the first encounter that we have is called the Gundia McKay abduction. This is probably one of my favorite ones because it's one of the ones that make you go, ooh, that's odd. So Anna, you want to tell us about that one?
Yes, I will. In October of 2001, Amy Rylance, then 22, her husband Keith, and her friend Petra were at their home in Gundia, Australia. Their friend Petra woke up at 11:15 at night and went into the living room, where she was horrified to find Amy being carried in a sleeping position out through the window. She was on a beam of light, and it was taking her to a, quote, huge ship outside. Petra woke Keith, but by the time he entered the room, Amy was gone. The curtain was torn, the bushes outside were burnt. The pair called the police, who struggled to take the claim seriously. However, around 90 minutes later, Keith received a phone call from a woman in Mackay, Queensland, an 8-hour drive from Gundia. She said she was with Amy, who was at the hospital, dazed and dehydrated. No one could explain how she had traveled such a distance in just that little bit of time. Amy was uninjured except for red marks on her upper thighs and heels. She said she remembered lying on a bed with tall figures leaning over her, reassuring her and taking samples from her. When she was found, her body hair had grown considerably, suggesting that she had been gone for much longer than a few short hours that she was actually missing.
When I read that one, I was like, okay, number one, she snuck out, and this is the most plausible explanation I can have for this, okay? She snuck out when her husband went to sleep. Petra covered for her, okay? She snuck out, got into a private jet with her lover. They made sweet, sweet love in the bathtub, and it was really cold on the plane, so it caused her hair to grow fast, and then he just dropped her off at a random place where they parked to have dinner, and was like, see ya, I'm done with you. Drove away, flew away, caused her to go into shock because she was upset, goes to the hospital, and or calls Petra and says, hey, you need to make up this story. And then Petra's like, I'm going to go burn the grass outside. And then say you were carried off by an alien. That's more believable. So, to be realistic, that's some fuckery afoot, man. That's very weird. 90 minutes later and she's 8 hours away.
I don't know how that's possible, but I will say there's a good chance she had just got out the shower after shaving her legs, and the minute she got out, all of her hair grew back, because let me tell you, that happens every fucking time as a woman who shaves her legs. It is smooth in the shower, and the minute you walk out, you already got stubble. Like, how did that happen? I literally took one step out the shower.
Same thing happens to me. I know exactly what you're talking about.
It's not even fair.
Oh, man. Yeah. But anyways, I thought that was a good story.
That was pretty good.
Yeah.
Interesting.
It's super interesting.
So what are the red marks on her upper thighs and heels?
From her fucking? No, I don't.
Yeah, a new position.
Honestly, I mean, what? Grab by the heels, by the thighs, get that thrusting, or she's in some kinky shit and that's part like the rope being tied on her?
Ooh, maybe.
Oh, yeah.
That could have been.
Yeah.
Let's move on to Jesse Long. All right, so this is the abduction of Jesse Long. Jesse Long was just 5 years old when he said he was abducted by aliens for the first time. He was exploring the woods with his brother when they came upon a round structure in a clearing. A tall figure appeared and paralyzed the boys. Jesse remembers being taken into a craft and placed on a cold table. He could feel the figures around him poking and prodding his legs. Over the next few years, Jesse said he was abducted repeatedly. He claims he was experimented on, including having his sperm extracted that was used to crossbreed with a female alien. In 1990, he says the aliens presented him with a baby, which they said was his. He also met 9 more of his hybrid children. Jesse, now 65, says he knows many people won't believe his story, but he insists he is telling the truth. We're all wondering how they extracted his semen. I know you're wondering that, you perverts. I'm wondering the same thing.
I had to go back and think. He was 5 years old when they did that to him?
No. So the first time, oh my God, the first time they abducted him was he was 5. But over the next years, many years, they kept abducting him repeatedly and repeatedly. So this is no like Jeffrey Epstein aliens, okay?
I was going to say, pedophiles go all the way to the top.
All the way to space.
Yes. We can't escape them.
So, did he ever get a picture of his baby? Did they even have names?
You think, he's probably like, look, I don't want to pay child support or Galaxy support.
I mean, could you imagine being those kids and then being like, yeah, I went to go see my daddy on Earth. He can't come. He can't come over here because he's just not advanced enough. Do you know what it's like to grow up without a father in an intergalactic world?
They go on their own version of fucking Maury.
Yeah.
You are not the father. No shit. That's a very interesting story, though.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
And we got a lot more coming.
All right, our next story. Betty and Barney Hill in 1961. The Barney and Betty Hill case is almost universally considered the most famous case ever reported abduction. Barney and Betty Hill were driving back from a holiday in Niagara Falls in September of 1961. They noticed a light in the sky which got closer and eventually appearing as a huge shape hovering above their car. Barney got out, said he saw 11 humanoid figures in shiny black uniforms and capes that were just watching them. Terrified, the couple drove off. However, they both claimed to have experienced a buzzing sensation, and when they finally arrived home at dawn, the 4-hour journey had taken 7 hours. The Hills' clothes were torn in strange places, and Betty found a mysterious pink powder on her dress. She began having intense dreams about the experience, in which skin samples were taken from her and a needle thrust into her navel. Later, she drew a star map, which she said she had been shown by the aliens. Barney and Betty Hill were respected in their community. Barney was involved in the civil rights movement, and Betty was a social worker. No one had any reason to suspect them of lying.
Yeah, this is like the most well-known case of abduction.
For sure.
Imagine how crazy it could be, seeing 11 humanoids in shiny black uniforms and capes watching them.
The alien version of Men in Black.
Yeah, whoa. I would have booked it. I would do the same thing they did.
I would have been fucked up for life because I would have been sitting there looking at them thinking, what else is out there? If I just saw that, I know I saw that, then what else is there?
Yeah.
Because I'm interested to know what that pink powder was.
It was probably, you know what? I know what it was.
Uh-oh.
It was a powdered fun dip. And she went in to eat some of that with the stick, you know what I mean? And it got on her dress.
It fell on her dress and she totally forgot about it because she just saw some aliens.
Yes.
Anna out here solving it.
Fun dip was shit.
You know, it's tradition because when Daniel's son came upon the show and graced us with his Asian sensation, he solved the Dominican Republic murders. And so now my time has come.
Solved the Betty and Barney Hill case.
Yes. So we're going to get into Travis Walton's abduction. It was 1975 in November. 6 forestry workers in Arizona reported seeing their colleague Travis Walton blasted through the air in a beam of light from a UFO above the trees. The workers reported Walton missing, but 5 days later, Walton reappeared, claiming that he had been abducted by aliens. He described waking on a table, surrounded by small figures in orange gowns. Their skin was smooth and chalky, and their bald heads were too large for their bodies. They had huge, shiny brown eyes. Walton escaped through the aliens and fled through the ship. He eventually met more humans on board, dressed in blue uniforms. They didn't speak to him, but forced a gas mask onto his face, so he lost consciousness. Walton claims the next thing he remembers was waking up, shaky and confused, on the roadside in Arizona.
You think he was like walking or he woke up on the side of the road and he had these memories? Do you think he sat there and thought to himself, are they going to believe me when I tell them this?
Oh yeah. If you have the word alien in any sort of story, you're going to have to second guess saying it. Even though it may be real, at the same time, you may have a really vivid dream and swear that you were there, this happened, and it never actually happened. Or at least not in this universe. So, I don't know.
I think I know what happened here.
Let's hear it.
It was the very first, one of the first things you said. Forestry workers. These guys were out in the woods and they ran up on some fucking bad mushrooms.
Probably. Amanita muscarias. They probably ate a bunch of them.
And fucking Travis, he wasn't like flying through the sky or nothing. He was butt ass naked running through the woods. And they're just like, oh, there goes Walt. He's just flying through the air so fast.
Oh, I like your theory, Dan.
I like it too. All right. Now let's get into the Jonathan Reed story. So let me start off by saying this is going to sound super crazy as I read it, okay? And it's been called a hoax based off of a TV show attempt at replicating it. So we will have a link to show you side by sides and let you come to your own conclusion and what you guys decide. But Jonathan Reed was a child psychiatrist in Seattle in 1996 and worked at the University of Washington. One October afternoon, Jonathan Reed was walking his dog Susie down a normal path that they take by the woods. Well, Susie took off into the woods, which wasn't out of the ordinary. She would usually just go and investigate a sound or a smell and would always come back when Jonathan called her. What was different this time is that the dog was barking. It sounded like it was getting into a fight with something. So Jonathan ran into the woods where he had heard his dog, hoping that a mountain lion wasn't trying to kill his dear Susie. When he got to her, what he saw was her entangled with a creature trying to fight it off. Then the creature, warning, it doesn't get any better from here, grabbed Susie's jaws and tore her in two, ripping her spine out and all. Her remains ended up immediately turning to white ash on the floor. Jonathan was so angered by this, all he wanted to do was to kill the thing. So while this was happening, he grabbed a big stick and ran over and hit the being in the back of the head.
The moment that he did that, he became extremely disoriented and nauseous. He was recording the alien and throwing up at the same time. He had a camera on him because when he went on walks, he would often take pictures and video of nature. That's what he loved to do. So of course he had his camera in his bag. So all this information came from pictures that he's got posted, and we'll give you lots of links. But anyways, so during this encounter, he looked up to see a black floating obelisk. It was about 3 feet off the ground, just up the hill. He went and took pictures all around it and even did a 360 video. Ultimately, what happens is he puts this creature, who he calls Freddy, in his truck and takes him home. And then he records himself examining Freddy, moving the head side to side, looking at the wound that he had on the back of the head, he being Freddy. He opened up the eyes and was like playing in there, trying to like bail him out. And even in the video, the alien gets red eye, which I don't know if you guys know how that happens in photos, but basically the only way to get a red eye in a photo is to have an actual retina, because the red eye is the light reflecting from the back of your eye, and that's what you're seeing. Hypothetically, you can't fake a red eye. I actually haven't looked into that entirely, but it makes sense. You'd have to have an actual eye to have that effect.
Did not know that.
Just something to think about. He also opened up this alien's mouth, and you could hear it making sound. It was super creepy, stuff you've never heard before. Highly recommend listening to the audio for this video. Later on, the alien becomes a bit less dazed, and the audio that was recorded from that is kind of terrifying to hear. It sounds extremely pissed off. You can hear it throwing a cup in one of the videos. So Reed ends up putting this alien in his freezer, and at one point he opens it, and the sound that the thing made, I swear it sounded like a demon if I ever heard one. It gave me chills to my bones hearing it in real life. I'm going to see if I can find that. I haven't been able to yet, but I'm going to dig a little deeper. But if I find that, I will 100% link that on the Twitter, and I'll give it to you guys, the link as well.
Yeah, we'll link it on all social medias.
Yeah. So Reed ultimately had to leave his house, and when he came back, there were black vans in his driveway, and Freddy was gone. They told him never speak of this again, and to act like it never happened. He ends up having his whole identity wiped. They fucking Bob Lazard him. And he had no bank account, no college degree, no job. Some people have even come out to say that they were told not to acknowledge that he ever existed. A coworker he had and a bank teller who saw him all the time. She even was reprimanded for arguing against the men. And was threatened for saying that she knew. She's like, no way, I know this fucking dude. He comes in all the time, he pays his bill, da da da. No. So what he had left from this encounter were the pictures, the videos, and what we're going to talk about now, a link artifact. Link, L-I-N-K artifact that came off of Freddy during their fight.
The link artifact is a cuff, bracelet, armor-type looking device that is gold and has 3 small gold pins underneath with emerald spears at the base of each pin that pierce the wearer's skin and 3 key nerves in their forearm. Weighing only 170.30 grams, it was found to be made of a composite mostly of a radical mixture of silicon polymer, beryllium, aluminium, manganese, copper, zinc, bismuth, gold, and some unknown elements currently unrecognizable by man's standards. Once put on, it forms to fit the wearer. Reed, of course, tried this out. Because, why wouldn't you? Fucking, it's armor. Put that bitch on, man. Come on. He mentioned noticing issues he had with his body somehow been altered or changed.
He explained that every time he wore this link artifact, he was welcomed by a golden angel light and it was named Elder. He's quoted saying, "It's amazing and so wonderfully tender. Each time I've been in its presence, it becomes almost painfully depressing when they send me back to our dimensional reality. It's almost impossible to comprehend this. I never imagined there would be such tender, yet powerful, unconditional, compassionate love. Just thinking of it now, it makes me begin to weep. I certainly do know we continue after this human condition is finished. I've been there. I've seen it. I've personally, physically experienced it. I know there is life after death. He has been shot. He's been threatened. People he cares about have mysteriously died and have gone missing. But at the end of the day, he says that his story is no one else's, and he doesn't care if people believe him because he knows what he saw. But I've just known about the story for a really long time, and I've always believed it. And as I got older, I decided to research it again and found so much stuff saying about it being a hoax. And I don't know, after I looked into it, I saw a lot of misinformation. You had a TV show try to tell you that this wasn't real. I think you have to take that with a grain of salt.
Yeah, I'm always for people doing their own investigating, right?
Mhm.
You look and you form your own opinions. Don't base your opinions off of other people's stuff. That's why we tell you on the show, look, we'll give you the information, but go verify it for yourself and then form your own opinion as well. We'll tell you our opinions, but don't base your opinions just off our opinion. Form your own, and if you think ours is the best and you come to the same conclusion, then that's awesome, you know? But I don't really, that's why I don't really trust the media. I don't really even like, what's that site? Snopes or whatever? I don't really like that site, but.
Yeah, that Snopes will tell you that Jonathan Reed's story is a hoax too. I know, it's just.
Reading Snopes is like believing the weatherman.
Ah, that's a good comparison. I like that.
And here they come after me now.
The weatherman or Snopes?
Both.
Oh my god. Anyways. Alright, this next story we're going to go over is Jessie Rustenberg. She lives in Staffordshire, England, and in, weirdly enough, same month of the year as Reed, October of 1954, she had her first alien encounter. One of the earliest recorded sightings in the UK. The family would ultimately have 6 encounters total. Honestly, we didn't think we could do her genuine storytelling enough justice. So we're going to play this video of her telling her personal story, and we'll include a link of this video to all of our social medias. So we're going to play that story right now.
Staffordshire's had a whole crop of flying saucers. Spots in the sky, lights in the sky, strange things. But the strangest of all was seen one day over this cottage. Mr. and Mrs. Rustenberg were living there, quietly, out in the country. And, well, you just tell me what you saw.
Well, this was one ordinary day. I was waiting for my husband to come home from work, and my 2 sons went to Seifert to school, and I was getting changed, and I heard this terrific noise. It was just like a giant cauldron of water being poured onto a fire, a sort of noise, you know. And the first reaction was, oh, the children. I thought maybe a plane was crashing or something like that. And I slipped my jumper on and went outside to find my 2 sons lying flat on the ground in the garden in front of the house, shouting, "Mummy, Mummy, there's a flying saucer." Well, naturally, I just said, "Come on, don't be stupid. Come in the house." But felt sort of a strange sensation. Wended my way up the side of the house to where we had a pump where we used to get all our water from, and automatically looked up to see this, all I can describe, this huge Mexican hat. It was stationary, this thing, and it was bright silver in colour, and it had a dome. A dome. It was tilted to sort of, I could see the occupants in it.
You saw people in it?
I saw people in it. There were 2 people in there. These people were beautiful people. That's the only way I can describe them. they had long golden hair, like a page boy bob, just like the old kings. You used to see photographs of the old kings. And the colour of their hair was golden. Now, I was really... They had a sort of a polo-neck jumper affair, like a ski top suit, in pale blue. Now, these people weren't sat behind, one behind the other. They were sat together, but this, whatever it was tilted so that I could see them and they could see me.
Were you looking at them through windows, through portholes?
No, not portholes. It was just sort of like a cockpit, I suppose. But I had this perspex or glass or whatever it was. They could see me anyway, and I could see them. And they had beautiful faces. I shall never forget their faces as long as I live. Their foreheads seemed to be a bit larger than, the bottom of their faces as normal people you would expect to see. But maybe this was just whatever they had round their heads, which was like a transparent fishbowl. And they just looked, and I was absolutely paralytic with fear. I couldn't move, although my mind was ticking over. And they looked so sympathetic that I was just mesmerized for what seemed to be, ages, but it could have only been seconds. And I turned to sort of look down at the boys, was unaware that they were with me, because I was so absorbed. And the next thing, I looked up, and it was gone.
How low had it been?
It had been, the height, I couldn't tell you. But the house that you've seen, it was just on top of the roof. It was hovering on top of the roof.
How big was it compared with the size of the house?
It swallowed the whole circumference of the roof. I couldn't see, the roof was completely blotted out. The chimneys I couldn't see. All I could see was this massive object that I described as like a Mexican hat without the bubbles.
And when it flew away sideways or upwards?
No, I didn't see. I just looked up and it had gone. But I assume it went straight up, because for a short while after in the sky I looked around and I said to my two boys, "Well, can you see anything? Can you see anything?" And they said, "There it is, Mum," and they pointed up, and I watched it. It was just like a little cotton reel in the sky, and it circled us 3 times.